The story begins with the sound of children's laughter coming from the nursery. The baby in his lullaby was laughing and wanted to be picked up. The girl approached the lullaby and asked if the young gentleman had already woken up. Behind her, a man said that if she had said such a thing in the palace, she would have been immediately arrested for treason. Marie, turning around with the baby in her arms, smiled and said that there were only 3 of them here. She looked at the count and did not understand how he could be so charming. The girl came closer to him and asked if he wanted to hug the baby. He took the boy very carelessly and asked if it was okay. Marie didn't understand how he even thought of that. The man said that it was difficult for him to control his powers. What if he took it the wrong way? The girl, looking at how he was holding the baby, thought that this was quite possible. But isn't he taking on too much? He is a minister, not a warrior, even if it is a novella. Yes, she found herself in a novel. When her life was suddenly cut short, the girl opened her eyes and thought it was heaven. Initially, it was not so easy to understand that she was in a novel. Marie was overly delighted by the angelic appearance of the baby in front of her. He was so warm, the girl hoped that his short life was good. She looked around and thought that everything in heaven was Western style. Is it normal for an angel to have the same body temperature as a human? Another maid came into the room and asked what had happened to the young master. Why doesn't he move when she touches him? Marie looked at the young gentleman and thought that he had very clear eyes. The maid told Marie that she still had work to do. The girl had to take care of Prince Brilas. Marie thought about what name she and the baby had been given. She had heard these names somewhere before. The girl remembered that they were from the novella she liked to read on her way to work. Out of love for children, she decided to become a kindergarten teacher. She remembers the names of almost every child from movies, dramas, and novels. Marie thought that wasn't the novella she had read just before she died. The girl suddenly remembered the script and realized that Marie was supposed to kill this baby. This is outrageous! I had to end up in such a role. The girl didn't know how to return to her world. She hoped that this girl would realize that her body was possessed and that it would help her escape from here. Every morning, Marie hoped that she woke up at home. But reality is cruel. She can't go back there. Suddenly, the girl heard an indistinct cooing sound behind her. Brila pulled her out of the tiny darkness of despair. What will happen to him when she leaves? He won't die, will he? The thought alone sent shivers down Marie's spine. No, this can't happen. She can't let this angel die. Perhaps she was sent to this world to save Prince Brila. The girl hugged him and thought that he was very warm. That day, she realized the purpose of her life in this novel. After the time when Brila should have died, she stopped trying to return to her homeworld. It's been 3 months since then. She asked the baby if he needed help with burping. How Marie wished his parents could have seen him grow up. Unfortunately, they died in an accident. The Count Brielle's uncle adopted him. As a nanny, she changed the original plot and saved the little prince, which also smoothed the life of his uncle, who in the novel was terribly depressed by the death of his nephew. Marie turned to the baby and told him not to dare forget her when he grows up. After all, he is alive thanks to her. She put Brila in the crib and said that since his portion was digested, shouldn't they do some exercise? When the Count first saw Marie next to Brila, he thought she wanted to kill him. Then he put the sword to her throat. If she hadn't come to her senses and she said that these exercises will help Brila to master his body. It is time for him to move independently. The man put away his sword and thought, it seemed that Marie had managed to win his trust then. The baby was spinning in his lullaby, stretching and taking some unnatural positions. Marie told the young gentleman that it was a great job. She asked him if he wanted to ride on her back. After some time, the doors to the palace opened and the Count returned home. The man greeted the nanny, and in response, little Brila began to mumble incoherently and asked to go to his uncle. He reached out to his nephew, but Marie turned the baby away and told him not to do that. She turned to Your Excellency and told him to wash his hands first. The other maids were already used to it, and they simply pretended that they had not heard anything. Marie turned to the baby again and suggested that he have some fun until the Count came. In the children's room, the nanny put the baby on the bed and began to tickle him a little, asking if he was having fun. Suddenly, the Count entered the room. The girl asked why he was standing there and suggested that he come here. He should have gotten used to it by now. Marie thought that it was really hard for the man to express his feelings, although he was quite cute. But that's okay. The Count is raising a child for the first time. Brila continued his childishly unclear speech. The nanny suggested that he play hide and seek with the baby, and the man asked how it was. She told him to watch carefully. The girl covered her face with her hands and suddenly opened it, making a face. The kid burst into laughter. The Count wondered if she really wanted him to do that. The only thoughts that were running through his head were that a few hours ago, the servants at the palace had brought him a senseless denunciation. The man turned away and suddenly turned to the baby, covering his face with his hands. Briella burst out laughing again. The shocked Count turned to Marie and asked if she had seen it. He added that it should be done one more time. The girl thought it was funny. At least they can play with Briella, nothing bad will happen. What she wants most is to protect Briella, so she needs to take good care of him. Ellie Marie's sister looked into the room. She heard the girl suggest that the baby walk around a bit. She put the young gentleman down and carefully led him, holding him by the hands. Suddenly, Ellie burst into the room and started shouting at her sister that she wanted to go with her too. In surprise, Marie accidentally let go of the baby and he began to fall to the floor. It was very dangerous. She screamed the baby's name and quickly started to catch him. Ellie put her hand out and the baby fell right on her. Marie exhaled. She took Brila from her sister and asked if she was okay. The girl looked a little depressed. Marie thought that Ellie probably thought that she was going to scold her now. Instead, Marie fixed the girl's hair and told her that the floors here were very hard, so they could get hurt if they fell. She suggested that next time they walk hand in hand. The sister did not expect that Marie would not scold her. She smiled sincerely and said yes. Ellie was interested in the baby because he was very small. Marie's sister played an important role in Marie's acceptance as a nanny into the Count's family. Since Marie had not given birth, Brille was nursed by a woman named Erin. However, she could not care for him full-time, as she had her own child. In the original, it was Marie who said that she could not trust the little heir to anyone but herself. She thought she was hired as a nanny because of her status, but in reality, it was because she had experience raising younger siblings. At first, Brille Marie didn't like it at all. He was constantly crying and hysterical around her. However, when the nanny was about to be replaced, their relationship suddenly improved. It happened the day she woke up in Marie's body. The girl didn't know if it was because of her. Marie told the young gentleman as he walked that he had strong legs. Ellie happily said that she wanted to see it too. She touched his little legs and said that they were really strong. They lived together in the Count's family, and Ellie sometimes also wants to take care of Brille. Marie told Ellie that since the young gentleman laughed, she thought he was having fun. After a while, Marie was folding towels and watching Briella crawl. She asked him if he had really come all this way on his own. It must have been hard. The girl picked him up to hug him. Once he learned to crawl, he began to do this often. Prince Briella laughed in her arms, and Marie asked him how he could be so sweet. A couple of weeks later, the nanny taught the baby to walk again. Now he is 7 months old. A month ago, he couldn't even stand, but now he can move his legs. The girl thought that he must have inherited his uncle's genes and would grow up to be the tallest man in the entire kingdom. The baby is growing so fast, and the Count hasn't seen him for several days. Due to his busy schedule at the end of the year, he can't get out of the palace. She turned to the young gentleman and said that he would definitely surprise his uncle. He had grown so much. At night, the carriage arrived home with the Count. The servant greeted him. The Count asked him if the baby was sleeping, and he answered that he was. The man was very upset about this. The nanny came up to him and greeted him. The man asked how his nephew was. The girl replied that he was fine. She thought it was sweet that the Count was in such a hurry to get home. Apparently, he wanted to see Brille more than she thought. She noticed a strand of his hair sticking out. The nanny came up to him and said that Brille was already asleep, but he could quietly take a look at him. The baby was fast asleep in his crib. The Count looked at him and was sad because he had not played with his nephew for a long time. The man said that Brille seemed to have lost weight. Marie said that the boy had been more active lately. She thought that tomorrow he would be surprised at how much the baby had changed. The Count wanted to touch the baby, but the girl forbade him, saying that he would wake him up with his cold hands. They probably haven't been washed yet. The man regretfully removed his hand from the Brille. Marie looked closely and noticed that the Count himself had lost weight. However, this made him even more handsome. The man saw that the girl was looking at him for a long time and asked what was wrong. Marie was taken by surprise. She thought he wouldn't notice anything in the dark. The nanny said she would sing the baby a lullaby. She thought about why sing a lullaby to an already sleeping baby. Marie lightly touched the baby and began to quietly sing a lullaby. The men stood for a few minutes and enjoyed the singing of their nephew's nanny. The next morning, when the count came to the nursery, the baby was already awake. The man asked Prince Brila if he was having fun. In response, the little boy smiled and reached out to his uncle. The count could not believe what he saw. The nanny told him that the teeth were already coming in. The man became sad because he had not participated in his upbringing at all this time. He thought that he had nothing more valuable than his nephew, so he would like to spend as much time with him as possible, regardless of his busy schedule. The nanny said they could show him something else. She put the baby down on the floor and told the count to look. The boy was lying on the floor, but at one point he sat on his knees and then moved onto his bottom. The man was shocked by what he saw. He couldn't believe that Brila could already sit up. Marie laughed and thought that someone else had said that he would be embarrassed in front of his uncle. She believes that the young master will be glad to see Uncle Count tomorrow. Should she try to do something they both would definitely enjoy? The girl meant the texture game from Marie. She had almost everything prepared for it. She wanted Brila to try out the texture play that many kids his age love. After much thought, Marie found a solution. Seaweed. The girl was surprised that this was like a medieval world, and seaweed was already eaten here. At such times, many die of hunger, so using two good products would be a crime. The count began to spend more time in the mansion. He works from home again. She believes that after seeing how Brila had grown up, the man decided he couldn't miss out on such precious moments with his nephew. Marie thinks it's cute. Maybe this texture play will bring them closer together. With the baby in her arms, she went to look for the count, and when she found him, she asked him to come over for a minute. The girl went into the bathroom, and the man asked where she was going, and if something had happened to Briella. Marie smiled and pointed to the bathtub, saying that it was seaweed. The count didn't understand what was going on at all. He asked if she wanted to wash him. Marie thought that no matter how hard he tried to hide his emotions, his confusion was too obvious. The girl said that this is a game with textures. It is very good for developing muscles and expressing emotions. The nanny undressed the baby and was about to put him in the bath, but the count abruptly stopped her. He took the baby away from her. Marie said that the boy could play with seaweed while bathing in the bathtub. She asked to take a look and placed 2 seaweeds on Prince Brila's eyebrows. The baby took one of the seaweeds from his face and began to laugh. The man relaxed a little and said that since Brila liked the game, then so be it. He released the boy into the water and began to play with the algae together. The count offered him his hand, but instead of giving his own, the boy splashed both hands in the water. All the splashes of water flew at the man. The girl asked in confusion if he was okay. The count shook his head a little and said yes. Marie took the towel to hand it to him, but when she walked towards the man, she accidentally tripped over her own foot. She fell right into his arms. No one expected such a turn of events. Marie didn't even know how she would have to apologize now. The count froze a little. The towel flew away, somewhere far from them. The girl was still shocked. She got off the count and began to apologize. They both suddenly jumped up. The man said that everything was in water, and the girl ran to call the maids to help clean up. She didn't understand why her heart was beating so hard. The count didn't say anything to her about falling on him. A couple of months later, Marie was sitting in the nursery, sewing a nose on a stuffed toy. Her sister ran up to her and asked her what she was doing. The girl replied that she was sewing toys and invited her to take a look. The girl was a little upset because she thought that they were both for the young master. Marie stroked her head and said that the bear was really for him. Ellie asked who the bunny was for. Then her sister laughed and said it was for her, of course. She added that it was a little bigger, so it would take her a little longer to make it, and she would have to wait a little. Ellie began to nod, rapidly, agreeing to wait. Marie thought that she was already quite an adult, but sometimes she still seemed like a little child. This behavior on Ellie's part reminds her of how shocked Marie was when she first saw the house they used to live in. It was a ramshackle shack, and they wore rags for clothes. Toys were out of the question. She used the money she earned from the count to provide her brother and sister with better clothes and food. However, they still couldn't even dream of dolls. Of course, what shocked her most was that they were left at home completely alone during her work. It hurt her to look at them, so she asked the Count for a favor. Marie approached him and asked if her younger brother and sister could live with her in the servants' room. Instead of a bed in a shared bedroom, the man gave them an entire room on the same floor as Brila. The girl wiped away a tear and thought that she was so glad that she could give at least something to these children. As a thank you to the Count, she needs to work harder. Marie began to finish the toy faster. After some time, when both toys were finished, the girl wanted to give the toy to the baby as soon as possible. The young gentleman did not listen and quickly crawled away from the nanny Marie called him, saying that he needed to change his diaper. Suddenly, she drew Brila's attention to herself and showed him his new toy, Miss Bear. The baby immediately calmed down and began to look at her. Unexpectedly, the maid was finally able to catch him. Briella started screaming and reaching for the toy. Marie laughed and asked the young gentleman to be a little quieter. She thought that Briella had lived for almost a year already. How she wished she could believe that everything would be fine. Sometimes anxiety visits the girl even on the calmest days. Who ordered the killing of this baby, and for what purpose? Who dared to give the order to kill this angel? A week later, the man read the Brielle fairy tale. He said that the baby dragon then asked the child, "How can I escape these horrors?" The baby started making sounds, and the nanny said that it seemed like the young master liked the dragon. The Count replied that he thought that was what Brielle had meant. Marie thought that reading the story had clearly brought them closer together. They had begun to spend more time together, after she had recently had to go away for a while. She needed to move some things. Brielle has been shy about a lot of things lately, so he refused to spend time with anyone else. However, the Count responded to the butler's request and agreed to sit with the baby. Brielle had already gotten used to it, so he stopped crying immediately. However, the butler told her that half an hour later, the Count regretted his decision. The man couldn't understand how a 1-year-old child could be so fast. You can't take your eyes off him for a second. Suddenly, the kid starts throwing his books around. The Count put on the serious expression he uses when arresting high-ranking officials and asked what would happen if he got hurt. But unfortunately, Brielle had no rank, and this expression did not affect him. Suddenly, the baby dropped the book and it opened. When he looked at its contents, he first froze and then screamed. This cry did not leave the Count's head. He did not understand what was happening and was at a loss. Footsteps were heard in the hallway. The nanny burst into the room and started asking what had happened. Why had he called her so suddenly? She saw the confused expression on his face and knew something was wrong. The Count said he thought Brielle was ill. He screamed and his eyes widened. The baby must have developed a fever, but Marie noticed something else. The way Prince Brielle looked at the picture of the dragon in the book. It turned out that Brielle liked the dragon from the book so much that the Count mistook his delight for illness. The girl smiled and, turning to the man, told him not to worry too much. The Count blushed slightly. This incident led to the Count starting to read his nephew fairy tales about dragons. The nanny looked at the man and thought that he looked very worried. She just smiled and pretended not to notice his excitement, but it was clear that the Count was shaking with fear. The death of his older brother, his wife Brielle's parents. These events were not described in detail in the novel. It was only said that they died in an accident while traveling to the Count. If he had arrived a couple of minutes later, Brielle would have died along with his parents. When the baby sneezed, the man immediately stopped reading and asked if he was okay. Marie believes that this is precisely why the Count is so worried about his nephew. He is even bothered by a simple sneeze. Apparently, there is a huge wound left on his heart. The next day, the cries of a servant were heard in the palace. She called Marie to come to her quickly. Brielle is always so quiet, but as soon as Marie leaves, he becomes violent. The maid, still with tears in her eyes, tried to call the nanny. As soon as the baby saw her, he immediately calmed down. She said that the young gentleman did not stop crying the entire time she was in the bathing suit. The girl asked him to give it to her and thanked the maid for looking after it. The maid looked and thought that Brielle seemed to have a split personality. The nanny put the baby in the crib and said that he was becoming quite stubborn. She suggested that they quickly change his diaper, and then she would pick him up again. Unexpectedly, the baby said his first word, and it was a mangled name, Marie. The girl did not expect this and was a little shocked. Could this really be Brielle's first word? Not mom, dad, uncle, or even nanny, it's her name, Marie. Even if it's not really hers. Only Brile could ease the suffering she experienced after coming into this world. The precious baby she managed to save became the only reason to live on. She hugged and thanked the baby. His first word was a gift, as if he realized how hard it was for her. A few weeks later, Ellie was walking down the hallway, singing a song. She looked into Brila's room and said hello to her sister and the young gentleman. Marie was glad to see her, but Prince Brila did not even pay attention to her. He continued to build the pyramid with the same concentration. Ellie thought that he didn't pay attention to her because of the toy. The girl decided to change this, and to do this, she plopped down on his mattress, destroying the pyramid. Brila was shocked and immediately crawled after Ellie. They're running away. She said that she was very sorry. Marie laughed and thought that she obviously did it on purpose. They were clearly having fun with each other. The girl placed the treat in front of them and asked if they would like a snack. She allowed Ellie to eat with her hands. This is also, one might say, a play with textures. The girl was surprised by this and asked if they were too hot. She took one in her hands and began to blow. After it cooled, Ellie gave the potato to the young master and told him to bite into it. She smiled and decided to take another one, but suddenly screamed that it was very hot. Marie offered her help, but the girl replied that she would do it herself. The nanny thought that perhaps she wanted to be like her older sister. She suggested that she just give her a less hot one. Ellie said that she could cool it down. Suddenly, Brila shouted Ellie's name and burst into laughter. Marie asked them what they wanted to do after snack. Ellie suggested reading about dragons. All this time, a boy Marie's brother was standing outside the door. The girl said she would bring them something to drink and asked Ellie to look after the young gentleman. The girl said she could take her time. When the nanny came out, she saw her younger brother Barry behind the door. She was a little surprised. The boy greeted her and apologized for distracting her. The girl said that he had not distracted anyone. In fact, she was waiting for him. Marie asked if he wanted to play with the young gentleman. Without waiting for an answer, she pulled him into the nursery and told him to stay with Ellie. At first, the boy looked at her with frightened eyes, but then he smiled and promised that everyone would have fun. He approached Ellie and told her that he would also like to play with the young master. The girl left the room and told herself that she needed to quickly bring the drinks and join them. The boy asked the prince if he wanted to play ball with him, and the little boy immediately paid attention to him. Brille crawled towards Barry, and because of this, Ellie was angry with him because she was playing with the baby. Barry showed that he brought him a bear and said that he would have more fun with it. Ellie said that the young gentleman had already gotten used to her, so she was sure that he would find it much more interesting with her. She even cooled down sweet potatoes for him. A certain hatred hung between the brother and sister, but Brille couldn't decide between a teddy bear or his familiar Ellie and sweet potato. Suddenly, Marie entered the room and asked if they were fighting for the young gentleman's attention. As soon as Brille saw his nanny, he immediately crawled towards her, trying to pronounce her name. The girl took the baby in her arms. The brother and sister were a little shocked and felt unfair. They turned around and said that they definitely couldn't beat their little sister. Marie smiled and thought about how cute the children were. At Brille's birthday party, all the guests had already gathered. When Marie lit the candle, everyone started congratulating the baby on his birthday. Brille was in a good mood and laughed all day. It was Brille's first birthday. The Count decided to celebrate his nephew's birthday in the mansion with his close associates. The servants were glad that they were also invited to the celebration. Instead of a lavish banquet, he organized a nutritious dinner especially for Brille. And instead of high-status nobles, he invited Ellie and Barry. Barry couldn't believe he was invited to an aristocrat's birthday party. He had never even dreamed of such a thing before. Marie thinks the Count made the right choice. The young gentleman would be very uncomfortable among strangers. And now he smiles the most satisfied smile. The Count stood up and said that he thought it was time. Marie agreed with him. He suggested that they blow out the candles together. At first, the girl did not believe what she heard. She blushed a little when the Count asked her to come closer to him. The girl stood next to him, and they began the countdown. She stood there and did not understand why she felt so excited from being close to him. I'm sure the young master can clearly feel her heartbeat right now. Marie and the Count approached the candle to blow it out. The Count stared at the girl. Suddenly, the guests shouted the word 3, and they both realized that because of their thoughts, they had almost forgotten to blow out the candle. Finally, they blew it out, and Marie congratulated the young gentleman on his birthday. She said that, without swearing, he would be just as healthy. Before she could finish speaking, the baby suddenly crawled towards her. Unexpectedly for everyone, Prince Breel kissed the girl on the cheek. Everyone was simply shocked. They couldn't believe it. He kissed his nanny. The maids were bursting with envy because they wanted to do the same. In the evening, the girl walked through the palace and thought about what a significant day it was. In the original story, Brila didn't live to see his first birthday. This time he did. Marie was very touched. She was so happy that he managed to achieve the goal she had set for herself by getting into this novel. She hopes that he will continue to grow peacefully. As she walked, she saw a light in the room. Marie thought that the Count was still awake. Should she bring him coffee? When she looked through the door, she saw a man standing over a photograph of his brother and crying. He said that he missed him very much and did not know if he could raise his child. He would so much like his brother to see Brila's smile with his own eyes. Now, Marie understood why the Count had decided to arrange exactly this kind of celebration. As a gift to his brother, the man gave his son's happiness. Of course, Brila's safety was a priority. However, she decided to slightly adjust the goals in her care diary, adding an item about the young master's happiness. Ellie was walking with Briella in the garden and suddenly cried out that the long-awaited day had finally arrived. The long-awaited day! Briella looked at her and did not understand what was happening. Ellie said that the long-awaited day had come when the young master would finally learn to walk holding hands. She asked him if he remembered that she had once tried to teach him, but they had failed. Marie asked her to be careful, because the young master was a quick learner, but could still fall. The girl took him by the hand and pulled him along. Briella was a little confused. The boy screamed in displeasure and tore himself away from Ellie's hands. The girl asked the young gentleman if he was having fun. She asked her to kiss her if that was the case, but in response, Prince Briella only turned away. Marie looked at them and couldn't stop admiring them. They were too cute. Someone knocked on the Count's office door, and he allowed them in. Marie entered the room. The girl said she wanted to discuss something with him. Kentrail didn't really understand what she was talking about. The man tensed up a little and stood up. Marie immediately assured him that the young gentleman was fine. She said she thought it would be nice if he had children his own age. Nanny wasn't sure if aristocrats introduced their children. It hadn't happened in their family for a long time. Kentrail said that normal kids make friends at parent-teacher reunions. The girl countered by saying that he doesn't date anyone. The story said that the Count did not like being in company since childhood. He often ran away from all sorts of meetings, so he had almost no acquaintances in high society. And of his close friends, there were only 2 boys. The Count said that one of his comrades had a child of Brielle's age. He would talk to him. Marie was glad to hear this and decided that she needed to leave already. But suddenly, the Count stopped her. The man gave her a small red box and told her to take it. The girl opened the box and saw a very beautiful brooch. She asked what kind of brooch it was. Kentrail said Ellie said Marie bought the brooch for herself, but didn't wear it while she was courting Briella. And then it went out of fashion. Nanny blushed and wondered what brooch Ellie was talking about. She remembered one. It was the one Marie had on her when she entered her body. It was necessary to remove it, since any accessories can be dangerous for small children, so just think, Ellie remembered. What if the girl noticed how much her sister had changed? She and Barry lacked love and attention, so they accepted such changes quite easily. The girl thanked for the brooch. Kentrail asked if she didn't like the brooch. Marie didn't understand what he was talking about. The Count said that he had chosen her himself, so she might not be to her taste. The girl was very surprised that he had chosen her himself. The man said that this was the first time he had to choose a women's brooch, so he cannot be sure how good it is. Marie smiled sincerely and said that the brooch was lovely. The Count became embarrassed and said that it was nice to hear. In the evening, when it was time to read Briella a fairy tale, the 3 of them were in the library. The little boy suddenly cried out to his uncle. It was a little surprising to the Count that he called him uncle. He turned to Briella and asked him what had happened. The kid started kicking him in the leg and screaming at him to get away from Marie. Kentrail was embarrassed too, which Marie only laughed. She picked up Briella from the floor and told him that they were choosing a book for him. They had already read about dragons. She asked if he wanted to read about other animals, maybe about deer or tigers. But Prince Briella made it clear to her that he only wanted to talk about dragons. Marie said that they would probably read about dragons again. The Count asked if there were any more books about them. The nanny said no, only if they wrote it themselves. She asked him how well he drew. The girl suggested that he write a book for children. He asked if she would write. After some time, they were already reading a book to the baby about a baby dragon. After this interesting story, the baby immediately fell fast asleep, and the Count put him to bed. Marie said he was doing a great job with the baby. She thought that was a change from how things were when she first came into this world. The two of them left the room and headed down the corridor to his office. Suddenly, the Count stopped abruptly, and Marie hit her forehead painfully against him. The man turned and asked if she was okay. The girl froze and couldn't answer. She admired his features and suddenly realized that he was too close. She quickly pulled away and said that of course it hurt and ran down the corridor. The Count apologized and thought he was too close. Marie said everything was fine and suggested they go before the little gentleman woke up. The nanny thought that handsome men were especially dangerous at night. During the day, the children were playing in the playroom. Ellie picked up 2 horses and started clicking. She asked the young gentleman what he thought which horse would win. The boy pointed at the horse with the blue scarf. Ellie laughed and said that was wrong, the one with the red one won. Suddenly, Barry walked up to Ellie and hit her with his elbow. She screamed, asking why he hit her. The boy told her not to dare make fun of their master. She herself had led this horse to victory 3 times. Suddenly, Prince Brila jumped up and hit Barry on the leg, calling him stupid. No one expected this from him. Barry blushed. He looked at the young master and he was very angry. The boy asked the young gentleman why he hit him. In response, Brila began waving his arms. Ellie hugged him because he stood up for her. Barry said he only scolded Ellie a little for making fun of him. So why did the young gentleman decide to hit him? The boy was a little upset. Meanwhile, Marie finally finished drawing the cards with insects. This method should help the young master remember as much as possible. The girl was proud of herself for having done such a job. The Count came up from behind. The man asked if she was drawing or if Brila had drawn it. Marie was simply furious. She asked if it was really that bad head-chest body. It's an ant. The man thought for a moment and said that the ants he had seen did not look like that. He drew a new card with an ant. The girl didn't understand why he was doing so well. She asked the butler about the Count's grades during his studies. Marie asked what place he had taken in the exam results. The butler then smiled at her and said that she won first place in every discipline. Marie admitted that he was the best at drawing too. She started going through the cards she had drawn. The Count put his hand on one of them and said he would take it. The girl asked why he needed her card. The man said he would collect them as mementos. He would show them to Brille when he grew up. Marie screamed that she wouldn't give them back. Kentrail didn't understand why, because she wanted to show them to him herself. The girl meant that she did not want him to show this to Brille in the future. The man raised his hand with the card high. The nanny tried to take it from him, but it didn't work. Then she shouted that it was a scam. Suddenly, the two of them realized that they were very close to each other. Suddenly, the girl fell onto Kentrail, and he didn't notice how he dropped his hand. The man did not understand what was happening and how she could have slipped. A second later, he understood everything when a satisfied Marie finally took the piece of paper from him. Kentrail was disappointed, but Marie was proud of herself again for catching her masterpiece. The girl walked with the young gentleman down the corridor and said that a friend would come to visit him today. She thought that he would probably be very happy to see a child his own age. His world will become a little wider. After entering society, life changes a lot. The boy asked what it meant, and Marie replied that it was nothing special. He already had a fairly wide vocabulary. The Count asked Brila to come here because he wanted to introduce someone to him. He pointed to the boy and said that this was now his new friend Jaden. This was the son of Viscount Jake, a friend of the Earl. The two boys greeted each other. The Count told the nannies that they would be away for a moment. Marie leaned over to the young gentleman and asked if he wanted to play with his new friend. She gave them toys and thought that children that age usually like toys, so it would be easier for them to get along. 10 minutes later, children's screams and cries could be heard from the room. The Count immediately came running and asked what had happened. They saw Jaden crying on the floor. Jake asked what happened. Marie said that Jaden liked the young gentleman's favorite toy while they were choosing something to play with together. This was Miss Bear, a few months after creation. The people who are allowed to touch the toy are Brila, Marie, Ellie Barry, and no one else. They both liked her too much. Brila said that touching his Miss Bear was forbidden. Marie asked to accept her apology and said that Brila really liked her. Jake replied that it was okay Jaden had taken her without asking. It seemed that the first attempt at making friends had failed. In the evening, Marie walked down the corridor and thought that it was good that nothing terrible happened. Brila is growing safely, but one problem still remains. When the girl woke up in this world under the bed, there was already money that Marie had received as the first payment for the murder of Brilet. She wondered why those who ordered the murder had not yet come for her soul. She carefully examined everything around her and did not find anything suspicious. What should she do now if this assignment has already been passed on to someone else? She would really not want everything to be so peaceful. Perhaps it would be worth telling the Count that someone wanted to kill Brila. But how? The girl didn't know where to start. Suddenly, the Count asked her from behind what was going on. What brought her here at such a late hour? Marie was confused and did not know what to answer. The Count asked if everything was okay with Brila. The girl replied that everything was fine with him. She said she just wanted to discuss something with him. It was about Brille. In Kentrail's office, Marie asked the Count to appoint a personal guard for the baby. After a while, she asked if he had already selected knights for the young master. The girl could not tell the Count everything, but she could guide him a little. Kentrail said it seemed Jaden was already under guard. She remembered a man near Jaden's nanny. The Count asked if she had really come to him at such a time to talk about this. Marie replied that she was very forgetful, so she was afraid that she might forget to discuss it with him. The man wondered if she had been thinking only about Brila all this time. He said he had a couple of nights in mind. He'll have to hurry with that because he wants to take Brila for a little walk. The woman said that, while he's still very young, the chances of various accidents are especially high. Walking is very risky. Kentrail said that the baby will be under the protection of the royal guard, so there is nothing to worry about. She asked when he planned to go, and the man replied that soon he had already requested a vacation. He needs at least a little break after so many years of work. Marie asked if everything was okay in the palace. The man thought that it had been a long time since he had met someone who was so sincerely worried about him. He is having a hard time getting used to this completely new feeling. Kentrail replied that he just wants to rest. Ellie and Barry were walking with the young master on the street. Ellie shouted to her brother that it was her turn to play with the young master. The boy said that she can't even kick a ball. The gentleman will be bored with her. Ellie denied everything and said that they would be very interested. Brille caught déjà vu. To stop them from arguing anymore, the boy stood up and drew their attention to the fountain. They immediately ran to splash in the water. They had so much fun together without any quarrels. Marie looked at them and was touched. She thought about how they had been splashing in the water for over an hour. Apparently they really enjoyed it. The girl turned her head and saw the Count walking towards her. She thought that he was a bit early today. The nanny drew the children's attention to the fact that the Count had arrived and asked them to finish. Unexpectedly, Kentrail also stepped into the fountain. The man leaned over, greeted the children, and began to splash water at them. The servants were shocked by the Count's behavior, and Marie only thought that the second round had begun. The assistant thought that His Excellency looked completely different. With such a radiant smile, she could not believe her eyes. The woman ran up to the Count and began to beg him not to leave his service and not to go on vacation. She wanted him to return to the palace. Without him, everything would wither. The man asked her if she knew the meaning of the word vacation. Brila touched his uncle's leg. When the Count turned around, Brila told him something else that he liked. The man smiled and told the baby, of course. The assistant couldn't believe her ears. Marie thought about her words, that without him, everything would wither. Now she understands how important the Count's work in the palace is. The subordinate ran up to her colleagues and asked them if they had ever seen his lordship smile. The man replied that he had not seen him, but dreamed of him returning from vacation as soon as possible. The Count, with Marie and the children, decided to have a picnic. The girl sat and told the young gentleman that this was his first picnic. She let go of the baby and told him not to go too far away from her. Kentrail, they talked about security and he took care of it, but it seems like they're doing just fine anyway. Brila pointed and said he wanted to go there. The girl replied that she didn't know the area well, so she couldn't. The man stood up and said that he would go with them. Then Marie became embarrassed. Brila was very nimble, and the nanny could hardly catch up with him. She could not grab the baby by the hand. The girl shouted at him to stop, but the baby was too fast. It turns out he left so quickly because he saw a rabbit, Marie exhaled, and realized he was simply chasing the animal. Suddenly, the girl froze. She had a very strange feeling. It felt like they were being watched. She rushed to the baby and covered him with herself. The count came up from behind and asked what had happened. Marie said she felt like they were being followed. It was a really creepy feeling. The man said he didn't see anyone. He assumed that if there was anyone in the bushes, they would have already fled. The count will ask the knights to look around. He told her that she could give him Brila. The kid didn't want to let her go, but she told him she would be there soon. Kentrail said they would go inside. The girl became sad because the knights did not find a single suspicious person in the park. They were really lucky that no one was there. Then why did they feel so heavy? The unknown man sat down to pet the rabbit. He reproached himself for letting them slip away. He asked Marie if she was doing well after the betrayal. Time passed. Brila's second birthday arrived. This time, the count decided to invite the nobles as well. There were a lot of people. It just seemed that way to her in the park then. Since that day, nothing strange has happened. A young gentleman approached Marie and began to tug at her dress. The girl thought that he probably felt uncomfortable seeing so many unfamiliar faces. She smiled at how cutely he was hiding behind her skirt. A man called out to her from behind and said he had been looking for her. It was Briel's maternal grandfather. She greeted Lord Paranga. He asked if he understood correctly that she was his nanny. The man congratulated Brila on his birthday. He said that he was pleased to be present at his celebration in person. At this, the child only hid even more behind the nanny. Grandfather laughed. The count told her that the lord's estate was far from here. However, he arrived on time. The man pulled out a toy behind him and asked Brila to look at it. It was a baby dragon, and the grandfather hoped that he would like it. The little boy took it and could not believe his eyes. Marie told the young gentleman to thank him for the gift. At first he was embarrassed, but then he hugged the toy and thanked her. The grandfather stroked his grandson's head and told the nanny that she was taking good care of him and thanked her for it. Marie replied that she was his nanny. It was never easy to look after small children. But the young gentleman is very modest and gentle, so it is not so difficult with him. Brila began to tell Marie about Miss Bear. The nanny said they would step away for a minute. It seems the young gentleman wants to put the new toy with the others. Marie told the young gentleman to be careful on the stairs, and he told her to be careful too. The man thought that his grandson was surrounded by such good people. He was glad that Ellie could grow up in peace. He turned to his daughter Era and asked if it was not wonderful that her son was living such a glorious life. He hoped she felt happy watching him from heaven. Ellie told the young master that they had to hurry before the sun went down. Yesterday they couldn't go sledding because of the holiday. She suggested doing it today. The maids looked at them and were touched. It seemed like the sound of their feet could be heard even from here. Ellie showed the baby the slide that Marie had suggested and said that they should go this way. They have to get to the top and down and back up. That's the whole point of a roller coaster. She told him to watch because he was about to reach incredible speeds. The girl pushed the boy down the slide, and he went down laughing. She asked him if he liked it, and he answered that he liked it very much. Ellie said it was her turn now, and the baby confirmed it. The kids had a lot of fun together. The gardener would never have thought that being a gardener, he would see such a charming scene. He thought that the young master was not inferior to him. How did Ellie get so many privileges? The girl asked the young gentleman if Miss Bear would like to go for a ride too. Brila said he wanted one. Ellie noticed that the bear had a new dress and said that her little sister was simply adorable. When it comes to the young master, she thinks through every detail. Brila took the same position as his girlfriend Ellie, was surprised that the young gentleman was repeating after her. Marie approached them and heard their conversation. Her sister said that she saw this pose at the market. The nanny snapped at Ellie, asking where she saw that pose. She told her not to do that because it might hurt someone's feelings. The girl speared a piece of food with her fork and asked the young gentleman if he wanted to try it. The boy opened his mouth and took the piece from his fork. Marie said that he seemed to like the potato. He looked like a baby bird. The nanny asked the count if he wanted to try feeding him. From behind, the grandfather began to get indignant and say that, Where had they ever seen a count feeding a child by hand? Kentrail stopped him and told him everything was fine. He picked up Brila and started feeding her. Brila began to get indignant and fidget. The nanny laughed and asked him not to do that. Then he obediently opened his mouth and took the spoon into it. The count was happy. He told him to take another spoon, but this time he started to spin again. The count said he wanted to ask her something. He asked if she was free tomorrow evening. Marie smiled and told Your Excellency that she was free and asked if something had happened. The man asked her if she wanted to have dinner together. The girl did not expect this. He invites her to have dinner together in such a setting. Is this an invitation to a date? It turned out it wasn't an invitation to a date. Kentrail asked Brila to go. How could she think of a date? Of course, the Count had in mind a dinner with the young gentleman. The Count said that his nephew looked rather plump. Had he gained weight? The girl said that she just dressed him warmly because it was chilly today. He had about 6 layers of clothing on underwear, a shirt, 2 vests, a thin sweater, and a warm jacket. The man told her not to forget to take care of herself. Marie replied that she was not cold at all. Kentrail thought about it. She herself said it was chilly today. Why was she dressed so lightly then? Suddenly, he raised his voice and asked her if she would suddenly catch a cold and infect Brila. The girl immediately rushed and said that she would immediately warm up. We can't allow the young gentleman to get sick. The man smiled and thought that she was much more than just a nanny. He asked Brila if that was the case. He only looked up questioningly. They were sitting in a restaurant, and the Count said that he would feed Brila, and she could dine in peace. The girl replied that feeding him would take too long. The man said to show Brila that she liked this food too. She decided to try a piece anyway. The girl cut off a piece of steak and put it in her mouth. She was very surprised at how delicious it was, and even blushed a little. It's all very tasty, but it makes her think about Ellie and Barry. The Count said they could take them with them, but she decided not to do this because of the numerous rumors. And so people no longer understand where he got 2 more adult children from and who their mother is. She regrets it terribly. Next time she will definitely take them with her and give them the best dinner of their lives. Marie told the crash that it was very tasty. Other restaurant patrons noticed them. The man told his lady to look over there because the Prime Minister was sitting there. The girl also recognized him. She asked who was there with him because she couldn't see from here. The man couldn't believe it was true. He had heard something similar from his colleagues. He remembered how the Count had scolded him. He had said that it was unthinkable and asked how he had been hired with such a hole in his head. He had told him not to bring him such reports. The visitor couldn't believe that the Prime Minister was smiling. Who was sitting next to him? He was cursing at the candelabra because he couldn't see anything. The girl suggested that he just have dinner. Did he really want to talk about his boss on his day off? The man said she was right. Marie wanted to take the baby in her arms and said that they were home. She asked him if he wanted to sleep, and he answered yes. The Count asked if it was too heavy for her since she had carried him all the way home in her arms. Brila always wanted to be held by her. Marie smiled and said that maybe just a little bit. The Count was outraged and asked to give him the child, but Brila wanted to be in the arms of only Marie. In the evening, a man approached her and asked if she wanted him to give her a massage. Although he now holds a civil position, he had to study basic medicine during his nightly service. The girl would never have thought that the Count would give her a massage. As soon as he started, she felt pain. Marie asked if he had served. Cantrell replied that almost all middle and younger sons entered the nightly orders. He just left it early. The girl asked why the man thought for a moment. She thought that the novel didn't say anything about him wielding a sword. The Count said he thought Brila should hire teachers. The nanny smiled and said she had been thinking about it since his birthday. Then the baby put the new toy next to Miss Bear, and Marie said that they were very cute together. The kid saw the cards that Marie had drawn and asked to show them to him. She took out one of the cards and asked him if he remembered what it was, and the young gentleman replied that it was an auntie. Marie answered that it was true, ants have 6 legs. The child asked why. The nanny answered because they are insects. Almost all insects have 6 legs. The baby kept asking why for every answer. Marie realized that he had reached that curious age. Because of this, he keeps asking questions. She suggested asking his uncle. At the party, Brila approached his uncle, who asked him with a smile what he wanted. Every time Kentrail answered one question, Brila had hundreds more. In those half an hour, the Count had turned pale. Marie asked if anyone was coming to see them. The man replied that yes, he should come one day, who took first place in the exam at the Royal Academy. They say that every time he tries to get a job, he gets a stomach ache. He added that it was simply unbelievable. So he decided to tutor. For now, Marie said it was great. Surely he would be able to answer their curious gentleman's questions. Marie brought the baby tea and said that a teacher would come to see him today. She hoped that everything would go well. Someone from the bedroom started screaming. The girl turned very pale and thought that this was it. She burst into the room and asked the young gentleman if everything was all right with him. When she entered the room, she saw something completely different from what she expected. A young man was standing next to him. He held a fountain pen in his hands and looked at Marie with a surprised face. She asked him what had happened, and he replied that he was trying to teach the baby his writing. But suddenly, Brila screamed, "The man himself does not understand what is wrong." Brila's teacher was called Eugis. Minutes earlier, the teacher was teaching Brila how to count. The man noticed that the little boy was having trouble concentrating. To interest Brila, he suggested that he learn how to spell his uncle's name. The baby didn't want his uncle's name, but Marie. He remembered that was his nanny's name. He thought that the young master simply adored her. Apparently, she was a good person. Come to think of it, this girl looked pretty cute. Brila was already on the verge of anger. And suddenly, the kid started screaming and throwing papers around. He was yelling at the teacher to go away. Euges was a little scared by the suddenness of it. He said that there were only 2 words left. The kid stood his ground even when the teacher told him about 1 word. That's when Marie heard the screams. The nanny took the baby in her arms. Euges and Marie will have a hard time understanding what happened. Marie thought that maybe Briella had been scolded a little. She guessed that he was just not used to doing things without her. Euges asked if maybe the young gentleman liked some words. Maybe he just said something wrong. The girl replied that there was nothing like that. But there were things he liked. Dragons, apples, bananas. Brila liked almost all fruits. Prince Brila laughed and had fun asking Barry to spin him even harder. Marie looked at them and thought that Barry often played with the young master. She believes that Brila likes to play with him because he is physically stronger than Ellie. Ellie came running to them and asked them to watch. Her sister was glad that Ellie was no longer angry, but was looking for a way to play together. The girl asked the young gentleman to take a look. She wove a wreath of beautiful flowers for him herself. Brila didn't like this gift very much, and the girl was already sad because he didn't like it. The little boy felt bad that he was making Ellie sad, so he leaned over and accepted her gift. Barry laughed and asked the young gentleman if he had fallen for her acting skills. Marie thought that they would need to find a game that the 3 of them could play. Last time, their game with water even made the Count smile. It would be nice if he could play with Brila more. At this time, a guest came to the Count. The king greeted him and asked if he had eaten at least before work. Kentrail replied dryly that he did, continuing to go about his business. The king laughed and said that he of course did not believe it, but since he said so, to hint at leaving his office, the Count asked if the king was busy. The man replied that he had already done everything he had heard, that it would rain in the evening, so he invited him to have a drink with him and stay the night. The Count refused. The king was indignant, since no one was waiting for the Count at home, but the man replied that he was busy and asked to leave him. The king said Kentrail had changed. Previously, he would have said he planned to work all night. He added that he heard that he had even started smiling recently. The Count caught himself thinking that this was what happened when he thought of Brila, or his nanny. The king asked about his nephew and said that his birthday was coming up. He hoped that he would be invited to at least the 3rd one. Kentrail thought he knew in advance that this would not happen, but he still asked. His Majesty is trying to find out if he is going to make Briel his successor. The king smiled and said that he loved his nephew so much that he even wondered what would happen if he had a child of his own. He asked if he had heard any rumors. Everyone was talking about how cute his nephew's nanny was. The Count was angry and rudely asked who was spreading these rumors, but suddenly he realized, why did it bother him so much that someone else was talking about her like that? He justified it by saying that if there were too many rumors, they could ruin her reputation. He needed to concentrate on his work. Marie was folding clothes and said that Barry had grown a lot and needed to buy a new shirt. Ellie and Brila are growing moderately. These kids make Marie so happy. Suddenly, the girl heard a sound outside the window. She thought it was a bird knocking. She is not allowed to open the windows, but suddenly the bird was injured. Marie looked a little closer and was shocked. She abruptly opened the window, and at that moment, she realized. The thought gave her goosebumps. She realized that the man who ordered the murder of Brila had gotten to her too. The girl felt someone's gaze on her, and goosebumps ran all over her body. The feelings she felt in reality, and then in the book, were completely different. Nevertheless, the girl, through her trembling, was still able to ask the stranger who was there. Literally, a moment later, the shadow that had previously stood among the trees simply disappeared. Meanwhile, the action moves to the same rainy evening. Ellie was sitting by the door. She noticed that her sister and brother were late today, and everything would have been fine, but she didn't have a key. Thus, the girl sat for a very long time, and her brother and sister still did not return. As a result, on that one rainy day, Ellie could not wait for her family to return. After this incident, the girl finally found herself, but she was not quite at home. She began calling her sister in surprise. At that moment, when Ellie jumped up, people were talking about Marie abandoning Ellie and deciding to take care of only Barry because raising a boy is much more useful. Just like these people said, the girl just took all her money and ran away. Ellie was incredibly depressed. The next day, the girl finally returned home shameless. She didn't even say hello to them. Marie was indeed such a person. She didn't care at all about the well-being of her younger brother and sister. There was nowhere to live. There wasn't enough money for anything, so she gave up on Ellie. The worst thing was that the girl began to think that it was normal that her sister hated her because she only got in her way. But one way or another, the children never went against Marie's will. When Ellie did not finish her food, saying that she was full and could not eat anymore, Marie told her to eat because it was not easy for her to get this food. The girl told her sister that she really couldn't, but Marie, looking at Ellie, began to threaten and say that she wouldn't get up from the table until she finished eating. The girl began to fatten up the younger ones as soon as she learned that the Count was looking for a nanny for his nephew. She knew that the plump appearance of her brother and sister would play into her hands. Marie was mired in debt, and when the loan sharks came for her soul, she simply ran away, abandoning Ellie, but she still needed to earn a living. In the original story, a dark hand handed her a bag of silver coins when Marie had already become a nanny. Was it really this man standing in the bushes now? Closing her eyes, she decided that she had simply imagined it. The Count had too much security. However, her head was completely filled with bad thoughts, and she didn't even know what to do. At that moment, Ellie came out from behind the door to our heroine, smiling happily as she looked at her sister. The girl asked Marie what she was doing here, because she was already all wet. She also wanted to take the towel that was on the table, but as it turned out, the young gentleman had already taken it and was carrying it. Ellie wanted to take the towel, but Brila insisted that he would dry Marie. The girl, surprised, said that she could hold it herself. Our heroine now understood that she was not alone. With them, she had nothing to fear. After some time, the Count asked the nanny, in surprise, if she had really seen a suspicious figure near the mansion. The girl nodded her head, but said she couldn't see his face. As soon as their eyes met, he disappeared. And yet there was no one at the picnic last time. Would the Count believe her words this time? She still couldn't tell him that she knew all this from the novel. Shortly after a short pause, Kentrail said he should expand his security. She and Brila already had a personal guard, but that might not be enough. He knew for sure that the sooner he did it, the better, so he would invite the knights here. Marie could not understand why he listened to her and did not even ask a single question. One way or another, she was as always grateful to the Count for his trust, which was valuable to her. After her words, she noticed that Kentrail was thinking about something. The girl asked what happened. The man told her that everything was fine, but Marie insisted that his face said otherwise. The Count sighed heavily and asked the girl to go and rest. Soon after, he began to think again. The king's words about the rumors about the Count's nephew's sweet nanny simply wouldn't leave his head, and he couldn't even tell her about it. He himself didn't understand why he felt this way. He was also interested in the question of who could be the person Marie saw. Who is watching them? A couple of days later, the action takes us to the canteen, where Brila for some reason was unhappy. The nanny couldn't understand what was going on, because she thought that the young master would become less capricious when he grew up. The young gentleman pointed to the bowl and asked Marie to feed him. With a heavy sigh, the girl decided that he had not changed at all. After all, it's already the time when Brila should learn table etiquette. The young gentleman is growing up quite quickly. She understood that one day he would no longer need her, and she would have to leave him as just a nanny. However, she would like to watch such a cute baby for as long as possible. What a pity that there are no cameras in this world, because she would definitely record a video with him. But nevertheless, for now, Brila just continues to throw tantrums, and in most cases, he overdoes it. The action moves to the Count's office, who was working, but someone knocked on his door. Marie entered the room, and Kentrail immediately asked what had happened. The girl said that it was about the young gentleman. She said that Brila had been acting rather strangely lately. The Count suddenly looked away. Marie asked in surprise if everything was all right. The man looked like he wanted to say something, but for some reason, he looked awkwardly to one side. Marie didn't understand what was happening, because in any other situation, the Count would have already started to panic. The girl asked what he was thinking about, to which Kentrail replied that it could be a cute protest. Either way, he assured her that it was temporary. The action is transferred to some time ago. Brila at that time was looking for his uncle and calling him. The Count, who was giving his cloak to the butler, was surprised that his nephew was already running. Brila decided not to delay and asked his uncle directly if he had another lover. The man immediately asked what he meant, to which the boy replied that he could not get married until he grew up. Kentrail couldn't understand what was going on, when suddenly the butler approached him and decided to tell him everything. The action takes us back a few hours. Brila and Jaden were drawing something together. Showing his drawing to Brila, he asked if Jaden liked it. The guy asked in surprise if it was a monster, to which Brila replied that it was Miss Bear. Jaden, as soon as he heard these words, screamed in bewilderment. Brila at this moment snorted and asked his friend to forget about what he had just said. Anyway, Jaden also noticed that Brila was sad for some unknown reason, so he asked the question to find out what was wrong. The boy suddenly sighed and began to say that his uncle was good at absolutely everything. Jaden asked if it was true. He was lost in thought. Marie showed Brila the cards and asked if he remembered them. The Count had drawn those cards with insects. The girl thought that he was truly amazing, and sometimes it seemed to her that Uncle Brila's could do absolutely everything. Remembering all this, and especially Marie's words, the guy said that he also wanted to be like that. However, Jaden said that his uncle probably had some issues. Brila asked in surprise what. He remembered the word after a while and said that the Count was not good at love. His father said that Uncle Brila was good at work, but bad at love. The guy, however, said that it might be for the best. Brila asked why surprised. Jaden immediately asked his friend if he liked the nanny. In that case, he said that if his uncle finds himself a wife, the nanny will have to leave. Brila, hearing these terrible words, decided for himself that he could not lose Marie. In turn, this entire conversation was overheard by the butler, who eventually told everything to the Count. Kentrail had simply promised Brila he would not marry, but he could not understand why Marie had come to his mind after his nephew's question about his beloved. The action moves to the next day. Marie and Brila were choosing boxes. The boy chose yellow because Ellie liked yellow. That day, the Count, though with difficulty, told the reason for these scandals. Fortunately, everything was settled since Brila did not suit them. In turn, the Count hired Ellie right away, even for a walk in honor of her birthday, and promised to form a whole order for Brila, but Marie was still worried about many things, because the main threat had not gone away. On that rainy day, she must have seen the man who ordered the murder of Brila. When she entered Marie's body and gave up on the murder, a side story about this criminal appeared. The girl still didn't know who was going to kill Brila. In any case, she paid the cashier at the checkout. Soon she turned around and noticed a man with a cloak and a sword running past. Our heroine was immediately very scared, because she could not understand what this man was doing here. That man was Derek, the owner of the longest sword in the kingdom. In the original story, he was a loyal subordinate of Kentrail, the main villain, and he mercilessly killed anyone who stood in the way of him and the Count. What is he doing in the capital? It seemed to our heroine that this man's story would have changed because Brila had not died. However, at that moment, the frightened Marie was pulled out of her thoughts by Brila, who asked her what had happened. The girl suddenly changed her face and said that everything was fine. It was time for them to go back to the mansion. She hoped that the Count's story was different from the one in the novel. The action shifts to night. Meanwhile, Derek has just entered his lordship's room. The man immediately asked the guest to sit down, and apologizing, he said that he would get straight to the point. Looking at Derek, the Count said that he invited him here because he learned that his brother's death was not an accident. The action takes us into Kentrail's thoughts. The boy was talking to his brother, saying that Grandpa Brielle had come today. He assumed that his brother's wife would be happy to see that her father was okay. At that very moment, the man stopped his monologue because he saw a note inside the painting. And again, we return to reality. Kentrail told his assistant that this path could be dangerous. He decided to ask Derek if he would be on the Kentrail side the rest of the way. The guy immediately knelt down and reminded the Count that in the most difficult moments of his life, he was with him so he could not be on anyone's side, if not his. Kentrail was quite grateful to Derek for such courage and loyalty, so he thanked him. Meanwhile, Brielle's third birthday arrived, and it was far more lavish than the previous ones. The Count invited all the most influential people in the capital. The Count also managed to help with Ellie's birthday, which was not surprising considering that she was his nephew's girlfriend. However, the girl clearly understood that there would be many nobles at the festival, which meant that many rumors would arise there. Of course, everything turned out to be like that. Many people discussed both the Count and his future. People even brought up the death of his family and the nephew he took in after his brother died. They will see Brielle at his party. At that moment, Kentrail went upstairs and came into the room where the nanny was just getting Brielle ready for the party. Taking his nephew in his arms, the Count said that it seemed that everything was ready. He wondered if he was worried too, which the boy replied that he was not worried at all. After this, the Count raised his eyes and told the nanny that it was time to go. Marie asked in bewilderment if she was really going too. The girl suddenly decided that she had overreacted. She was very pleased with the invitation, but she was forced to refuse telling the Count and Brielle that they should go together. The young gentleman asked Marie to go with them, but the girl patted him on the head and said that they would do it next time. The girl understood that the young master could not appear in high society with the nanny on such an important day. And now finally, Count Kentrail and his nephew Brielle come out into the world. The music immediately began to play. People began to look at the baby with admiration and talk about how cute he is. Even at such an early age, he is such a handsome boy, just like his father. Before the stairs, the Count took his nephew by the hand and asked him to be careful on the steps. Meanwhile, our heroine watched the exit of the Count and Brielle and understood that she came to this world to save Brielle. Well, she even liked it. Soon after she had looked at them, the girl headed out into the street. After a while, she sat alone with herself and her thoughts and drank champagne. At that moment, something unexpected happened, because someone came up to her from behind and wrapped her in his cloak. As it turned out, it was his lordship. The man told her that it was already quite cold outside, and he could not understand why she was dressed so lightly. Marie said she was fine, and then asked how the young gentleman was doing. The Count told her he was already asleep. After greeting the guests, he and Jaden ran to his room to play. At that moment, he noticed the bottle of champagne and asked in surprise if it would fall down the stairs. The girl laughed and said that the Count himself knew that her body was tolerant to alcohol. The Count sighed and admitted that she looked quite strong. Our heroine, looking at the joyful Kentrail, suddenly remembered how the Count changed in the novel after Brielle's death. He cried and thirsted for revenge. Marie suddenly told the Count that together they could protect him. The man asked again in surprise. The girl answered him that she was talking about Brielle. Kentrail said an unconditional yes, and in that case, the heroine said that they must swear on their little fingers. The Count, of course, was surprised, but said that he swears. Looking at her, he thanked her mentally for caring so much about Brielle. He doesn't even know if he could have done so well without her and her power. One way or another, he hoped that he would be able to express his feelings to her someday. The action shifts to the next day. Kentrail met with the Queen that morning. As far as he knew, Her Majesty loved luxury, but today she had only 2 ladies-in-waiting with her. Was she really pretending that this was enough for her? He assumed that she was still worried about how she looked to her subjects. The boy bowed before the Queen, and she told him that they had not seen each other for a long time. The guy looked at her with the coldest possible gaze and said that he understood that they had a rather close relationship, but asked her not to address him by name. The woman told him in response that everyone already knew, and any other address would be much stranger. The guy told her that even though they were relatives, they only managed to meet once a year. Anyway, the queen decided to ask how Brielle was doing, to which the count told her that he was fine. The queen was glad to hear this, but unfortunately, she had no news about the children. Cantrell told her that she had a good relationship with His Majesty, so he was sure that everything would work out. The girl also hoped for this. By the way, she decided to ask when he was going to get married, because he wasn't even involved in intrigues. Cantrell responded to this by saying that he already had a successor. With a heavy sigh, the queen asked who would want to marry an earl without a chance of inheritance for the child. Cantrell truly loved his brother. Soon after these perhaps vulnerable but partly truthful words, the girl took her leave. The action shifts to Brielle, who in bewilderment calls out to Marie and asks if she saw it. Jaden, perplexed, asked not to shout that he had lost, because everyone would hear. The young gentleman said that Jaden had done the same thing last time. However, right before the fight, our heroine stood between the two of them and said that they were both great. The one who benefited most from the young gentleman learning fencing was Barry. After all, it would give him the opportunity to become a knight of Brielle in the future. She also knew that she had to thank all the employees in the Count's mansion. If it weren't for them, Barry would have remained just the nanny's brother. As soon as the girl handed out lemonade to everyone, it was the knight's turn. She said that it was for him. Taylor took the glass and thanked the nanny for her kindness. This guy was a born commoner and a genius swordsman as well as Brielle's teacher. Marie sheepishly said that it was not worth thanking. She should thank him for teaching Barry. The guy said that it was not a burden for him because Barry was trying. Meanwhile, Brielle, who was drinking lemonade, noticed strange behavior between Marie and the teacher. The young gentleman immediately started asking for the next round. Taylor asked the boy in surprise if he wanted to take a break, but Brielle said he was fine, and Jaden wasn't tired either. Brielle insisted on another round and asked Jaden in bewilderment if he didn't want to fight. Marie was surprised by the energy of the children. After a while, it was time for riding lessons. Brielle, terrified, asked his uncle to let him down. People also told the Count that they thought it would be better to start with smaller horses. Cantrell, however, said that everything was all right, because he was watching. At this time, our heroine tried not to laugh, but still the young gentleman was very nice. She wished him to hold on. Cantrell told his nephew that once he had ridden a tall horse, he would never be afraid of a short one. This would make learning to ride go faster. The nephew said that he understood, but in a trembling voice, he also said that he was scared. Cantrell sighed heavily, said that he understood him, and a moment later sat down next to his nephew, saying that they could ride together. Within a couple of seconds, they were moving. Brielle turned around and excitedly told Marie that he was riding a horse. Our heroine was very happy for the young gentleman, so she waved her hand at them. Meanwhile, Cantrell remembered his childhood, in which his older brother said the same thing about the tall horse. He said that they would do it together. At this moment, a horse unexpectedly approached our heroine, which seriously scared her. The man suddenly smiled and told Madame Nanny that he seemed to like her. He is usually not very friendly with other people. The girl was very surprised by this, starting to stroke him. Marie thought that this horse looked gentle. At that moment, the man asked the nanny if she wanted to go for a ride, but she in turn said that she didn't know how. A moment later, Taylor appeared behind her, asking her if she needed help. The guy said that the horse's name was Dan, and he really didn't usually enjoy riding anyone. However, he noticed that Marie really liked the horse, so maybe they could go for a ride together. Dan's owner proudly said that this horse had an excellent pedigree, and no one had ever managed to tame him. Marie asked if she could really try. Taylor said it was true. He was supposed to be teaching Brielle, but since the Count was doing it himself, he could probably take a break. In this case, our heroine decided to agree, because unfortunately, in her past life, she was never able to ride because of the rain, so she couldn't miss such a chance. She also decided that Brielle would also have fun if she ended up on the horse. Taylor, meanwhile, said that the horse was quite tall. Soon after, he approached Marie and asked for forgiveness. The girl asked in surprise what had happened. At that moment, the guy took her by the waist and lifted her up to put her on the horse. Meanwhile, the Count and his nephew were riding a horse. Brielle said excitedly that he wanted Marie to ride too, and the Count told him that he was right. Cantrell decided that teaching the nanny to ride a horse was a pretty good idea and could be quite useful. At this point, Briella screamed in confusion and asked the teacher who was touching Marie what he was doing. The girl, surprised, said that she just wanted to try riding a horse. Briella asked why she was doing this with Taylor. The boy was surprised and said that the horse was too tall, so he helped. However, Brielle shouted, saying that no one should touch Marie without his permission. Soon after these words, the guy could not hold back and told everyone that as soon as he grows up, Marie will marry him. The action moves forward sometime. The butler came into his lordship's office and said that news had reached him that Derek had settled in the capital. Cantrell told the man that it was very good, then thanked the butler and said that he could go. As soon as the man left the room, the Count exhaled heavily and leaned back in his chair. Soon after, he took out the book and began to read the diary on Brielle's birthday. He was indescribably grateful to the heavens and to his wife, who had tried so hard to give him life. The whole family prayed for the baby, and words just couldn't describe how much he loved them. This is the diary of Cantrell's brother. He couldn't understand how the boy died, leaving this child alone. At that moment, someone knocked on the door. The man asked the guest to come in, and as it turned out, it was our heroine. The girl went inside and asked the Count to look at the beautiful cookies she and Brielle had baked. Cantrell said he didn't even notice that his nephew was old enough to create something like this. Seeing Brielle grow is the most desired and the most bitter sorrow. The Count understood that it seemed that if he blinked, his nephew would be ready to leave this house. Our heroine looked at the Count and thought that all people called him cold and scary. However, as it turned out, it was quite the opposite. By the way, she guessed what Cantrell was thinking about now. She remembered this simultaneously bitter and joyful feeling of children growing up from the time when she worked as a teacher in a kindergarten's. At that moment, the girl put one of the cookies in the Count's mouth and said that it was not too late. Marie asked the Count to spend more time with his nephew and to tell him more often that he loved him. Shortly after, she asked him how the cookies were. Were they delicious? Cantrell, after a short pause, said admiringly that they were delicious. Suddenly, the Count's face turned red. Marie asked His Excellency in surprise if everything was all right with him because he was red. The guy said that everything was fine with him. The girl touched the Count's head and asked if everything was okay. Was he getting enough sleep? She hadn't seen him outside his office for the last few days. Marie was surprised that the Count did not answer, and soon after, he simply fell on the girl. After some time, the Count was lying in his bed. Brielle asked the nanny in surprise if everything would be okay with his uncle. The girl said that according to the butler, he needs to rest for a couple of days, so there is no need to worry. However, this had never happened before in the Count's family. He worked day and night when he suddenly caught a cold. She tried to be calm to avoid worries on Brielle's part. Marie told the young gentleman that he might get infected, so it was time for him to go to Barry and Ellie. The boy said that he wanted to stay with his uncle. The nanny asked the young master to show his uncle how strong he was. In turn, she promised to stay with him. Brielle reluctantly agreed to leave his uncle's room. Soon, only Marie remained in the room watching Cantrell sleep. After some time, the Count came to his senses and said that he had a fever, which had already subsided. He asked if Brielle had cried. The girl said that he was very worried about him, and the last time he cried was when he promised to marry his nanny. Marie smiled shyly and asked to give her the plate when he finished eating. At this point, the Count said that he should be grateful to her for the fact that, according to the butler, she had been there all this time. The girl smiled shyly and said that the young gentleman was worried, and she could not help but take care of him on behalf of Brielle's. Cantrell smiled and said he understood. In turn, Marie told the Count to reduce his working hours because it also affected his relationship with Brielle. Our heroine suddenly said that if the Count had finished eating everything, he should take his medicine. The man looked at the medicine in surprise and said that it was bitter. Marie began to laugh, not understanding what kind of strange behavior the Count was exhibiting. She suddenly closed her mouth, realizing she had laughed too loudly. Cantrell had told her she could laugh as much as she wanted. Marie proudly said that she had been careful all these days. She wondered if he would laugh, if he saw how clumsy she had once been with children. Cantrell suddenly told the girl that she was speaking correctly, and he didn't like it at all. Our heroine asked again in surprise. The Count immediately told her that he wanted her to feel comfortable with him. The girl asked again in bewilderment, to which the Count replied that they were a family after all. Or was it just him who thought so? Marie said that he was right. She had been living in his house for a long time. However, for our heroine, it was surprising. She became almost as close to the Count as she had been to Brila. She would never have thought that she would hear something like that from him. Marie suddenly caught herself thinking that she was about to burst into tears. If she had known that the Count was so gentle, she would not have cursed him so much while reading the novel. Fans of the main characters often criticize Kentrail for the role he plays, and she was no exception. She realized that she herself didn't know how she would have behaved if she had found herself in the situation of the Count from the original story. Our heroine suddenly turned to his lordship and asked if anyone held a grudge against him. The man asked again in surprise. The girl decided that this question was too sudden. She immediately began to talk about some official, or maybe a subordinate or servant in the mansion. Someone could have done something wrong. Kentrail asked in surprise if she really had that opinion of him. The girl told him that she was not saying it as an insult. Marie wanted to say something in her defense, but at that moment the Count coldly said that there was no such thing as someone holding a grudge. The girl was surprised by such a quick answer and immediately wondered whether she should ask more questions. In that case, the girl sighed and asked his lordship to rest, and she would go. Kentrail meanwhile thought, was it because of that incident that Marie asked this? He assumed there were people who still held a grudge against him from when he first became prime minister. What if they wanted to take revenge by using Briella? Then he wondered if anyone had had any serious quarrels with his brother, but immediately got rid of this thought. He certainly didn't have any enemies unless someone wanted to take revenge on their parents. The action moves forward sometime. A joyful Brila ran to his uncle because he could already walk. The boy asked if he was feeling better yet, to which Kentrail replied that the rest had done him good. Unexpectedly, the boy extended his hand and asked his uncle to take the gift Kentrail asked in surprise what it was. As it turned out, it was a candy for Uncle Brila, who had to drink bitter medicine, although he did not like it. The Count asked his nephew in surprise how he knew that he didn't like them. The young gentleman proudly said that he had his own ways. At that moment, Marie caught up with them, anxiously asking Brila not to run away like that again. The Count immediately asked her if she had told Brila about his complaints. The girl, embarrassed, said that she had only told him a little. Then the man thought for a moment, and soon said that he would like to talk to Marie about something. Already sitting in the Count's room, the girl asked Kentrail in surprise what academy they were talking about. The man said he would have to ask Barry personally, but he was interested in her opinion. Barry's ceiling for development was quite low here. Our heroine understood that for a member of a fallen noble family, the opportunity couldn't be better. The academy was an excellent offer. Due to the high cost of education, even wealthy families only send their eldest sons to academies, and knights who graduate from the academy are treated differently than the rest. Marie said that this would open up many opportunities for her brother, but they could not ask for such a thing because the Count had already done so much for them. However, Kentrail stood his ground and said that according to Taylor, Barry was an excellent swordsman. If the skills are already that good, then with proper polishing, he will simply shine. Barry will be very useful to their family if he grows up to be a great knight. And by the way, the Count decided to remind that he had previously said that they were now one family. Marie decided to think it over again. No one was safe until they found out who ordered Brila's murder. It would be nice if Barry could protect herself. A moment later, the girl said that she would really like Barry to enter the academy. The adults were still talking about something of their own, but at that moment, Brila remembered the words of the teacher, who said that the academy was quite far from the capital, and that one could only come home during the holidays. The boy immediately screamed and said that he agreed, and soon after he ran out of the room, Marie called the young gentleman in surprise. As a result, the Marie family members were mired in melancholy because Barry would be leaving for the academy. However, all the residents of the mansion congratulated him well, except for one sad person. The action moves to the garden. According to those who saw Brila, he was heading somewhere here. After some time of searching, Barry was finally able to find the young gentleman, who did not respond at all. Looking at the offended little boy, the boy asked in surprise if Brila really wouldn't tell him anything before leaving. The boy silently turned his head away. Barry smiled and asked the young gentleman in bewilderment what he was doing wrong. Brilo started crying and saying that he had been told that Barry was leaving here. The tears began to roll down more and more. The boy, perplexed, asked the young gentleman if he was really so upset that he was leaving for the academy. Realizing that words were useless here, Barry lowered himself to the baby and hugged him. Brila began to say sadly that if his beloved brother left, he would have to practice fencing alone. There would be no one to practice with, and no one to carry him in their arms. Barry knew he couldn't refuse such an offer, but Brila was too sweet in calling him the nanny's relative brother. The boy said that when he returned to him as an outstanding knight, he wanted Brila to be his master. The young master had already calmed down more or less, but still said that he was not yet good enough to be a master. Barry didn't understand what he wanted to say by that, so he added that it was enough that he was growing into a kind and sweet person. In this case, the kid, albeit with difficulty, promised his brother to become someone his brother could be proud of, and in turn, he should quickly become a great knight and return. Barry was incredibly happy that someone was so worried about him and couldn't let him go. He also promised that he would return as soon as possible. And then Barry left for the academy, and Marie didn't really have time to say goodbye to her brother, and Ellie was left all alone after his departure. Realizing that her sister needed support, our heroine approached her and suggested going for a walk together. Ellie asked in surprise if they could, to which our heroine replied in surprise that of course they could go out. The whole city was celebrating His Majesty's birthday. During the celebration of the ruler's birthday, all the shops in the kingdom decorate their doors with flowers, and in the evening, musicians take to the streets. Marie also knew that the capital would be increasing security during this period, so they would be able to walk around together in peace. They had just the time while the young gentleman was sleeping. That same evening, our heroines went out for a walk in the capital, which was shining at that time. There were a lot of kind and cheerful people everywhere, and there was also a lot of delicious food. As soon as Ellie finished eating, she happily took her sister's hand and danced with her to the musicians' songs. Luckily, Ellie was able to take her mind off all the chaos and finally smile that evening. Suddenly, they were interrupted. Teacher Ujays noticed the nanny and approached her to say hello and say that he was glad to see her there. The girl was no less surprised. She immediately told the teacher that they had not seen each other for a long time. Ujays laughed and said that it was true. Lately, he has been very busy with students. Ellie, meanwhile, looked at this guy in bewilderment, when suddenly Marie said that this was Mr. Ujays, their teacher. The man greeted the young lady and assumed she was the nanny's younger sister. He had never had the chance to talk to her about it before. Soon he said that he wanted something to drink, and whether Marie would join him. The girl said that she would be happy to do so. Ellie suddenly screamed and said that she wanted orange juice. Ujays agreed and said that it was with the nanny's permission. The girl decided that one drink wouldn't do any harm, so she agreed. Soon they were standing outside the store. Ujays said he would pay, but the girl, perplexed, began to say that there were only 2 drinks if you count the Ellie juice. The teacher said it was okay because he was lonely, because all his friends had gone off to pairs. It was a kind of payment. Marie suddenly decided to ask what he was doing lately. Ujays told her that he was planning to focus on his management exams. Ellie, meanwhile, watched them and understood that the count was better. And he must not be forgotten. When people grow up, it is time for them to find their happiness. The girl suddenly remembered how she had been told that if adults were in a strange mood, then they needed to be left alone. Ellie immediately said that she urgently needed to go to the restroom, so she had to leave. Marie looked at her sister running away in surprise and asked where she was going. So abruptly, Ujays laughed and told Marie that she had a very energetic younger sister. The girl smiled and said that it was true Ellie was much more lively than she was. Soon they began to have a sweet conversation with each other, and Ellie, as planned, simply watched them. At this point, when it came to siblings, Ujays said that he is an only child, but secretly, sometimes he feels like Brila is his angry little brother. Marie asked in surprise if he was angry. The guy said that Brila listens attentively, but if you mention her, he immediately gets angry. Our heroine laughed and understood for herself why he was reacting that way. It was quite cute. Meanwhile, Ellie, watching everything, hoped that her sister would finally be happy. At this point, the action moves to the Count, who was sitting in his office and realizing that that very day would soon come. That day meant the king's birthday, and most importantly, Brila's first visit to the palace. The boy, meanwhile, asked Marie what he looked like. The girl said admiringly that the young gentleman was incredibly cute and that he would be the most handsome of all those present. The boy asked if he was even more handsome than his uncle. Marie laughed and told him that the young gentleman was incomparable. As is typical of the genre, at that very moment, the Count entered the room and said in surprise that he had not known that he could not even try. Our heroine turned around embarrassed. Noticing Kentrail's appearance, she noticed that he was much more handsome and stronger than usual today. Nevertheless, she turned around, coughed, and said that there was nothing to compare. The Count sighed and said that this was a rather rough assessment. In any case, at that moment, a joyful Brila approached his uncle and asked how he looked. The Count picked up the baby and, having examined him from all sides, said that he looked excellent. Then he asked if everything would go well, and Brila said a confident yes. Marie was also confident of this because they had spent a long time learning the etiquette of high society. Some time later, the Count and Brila arrived at the palace. People looked at the Count in surprise and said that they had not even finished the work that the Prime Minister had loaded them with. The woman also told her daughter that she would not marry a member of the Charant family, but the girl said that she was only looking. Soon all this empty talk was interrupted by one man whom Kentrail could tolerate. It was Jake Viscount Jaden's father. The Count immediately asked him if he was late. The boy said that His Majesty had not arrived yet, so he was not late either. The boys began to communicate with each other in the same way as Brila and Jaden, who at that moment, in bewilderment, said that, according to his mother, she would kill his father if he was late. Jake smiled sweetly and covered his son's mouth. Kentrail immediately realized that things were not going so smoothly for the couple of the century. At that moment, a woman approached the boys and introduced them to her daughter, Ayla. The man also said that it was his lordship's first time at such an event, so they hoped that the children would become friends. The woman asked if Brila wanted to dance with Ayla, but the guy was perplexed and said that he was too young for that. Jaden supported his friend's words. These people still wanted to say something, but the Prime Minister approached them and told them to stop. They immediately went their separate ways, giving silly reasons for their departure. Jake laughed and told his friend that the capital hadn't changed at all. This is why Kentrail didn't want to socialize. People here don't care about the children's well-being at all and use them for their own gain. In any case, the Count and Brila soon approached the king, who was happy to see them. He immediately turned his gaze to the little boy and assumed that this was Brila. He was surprised at how well-mannered the boy was. At this time, Brila looked at the king's crown and, seeing how big it was, said that his neck would hurt because it was probably heavy. Kentrail laughed and smiled as he looked at his nephew. Then he said that he was right. The king looked at Kentrail with affection because he knew that he could smile like that. However, the king looked at Brila and asked him to come closer to him. At that very moment, without any words, the king took the baby and sat him on his lap. Kentrail, just like everyone around them, was incredibly shocked by what happened. The Count grabbed his nephew and said that this was too much. The king asked him not to be angry. The man apologized and said that Brila was so cute that he couldn't resist. Everything would be fine, but for the fact that the king, who has no brothers and no heir, treats the child of a nobleman in this way. Well, this is all quite ambiguous, especially considering that this child is a distant relative of the queen. The Count was sure that such an incident could cause unrest among the nobles. As a result, an angry Kentrail left the palace without even saying goodbye. And as a result, he refused to go to work. Our heroine didn't even know how many days Kentrail had been protesting. The absence of the Count holding the post of Prime Minister would definitely put pressure on the royals. One of the women in the capital looked at the people kindly and happily asked if the whole family had decided to go for a walk. Marie wanted to say that this was not true at all, but at that moment, Kentrail interrupted her and said that everything was correct. Immediately after this, he turned to the woman and asked her to put in more. Brila suddenly decided to play along, and so happily began calling Marie Mom. Our heroine, perplexed, asked the young gentleman what he was saying, and the woman was even more touched. She was surprised that both children looked so much like their mother. Soon she handed over the bread and told them to take it as a bonus. The girl thanked this nice woman and then distributed the treats to all her loved ones. The action is transferred to the next day. The butler addressed his lordship and said that the young gentleman had received an invitation. The man asked the count in surprise if he really didn't want to go. Kentrail asked the butler in bewilderment if he had really gotten so persistent from the nanny. The man replied that he was only worried about the Count. Kentrail smiled and told him that in that case he should have stopped him when he set those conditions to his majesties. The butler, of course, could not have imagined that the count would demand that the king give every child the opportunity to sit on his lap as a condition for returning to work. The count asked in surprise if he remembered correctly who the king was, and also embraced Brila. The butler said that it was true, and then asked his lordship if he would come to work on the appointed day. Kentrail replied that he would think about it, but for now he had the opportunity to enjoy the break, even if he had to do a lot of work. Anyway, the man asked how Brila was feeling. The butler replied that the young gentleman was currently studying. Soon there was a question about the nanny, and the man replied that Marie was currently reading books on the terrace. He noticed that the count had been asking about her more and more often lately. At that very moment, he put down his pen and said that he would like to read the newspaper. The butler, perplexed, told the count that he had read it in the morning, but after a while, Kentrail found himself on the balcony. The guy, of course, went out there to look at Marie, who unsurprisingly was sleeping again today. Kentrail immediately asked the butler to convey the request to the butlers to bring the girl a blanket. After some time, our heroine woke up lying on a pillow and covered with a blanket. Soon she noticed the butler, and perplexed, asked if he knew who had covered her with the blanket. The man said that his lordship had asked the maids to do it. Marie asked in bewilderment if she understood correctly that he had also cleared the table and brought a pillow. The man said that it was not quite so. The maids were grateful to her, so they did it of their own free will. The girl asked in surprise what it meant, and the butler told her that she was kind to everyone. Marie suddenly said, embarrassed, that it embarrassed her. The butler generally understood that there could be no quarrels between the head maid and the nanny, and that this was a normal thing. It was quite normal for the workers to have good relations with each other. At this point, the man said that he too would like to express his gratitude to her. Thanks to her, his lordship and the young master began to smile much more, which he was undoubtedly glad about. Our heroine, in turn, told the butler that if she thought about it, it was he who always gave her strength. The action is brought to the mansion. Breel thought he was playing hide-and-seek. The game needed a lot of people, so he asked the maids to play with him, and luckily, everyone agreed. This made Marie feel much more comfortable. At this time, Ellie pointed into the distance and said that she would hide there. Marie asked her to be careful. After a while, Marie also hid behind a pole and wondered if Brila would be able to find her here. However, she still decided that it was not too difficult for his level. Then she raised her head, and to her surprise, among a whole pile of books, she noticed one that was different. The girl reached for the book, realizing that if it was the first volume, it should be at the bottom. Suddenly, something went wrong, and the girl began to stagger, and soon began to fly down. Luckily, at that very moment, the count appeared behind her, grabbed her, and saved her from falling. Marie said in horror that the count had frightened her. He in turn said that she had not greeted him, so it seemed to him that she was ignoring him. The girl said she just didn't notice him. Kentrail immediately asked if she was going somewhere. Marie sighed and said she was playing hide-and-seek with Brila. In that case, he wondered why she needed the book. Our heroine said that many people ask if she studies history, but she could not know what he, for example, knows. In that case, Kentrail agreed with her and said that this book should be understandable for her. Marie answered him that one day she would definitely know more than even he knew. At that moment, they fell silent, and the count simply looked at her. He suddenly found himself thinking that he thought she was cute. At that very moment, he came to his senses in bewilderment and asked himself what he was thinking about. He immediately turned around, embarrassed, and assumed that Brila was driving. The girl said that she was, and that she had deliberately hidden herself so that he could easily find her. However, Brila still hasn't arrived, so she thinks she should go look for him. The count turned to her, and at that moment, the girl said that Brila would definitely like this game, but at that very moment, the window behind Marie shattered into pieces, and an arrow flew towards them. The count, without thinking twice, rushed towards the girl and pressed her to himself and covered her with his body. Blood splattered on all sides, and the man was still lying on Marie, who was incredibly shocked by what was happening. While the man looked at the arrow in bewilderment, Marie asked him if he was okay. Kentrail said he was fine because the wound was minor. He was more interested in how Marie was feeling, who had just said she was fine. At that very moment, the butler ran into the room and asked his lordship what had happened. The count looked at the girl and asked the butler to take the nanny to a safe place and immediately lock all entrances and exits. After some time, Taylor told our heroine that she could go to her room because only trusted people remained in the building. At that moment, the guy looked at her hands and noticed how much she was shaking. Apparently, she was very worried. He immediately asked if she could stay in the room with Ellie, just in case, and he, as soon as the situation became more stable, would come to them. The girl thanked him, and soon after these words, the guy turned around and went to patrol the palace. Marie was horrified to realize that not only Briella, but also the Count was in danger because of her. Everything would have been different if she had read the part of the book about the culprit of all this. However, at that moment, she heard a rustling sound behind her and jumped in surprise. Turning around, she noticed the children. Ellie was asking her sister what had happened to her. Briella was also asking Marie if everything was okay. Marie smiled and said that she had eaten a little too much. The boys immediately ran to her, and Ellie asked if she needed a pat on the back. Briella in turn took the nanny's hand and said that he would hold it to make her feel better. Looking at them, our heroine understood that it was not the time to worry. It was better to concentrate on what she could influence. As long as she feels the warmth of her children nearby, she has nothing to worry about, and everything would be fine. But there was one but. Even after 2 days, the criminal was still not caught. Yujie saw someone in the corridor that day. He immediately smiled because he realized that it was Ellie whom he had just called to him. The girl approached him in surprise and asked if they really had classes today, to which the guy answered that there were no classes today. Yujie's told her that he had finally passed the state exam, and therefore came to inform her that classes would now become less frequent. Ellie was horrified to realize that her sister's relationship was in jeopardy. At that time, the guy was saying that he was not used to seeing disorder here, and then he noticed the confused Ellie. The girl came to her senses and said that she herself did not know what had happened. After all, neither her sister nor the Count had told her anything. Yujie asked the girl where her sister was, because he wanted to say hello to her, because in the future, he wouldn't be able to visit them so often. At that moment, Breely appeared. He started showing the sheet and saying that he didn't understand some topics. The teacher, surprised, told the boy that there were no assignments today. However, Breely didn't care much, so he kept asking the teacher to help him. He knew for himself that he couldn't let Yuge go to Marie. The teacher, of course, although he was upset, laughed and asked the young prince not to rush. Meanwhile, Ellie still could not get her thoughts to stop spinning around in her head, so she came to his lordship. Kentrail came out and asked in surprise if something had happened. The girl, confused, began to say that she had something to tell. After some time, they were sitting in the office, and the Count, surprised, asked Ellie if she had really seen a strange man. The girl said that there was a small hole in the garden behind the mansion, and that was where the man was. Kentrail first offered a candy, and then said that the mansion was rebuilt every year, and the garden was always guarded so that any outsider would be caught. Ellie took the candy and said that the man she saw was from security. With trembling hands, she continued to say that she had seen it when she was playing hide-and-seek with the young master. Then she thought that he had come out like that because he was a knight. The girl sighed heavily and said that she remembered the words of the Count, who told her and her brother that this was their new home. She remembers that Breela can only rely on her and the nanny when the Count is not at home, so she really wants to help. As soon as Ellie said all this, she looked at the Count, who was in confusion, and realized that this was all she could do. Just at that moment, Kentrail put his hand on the girl's shoulder and thanked her for being so helpful. Apparently, right after that, he asked her if she could tell him who that knight was, to which Ellie nodded her head. Some time later, the Count was sitting in his office and looking out the window. On the day of the attack, he thought the arrow was aimed at him, but it was clearly intended for Marie. But in this case, he couldn't understand why. Was there something he didn't know about Marie? Why, for some reason, was she in danger? He understood that although there were countless questions, at least the girl he saw was Marie, and she would never harm Breela. Looking at his nephew, the Count promised himself, just as Marie had promised him, to protect them all. The main thing that it will save is the Brila child's smile, which will always shine. After a while, the action moves to the garden. Marie was caring for the Count and his wound. The girl suddenly asked what the Count had started talking about, but stopped while she was busy treating the wound. Cantrell sighed and said that with Ellie's help, they had caught the criminal. It turned out to be a knight. He was sent to prison and interrogated there, but as expected, he did not confess. Marie couldn't believe it, and the Count told Marie that Ellie was very attentive. She immediately realized that something strange was happening. Our heroine smiled and said that children are always smarter than they seem. Either way, she seemed worried about something. Cantrell, looking at her, thought Derek's words floated into his head, who was surprised and told the Count that he had no idea why they tried to kill the nanny. Something was definitely fishy here. Sighing heavily once again, the man looked at the girl and turned to her. Marie responded in surprise. He turned around and said that he had asked her earlier how she was guarding Brila. As a result, there was a criminal among the knights, so he assigned Taylor to the child. The girl asked in surprise if he was talking about that fencing teacher. Cantrell nodded his head and said that, although he didn't have much experience, he could be trusted. The guy understood that for some reason, she did not tell him why they wanted or want to kill her, although he thought that they were close. Or is he just not aware of the whole situation? He looked at Marie and said that if he had known she was in danger, he would have been more careful. Our heroine clasped her hands and said that she was fine. She had just fallen and scratched herself, nothing more. At that very moment, Cantrell knelt down and took the girl's hand in his, then began to apply the ointment. After a few seconds, he said that it would be better and easier this way. Marie was incredibly embarrassed, but still thanked the Count. Soon after, the man said that Ellie was also very worried, so it would be better to check on her. Marie immediately stood up and said that she would go to her. She also did not forget to thank Cantrell for being so kind. After a while, the action moves to Ellie's room, which our heroine has just approached. Marie stroked her sister and asked if she was very scared by what happened recently. The girl rolled over onto her back and said she was very scared. At first, she thought the guy was just a good knight. Marie remembered that this suspicious man who used the loophole in the garden often kept an eye on Ellie and Barry before they moved. Every time she came home late from work, he was with them, and she trusted him with the children. However, she did not understand why he did not touch Brila when he was alone with him. In any case, Marie stroked her sister and apologized to her, saying that she would like to pay more attention to her. Ellie screamed in confusion and said that her sister was talking nonsense because she was doing well. For example, she cooks delicious food every day. She also gave the example that Marie combs her hair, buys new clothes, sends letters to her brother. Our heroine looked at her in horror, thinking that these were her responsibilities. Unfortunately, in the original, Ellie couldn't be happy because she was the sister of a criminal. The girl wanted to say something else to her sister, but Marie grabbed her, kissed her on the head, and held Ellie tightly in her arms, which confused her. Our heroine understood that at first she only wanted to protect Brila, but she is incredibly happy that she can also help Ellie and Barry. She promised herself that no one would dare to harm them, but still for this, she had to tell the Count her story. Marie thought about it all evening and all night. She was afraid would Cantrell be able to believe the truth she told, or would he hate it? Meanwhile, the action takes us back to the childhood of Cantrell, who followed the boys and lagged a little behind. The guy himself understood this perfectly well, so having decided to run faster, he lost his vigilance and stumbled. At that moment, a guy came up to him and extended his hand. Cantrell said that he could get up himself, to which the figure told him that he knew, and just wanted to give him a ride. After some time, Cantrell was holding tightly to the boy who decided to help him. Deep down, he felt a sense of happiness, and then he discovered with horror that it was just a dream. Hugging his brother even tighter, Cantrell said he missed him terribly. Continuing to walk across the endless field, it seemed that everything would go on like this. Cantrell decided to tell him that his son was fine. Brila was growing and developing. Soon darkness began to consume the entire field, and the dream ended with screams calling for his brother to help. A moment later, Cantrell woke up. To Cantrell's surprise, Brila was sitting on it, calling his uncle, and asking if he had finally woken up. Remembering the dream that the Count had just seen, he hugged his nephew as tightly as he could, so much so that he screamed, saying that he couldn't breathe. Brila looked at his uncle in surprise and asked if something had happened. Kentrail smiled and squeezed his nephew's cheeks and said that everything was fine. He just missed Brila. Brila realized that all he needed to do to make Kentrail happy was to see him, although he thought he was having a nightmare again. Brila even hit him, but he didn't react. The boy approached his uncle and asked if it hurt, to which the Count replied that it was quite painful. Brila immediately decided to help and blow on the place of the blow. Kentrail said that it was much better this way, and immediately after that, he took his nephew in his arms. Looking at Brila, he could clearly see that the boy was growing up to be a good person. The action moves to the hall. The children Marie and the Count were there. The Count in turn played the piano. Marie couldn't let the children go outside because of the threat of danger, so the Count decided to at least entertain them this way. After finishing the composition, he laughed and said that luckily, there was still gunpowder in the powder flasks. The children ran to him and started telling him that he was cool. He stroked their heads and then turned his gaze to Marie, who was also pleasantly surprised by the Count's demonstrated skill. At that moment, Brila ran up to Marie and asked her if she could play. Our heroine, looking at him, thought for a bit. After all, when she worked as a teacher, she learned several children's songs, of course, out of keen interest. The only problem was that there was a piano here, a high-class instrument, so if she said that she could play, she would look strange. In that case, the girl shook her head and said that she couldn't play. Brila decided that was rather sad. At this point, the Count turned to the children and said he would teach them to play Brila's and Ellie were happy. But our heroine was a little surprised by Ellie's reaction, because just a second ago, she looked strange. Or did she just imagine it? Anyway, in the meantime, Kentrail was already seating the children at a musical instrument. Marie also decided to throw stupid thoughts out of her head, thinking that the main thing is that the children are having fun. The action shifts to night outside the palace Kentrail, and Taylor moved towards Derek. As soon as the Count approached his right hand, he immediately took off his hood and asked him if he had learned anything. The boy bowed down and told the Count that as he had thought after the death of his brother and wife, it was these people who had received the greatest benefit. In any case, the Count decided that it was too early to assume that this knight was behind all this. Derek immediately asked Kentrail if he had learned anything about him. He sighed heavily and said that the guy had never opened his mouth, and there probably wasn't much point in continuing to threaten him. Derek was about to say that this was pretty bad, when suddenly the Count pulled out a letter and said that they had found it in the knight's house. Derek asked if it was related to the incident, to which Kentrail replied that because of the cipher, it was impossible to tell exactly what it was saying, but he was still sure it was related to what happened. After this, the Count put the letter back and sadly told his assistant that upon returning to the mansion, he would have to hand over this matter to him. Derek said he would do as the Count wished, but he finally turned to His Excellency. The guy looking at Kentrail asked what he thought about the nanny. Can she be trusted? Kentrail, without thinking twice, said that she could be trusted. Derek, surprised, told him that he hadn't known her long, so if he wanted to change the outcome of events, he would have to put pressure on her. The Count stopped the guy and asked him to stop talking about it, because he himself knew what he should worry about. He knew that if the nanny had her way, she would have harmed Brila long ago, but she cared about him as much as he did, and so he trusted her. He admitted that there was something fishy about her, but she wasn't behind it. In fact, he wondered how much she wanted to protect Brila. Derek said that he understood the Count, and Kentrail in turn said that if something happened to him, he would have a request to take care of her. He also said that he would have to take care not only of her, but also of her family. Would Derek be able to do that? The guy looked at the Count and said that he would do everything possible. The action moves to the next day. Marie and Ellie were sitting on the porch and waiting for something. The girl couldn't wait for the upcoming event. Our heroine smiled and said that it was only a little while longer. In any case, she was surprised that Ellie even circled the days on the calendar. The main holiday of this day, and all these days of anticipation before this, was because today Barry will come on vacation. As soon as the carriage arrived, Marie immediately asked not to quarrel or fight, and she also told her sister that Barrier would be with friends. Ellie told her sister that she understood, and so she immediately ran. Our heroine, in turn, wiped away tears of happiness, because Barry had already grown so much that he now came with friends. She knew the kids would be bored, So it all worked out well, because new faces are always great. At that moment, Barry finally looked out of the carriage, and in turn, there was someone else behind him. The guy started greeting Ellie and his sister, who at that moment fell into a stupor. Barry asked the sisters how they were doing, and soon after, a guy came out of the carriage, whom Barry introduced as his friend. This is Siege Kaler. Our heroine looked at this guy in horror, only because Siege Kaler is the main character of the original novel. Hair that sparkled like threads in the sun. Divine beauty Siege. Kaler was the main character and lived up to that role. But besides, it was at the hands of this man that the Earl of Kentrail was killed. Taylor, meanwhile, kept an eye on Brila, and at the same time kept an eye on the visiting faces. After all, there was a guy with third place in the fencing academy in the palace. Even looking at his hand roughened by the sword, he realized that this guy was an unusual person. He was friends with Barry and had a good character. But why was the nanny on guard? Taylor immediately started thinking about this guy's last name. The kingdom had recently adopted an absolute monarchy. After this, there were many more noble families, but nothing is known about many of them. The Kaler family was just such a family. Little was known about them. In any case, Taylor decided to visit the Count with Brila. It would be interesting to see the student after a long break. Meanwhile, our heroine was chatting with the guys. She looked at Siege and assumed that the road had been difficult, so she offered him a drink. The guy agreed, saying he would be very grateful. Marie started pouring him juice, but she couldn't even imagine that he would be friends with Barry. After all, in the original, Barry died very early, and he was not even able to hold a sword in his hands. The guy was just showing his older and younger sister to his friend. Siege happily accepted the treats, and then with a smile on his face, asked where the Count was. Marie looked at him in surprise and asked why he was looking for the Count. The guy said he wouldn't take up much of his time, because he just wanted to thank him for inviting him. Marie started saying that he was working now, so she immediately changed the subject and decided that the boys were tired, so she advised them to rest first, and then she would call them to dinner. Our heroine didn't know if she could let them meet. At that time, Barry offered to show his room to his friend. Meanwhile, the action is transferred again, but this time to Brila, who was very angry at everyone. He is ignored and even introduced to the new guest without him. At that moment, Taylor came up to him and asked the young gentleman if he could go up. Brila started shouting that his uncle had made this place and that it was only his refuge. Soon after, the boy hugged the bear and tried not to cry. He really wanted to play with Barry. As he expected, Barry grew up. Brila also dreamed of becoming so big. And besides, all people hide things from him because he is small. The boy hoped that when he became like Barry, then people would also stop being secretive. At this point, Taylor brought our heroine to Brila. The girl looked at the young gentleman in surprise and called him. Brila, in turn, began to angrily twitch his legs, showing his protest, which was certainly funny. Taylor looked at the young gentleman and assumed that he was very angry. Marie smiled and said that it looked like it. Meanwhile, Brila was wondering why everyone had suddenly gone quiet. Should he see what was going on? He decided it was stupid because everyone would know he was angry. Suddenly, Marie appeared behind the boy, climbed up the tree towards him, and called him. Briella looked at her in surprise and asked how she ended up there, to which our heroine answered him that as a child, she often climbed trees. The guy suddenly remembered that he was offended, so turning away, he said that everyone had left him. Marie told him that a stranger had come to them, with whom they needed to get to know gradually. Brila sighed heavily and said that he knew nothing and did not want to know. Our heroine moved back a little and began to laugh at how sweetly Brila was offended. However, due to her stupidity, she did not feel the crack of the branch. So a moment later, it broke off, and the girl flew down. Luckily for her, Kentrail came to her rescue, grabbed Marie, and reminded her that he had asked her to take care of herself. The girl immediately jumped out of the Count's arms. The man asked her if she was okay, to which Marie replied that she was fine and grateful for being saved. Just at that moment, Taylor started running towards the guys, and Brila was also shouting from above to Marie and asking if she was okay. Cantrail asked Taylor to keep an eye on Brila, who was just starting to descend. The nanny immediately told the boy that he had to be careful, otherwise he would fall just like his nanny. Brila said that he was as careful as anyone, but she had to be more careful. Kentrail laughed and picked up his nephew, saying he had scolded her enough. Brila said he was scared, then asked his uncle where he came from. He said he saw them from the window and was worried about the nanny when she climbed the tree. He didn't think the part would break because it seemed solid. In any case, the Count laughed and told his nephew that his nanny was probably very athletic. Our heroine at that moment noticed the sweat and decided that he had run here. Kentrail looked at Brila and asked what they were talking about. The boy said that they were talking about the new guest because he wanted to see him too. In that case, the Count suggested going together, since it was soon lunchtime anyway. Bril began to nod his head and say that he agreed. Breathing a sigh of relief, our heroine decided that everything had ended rather well. At least Brila was no longer offended. Soon the action moves to the next day. Brila, who was spending time with Ellie, suddenly stopped in a stupor. Looking at his little sister, Brila screamed in horror, asking if it was really Marie's birthday tomorrow. He immediately asked Ellie what kind of gift she had prepared, since he had not been able to prepare anything. The girl smiled and said that her sister would be happy, even if Brila just congratulated her. However, the boy did not want that because Marie was courting him. Of course, he couldn't just leave it like that, so he literally immediately ran to his uncle. He began jumping up and down in bewilderment and asking him if he knew that it was Marie's birthday. Anyway, he looked down and said that he would like to give her something too. The guys suggested that Brila go for a walk together and choose something. The very next morning, confetti began to fly in all directions in Marie's room. Ellie and Barry unanimously congratulated their beloved sister on her birthday. At that moment, Brila came up to her and, holding out the gift, said that it was for her and that they had spent a long time choosing it with her uncle. The girl laughed and sheepishly asked Brila if they had really chosen. Taylor smiled and said that the young gentleman couldn't choose just one, so the Count simply bought everything. Brila remembered that Marie loved scented candles. Ellie thought that there were too many gifts, but Marie didn't even know if she would be able to use all these gifts for the rest of her life. Brila told the nanny that if the presents ran out, she could tell him and he would give her more. At that moment, Kentrail came up. He handed her the box and said it was a gift from him. She hadn't even worn the brooch last time, so he decided accessories weren't her taste. Our heroine smiled sheepishly and said that she was afraid that the young gentleman might get hurt. She could not even imagine that the Count was worried about this. Kentrail then asked if he understood correctly that she liked the gift. The girl looked at him admiringly and nodded her head. The Count turned away in embarrassment when suddenly at that moment Ellie ran up and asked her sister to look at her gift. The gift was a cute hat, which our heroine liked right away. In general, there were a lot of gifts on her birthday, which she was happy about. She thanked all the people close to her, and especially thanked the young gentleman. Marie kissed him on the cheek and said that she would use everything carefully. In her past life, our heroine's parents didn't get along with each other. They had to get married because of her. One way or another, she doesn't remember the last time she was congratulated on a holiday with all her heart. She tried to forget about this day because it seemed to her that it did not belong to her at all. But still, thanks to all these people who surround her, she wants to remember him, always, and happily wait for the next birthday. After a while, Marie tried on the dress and hat, and then asked if it suited her. Ellie smiled and told her sister that she was cute. In any case, she asked her sister where she was going, since they weren't allowed to go out. Our heroine said that she was already an adult and was going to see someone. Ellie looked at him in surprise and asked what person he was talking about. Marie smiled and said that it was just a close person. Looking at her sister, the girl knew for sure that no one dresses like that to meet just a close person. She was absolutely sure that something was going to happen. Meanwhile, our heroine was thinking that she felt better when the criminal was caught, and that she had not been out for a long time. After some time, the action takes us to the city. Marie was walking towards the woman and calling her "Ah." It was Erin Brila's former nanny. The woman smiled and said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. Our heroine looked at the baby and said in surprise that her baby had grown a lot. Erin said that it was understandable because a year had passed. In any case, she was interested in how Brila was doing. Marie told her that he was fine. Every day he looked more and more like a count. Erin assumed that in that case, he would grow up to be a handsome man. Then the woman looked at Marie and told her that she looked incredibly beautiful, and that it was all for the sake of meeting her. Maybe she should go on a date? Our heroine laughed and said that she had no one to go with, and she just put on the hat that Ellie gave her. Aaron told her that the hat suited her. Marie also said that the head maid would look after the gentleman, so she was free until the evening. Aaron immediately replied that she would treat her to dinner. At that moment, the girl jumped up in surprise, because she noticed Yujae's in front of her, who was no less surprised. Marie was surprised that he lived so close, and she was even sad that she did not have time to say goodbye to him. The guy sighed and said that he would be pleased to meet her. Our heroine immediately introduced Yuji's to Aaron and said that he was the young master's teacher. The woman said that they worked in the same place and offered to sit down with them. The guy asked if he would disturb them, since they hadn't seen each other for a long time and wanted to be together. Aaron said that everything was fine and there was no need to be embarrassed. Our heroine smiled and also said that he could sit down. Yuji's was glad that they were so friendly. Before sitting down, he looked at Marie and told her that she looked especially beautiful today. And again, the action moves to the palace. Brila was just asking Ellie where Marie had gone. Meanwhile, the Count was busy with his own affairs, and at the same time drank tea. Suddenly, Ellie said that her sister went on a date. Hearing this, Kentrail spat out everything he had drunk. Both Kentrail and Brila were perplexed and began asking who Marie was going with and where. Ellie didn't pay much attention to their screams and continued reading the book, saying that she didn't know where her sister was. At that moment, Brila snatched the book and started shouting that this was not allowed. Marie, him! The Count thought that Marie looked happy when she asked for time off, and Ellie told the gentleman that her sister also had to find her happiness, and that they couldn't appropriate her for themselves. Kentrail turned to Ellie and asked her if her sister had told her who she was going out with. The girl, surprised, said that she was going out with a close friend. Brila was actively enraged, but the Count in turn was only confused, which of course Ellie noticed. That evening, Taylor ran into the gentleman's room and said that he had found it. The Count immediately jumped up and asked where she was. The guy smiled and said that she was near the market. Besides, there were many knights in the area, so he didn't have to worry. And by the way, it seemed like he had been waiting for news all day. The Count looked at Taylor with eyes that said for him that he needed more information. The guy then said that there was a man next to Marie. This news seriously shocked Kentrail. Confused, the Count thanked Taylor for the information. Meanwhile, the guy was thinking that the girl was hard to find, and the Count should think about it. After some time, he was sitting alone in the room and realized that he could not control his emotions, no matter how ugly it was on his part. In any case, he decided that he should congratulate the nanny if she had found her love, otherwise he would neglect her feelings. Only there was this feeling inside his chest that told him he didn't want to lose her. He didn't want to let her go. However, if their feelings are not mutual and she has a lover, then he can understand her. Meanwhile, our heroine had just returned from the city. The butler asked if everything had gone well, to which Marie replied that everything was fine. Unexpectedly, literally immediately, Brila pounced on her, asking her in bewilderment if she really had gone on a date. Our heroine sat down next to him and asked him in bewilderment who had told him that. He immediately replied that Ellie had told them that. Marie laughed and said that she went to meet Aaron. Brila must remember her, since she was his previous nanny. The boy, perplexed, asked if this was true, to which the nanny told him that she would not dare leave him alone. Our heroine was once again struck by the cuteness of this little guy when he was angry. In any case, she suggested going together next time. Marie realized at that moment that as she thought Ellie had misunderstood her, which meant that if Bril knew, the Count knew too. He in turn was like the wind. Marie, as soon as she saw him, wanted to talk to him, and he in turn ran away. She said that she would like to talk about Brila's lessons, but the Count kept running away and saying that he allowed her to conduct them at her discretion. Marie was upset that the Count could not be caught, and at that time the guys were watching all this. Ellie said that the Count liked their sister, and Barry asked not to talk nonsense. The girl immediately said that the Count would not be so worried about her date, and even on Marie's birthday, he couldn't take his eyes off her. Barry laughed and asked his sister if she was too worried. The Count was just being kind to people. Ellie screamed that it wasn't so. There was clearly something more to it than simple goodwill. Barry immediately fell to the ground and started talking about how he was being killed here. Ellie angrily said that the Count himself trusted her more than her own brother. The guy suddenly said that this was understandable because even he was scared by the stories about the criminal. Ellie immediately turned away and said it was nothing. She was just impressed. Then Barry told his sister that he would have been very scared if he had been in her place. However, the girl said in a depressed voice that the criminal had been caught and everything was fine now. But there was something strange in her voice. Barry suddenly looked away and asked his sister if he thought about staying here. Ellie snorted and said that she was able to defend herself. Barry smiled and asked if that was true. Meanwhile, the action moves to the garden. Our heroine was picking flowers and couldn't understand why the Count was ignoring her. Had he really heard about the date? She immediately decided that this was nonsense and clenched her fist and shredded the flower. In any case, she was very interested, so it was better to ask him directly. Although what if she tells about this misunderstanding, and it turns out that it's something completely different? It will be quite embarrassing. She knew she could be wrong. It was pointless to talk such nonsense to a busy man. Just at that moment, our heroine's thoughts were interrupted by a strange rustling sound coming from the side. All these rustling sounds scared her a little, so after collecting the flowers, she decided it was time to go back. Soon after she stood up, she noticed a letter on the bench, which of course caught her attention. The most frightening thing was that the letter contained only one word, traitor. A literally empty garden in which a sudden note was found with the inscription, traitor. Marie thought that in the Count's estate, she identified all the dangerous people. As it turned out, this was her last warning. Now she knew that these people could harm Brila at any moment. If she continues in this spirit, she might actually lose him. Despite the Count's mistrust, she must tell him the truth. After some time, someone was actively knocking on the Count's door. Kentrail asked who had come to see him. Hearing Marie's voice, he immediately looked down and began to remember all those meetings in which he had escaped. He sighed heavily and asked her to come next time if it wasn't that important. After all, he still didn't have the courage to meet her. However, our heroine did not listen to him and therefore entered the Count's office being covered in tears. Kentrail immediately jumped up in horror and began asking what had happened. Had someone really hurt her? Running up to her, he asked if something had happened to the children, but Marie said that everything was fine. She just held out a note, Kentrail asked. In surprise what it was, Marie replied that someone had slipped her a secret note. Traitor Kentrail asked in confusion what this meant. Marie told him that it was about her. The man looked at her in bewilderment. Had she betrayed someone? But then who? If she had betrayed him, there would have been no point in leaving her a note. At that very moment, he realized in horror that she wanted to say that the girl was in collusion with those who threatened her family. At that moment, our heroine looked at Kentrail and asked him if he had ever thought she was strange. The Count asked again, surprised. The girl said that he was very attentive, especially to Brila. She couldn't believe that he didn't feel how she suddenly became a different person. Remembering the past and the beginning of the whole journey, Marie said that it all happened in one day. Kentrail looked at the girl and asked if it was important. Our heroine told him that it was very important. The Count immediately became thoughtful. He remembered looking at Marie's resume. He saw that this person had experience working with children, and there were no questions about it. The butler looked at Kentrail and asked the Count if there was anything troubling him. The man said that everything seemed fine, so they could hire her. As soon as the girl began to work, the Count began to hear his nephew crying too often. Seeing Brila not stop crying as she rejected her, he thought about his choice dozens of times. But at one unexpected moment, something changed, and Brila began to smile next to her. Then he thought about the drastic change. From that moment, there was not a day that Brila did not smile. In that case, the problem was no longer there. But at the same time, he clearly felt that Marie was now different from herself in the past. Our heroine was still glad that he had such thoughts. The Count answered her that he thought that it could have been an ordinary mistake. The girl then immediately told the Count that the story she was about to tell him was absolutely true. When the Count was young, he loved to fish with his brother. Kentrail did this to be with him. When he ran away to avoid social events, his brother scolded him. When his parents jokingly told him about changing the family coat of arms, he decided to draw it himself. She didn't know how many facts she had to tell her to make her believe all this. Then she told her about Derek's subordinate, whom he could trust. The girl was shaking all over and was saying that this guy was tall. He had red eyes, and Kentrail stopped her at that moment and said that she didn't have to continue. He himself knew that literally no one knew about Derek except Taylor and the butler. He couldn't believe what he heard. Could it be that the story that Marie told for hours in a trembling voice is a world that in turn is just an ordinary plot of a book? Is it true that Marie is the assassin hired to kill Brila, but someone else has possessed her? The man immediately asked why Marie asked again. Surprised, Kentrail asked why the real Marie wanted to kill Brila, and who ordered her to do it. The girl said that everything was explained after the incident, so she also does not know the reasons and the identity of the customer. The girl understood that this man appeared in a side story, but how could she explain that she simply hadn't read to that point? Suddenly, Kentrail came up to her and hugged her, saying that he understood everything and there was no need to talk about it any further. Looking at her, he said that everything was fine. After all now, he and Brila were alive. Our heroine immediately asked the Count if he hated her, because after all, she tried to kill him. The man said that he did not feel this way at all, because it was not she who wanted to do this. If she had still planned the assassination, she would not have said anything, even though it was all a dubious story, more like a lie. But her trembling proved that it was all true. Even so, he couldn't hate her. At this point, Kentrail was wiping away her tears and decided to ask Marie her real name. The girl said that her name was Hayreen. The Count smiled as he looked at her and told Hayreen that she turned out to be a very sensitive girl. The man decided that she had been through a lot and suffered a lot, and that she was lonely. Marie asked in surprise what he was talking about, to which Kentrail replied that in her past life she had loved ones who were not here. Everything would be fine, but these close ones were not particularly reliable. For example, the parents were always busy. She also doesn't remember all her friends' faces because they never really got to meet. She doesn't have good memories, so why is she crying? However, she decided that if she met her friends, she wanted to talk to them as if they had never parted. Before the accident, she and her mother wanted to go on a trip soon after these thoughts. Hayreen's eyes closed, and she fell on the Count, only thinking that she missed everyone. After some time, a seriously frightened Kentrail moved the girl to a ward so that she could get some sleep. Barry approached his sister and said that 3 days had already passed, so she needed to rest, otherwise she would get sick. She just nodded her head. The guy turned around and said he would bring her something to eat. She would have a snack, and it would be better for her to go to bed. Ellie thanked her brother. As soon as he left, she found herself lost in her thoughts. She thought she had noticed some oddities in her sister. Recalling the day when the Count played the piano for them, she remembers how Brila asked his sister if she could play, to which she said that she couldn't, although she used to be able to. She also hadn't worn the brooch she received from an important person for a long time. And what's most important for Ellie is that at some point, her sister began to smile every time she called her name. Ellie asked her sister why she didn't wear a brooch, to which Marie replied that the young gentleman might hurt himself on it. The girl assumed that her sister loved the young gentleman. Marie smiled and said that she loved Brila, and her, and Barry. She loved them all. But Ellie immediately realized that this was a lie, because her sister always said that the young master and she were away to make money. On difficult days, she would return home angry and say that she would not live like this if everything were different. Ellie couldn't understand why at some point her sister started lying. Why was she pretending to be happy? For example, remember the situation with the rabbit. Marie knitted a rabbit for her and graciously asked her to wait a little. Even though it was all quite strange, she decided to remain a good and younger sister because she didn't want to be abandoned again. However, she seemed too sincere. It was hard to believe that it was a lie. She noticed all this warmth and love in her gaze. She noticed that Marie never yelled at her after these strange changes. Was this really her sister? At one point, she even thought that her sister had already abandoned her. Maybe an angel had come down from heaven to replace her? And so the days and years passed. Over time, these things ceased to matter to her, because whoever her sister was, she was her family. However, after fainting, Marie suddenly changed. Ellie immediately thought that she would leave her. With tears in her eyes, the girl held her sister's hand and asked her not to leave. All this monologue and actions of Ellie were observed by Kentrail, who saw himself in her when he treated his brother in the same way. Anyway, he had heard enough and didn't want to watch any longer, so he turned around and went to his office. In his office, meanwhile, sat Derek, who addressed Kentrail and said that he had arrived. The boy immediately noticed that the atmosphere in the mansion was strange. Had something happened? The Count told him that Nanny Brila had fainted. Derek wanted to say something, but Kentrail interrupted him and asked what about his request. The guy told the Count that he was almost done. These words could not help but please him, because it seemed that he could no longer wait for the moment when the enemy would show his face. Meanwhile, Briella came into Marie's room, accompanied by Taylor. The boy looked at the nanny and asked Taylor if it was because of him that Marie was ill. Taylor asked the gentleman in surprise why he thought so. The guy said that all the people he loved left him. It was the same with his mom and dad. Taylor was shocked by what they said to the little boy. Anyway, he said it wasn't their fault. The guy turned to the gentleman and said that there are truly evil people, and he is definitely not one of them. He has nothing to blame himself for. He said he swears by his words, and soon after, at Brilla's request, Taylor lifted him onto the bed. The boy sat closer to Marie, made himself comfortable, and opened his notebook. He immediately took up the pen and began to write. Taylor, surprised, told him that he could rest today. Brilla said that he was afraid that he would forget everything he wanted to tell Marie. The boy spoke on his own behalf and addressed Marie. He said that according to his uncle, she was fine, but he knew that his uncle was lying because he was shaking. Also, by the way, they say in the mansion that there is a suspicious person who is following them. All the people whisper among themselves, but they hide this information from him. Is it because he is small? With tears in his eyes, he wrote that he wanted to grow up and help everyone. But in the end, all he can do now is play, and it's very sad. He wasn't going to tell her that he wouldn't be going to fencing and riding, so she'd better get up soon. By the way, he said that when she wakes up, they will go to Erin as she promised. And then they will go with Uncle Ellie and Barry to the market. The boy turned to Taylor and asked him if he could stay there a little longer. As sad as it was for him to watch the young master's revelations, he was forced to shake his head and refuse him. Briella sighed heavily and said that he understood. In that case, they would come here tomorrow. Taylor picked up the young gentleman and said that they would definitely come here tomorrow, and now it was time for him to rest. Taking one last look at Nanny, Taylor told her silently that if this continued, Briella would grow up too fast. Wake up soon, Nanny. As a result, 5 days have passed since our heroine lost consciousness. As soon as Marie woke up, the young gentleman ran to her as fast as he could. Soon after, the mansion was filled with laughter and a positive atmosphere once again. The very next morning, Marie was walking in the garden, but to her surprise, Kentrail was running towards her. The man caught up with her and said that Briella had been looking for her for a long time. He also reminded her that he had asked her to rest more because he had just woken up. Our heroine said that she went out to get some fresh air, to which the Count still said that it was dangerous to walk alone. The girl replied that that was why she did not go beyond the courtyard. In any case, Marie looked at the Count and asked him if he could do something more for her. The man asked in surprise what. The girl grabbed his face and started saying that apparently he is the one who needs rest. Just look at how much weight he has lost. Marie laughed and asked if he was really that worried. Kentrail told her that he was curious, by the way, why she fainted after their explanation. He thought that he had not managed to tell her everything he wanted. Marie asked the Count in surprise what he wanted to tell her. However, the atmosphere was strange. Could this really be a declaration of love? At this point, the Count told her that if she liked someone, he wished her happiness, but still it would be good if she stayed with Briella until he grew up. Our heroine said that she decided to visit Erin with the young master next time, but she thought it would be difficult to arrange it now. Kentrail understood who she was talking about, but why did she talk about her? Marie said that Briella was offended by her because she went to her alone. She also said that she went out that day wearing a hat that Ellie had given her. Marie said everything so that Kentrail would understand her hints and realize it remained to hope. Kentrail, which had literally slowed down for a few seconds, was suddenly struck through and through by lightning. He looked at Marie in horror and asked if she had really gone to Erin. Marie nodded happily and said that she had even asked him for permission. The guy was absolutely perplexed and didn't even know how to react to this. At that moment, he turned around abruptly and cleared his throat. He soon said that for some time It would be difficult to arrange a meeting with Aaron. Being incredibly red in the face from embarrassment and this misunderstanding, Kentrail told her that she could just send her a letter. However, he looked back and noticed that Marie was also standing there blushing and waving her hand. Although he was incredibly ashamed of what he said, he still approached her and wrapped her in his jacket. Looking at her, he said that even during the day, the patient may be cold, but he is still the healthiest of all. There was a sweet pause between them, and the atmosphere that had been there at the beginning of the conversation returned. But, at that moment, Brielle's cries were heard looking for Marie. Cantrell immediately turned away, and Marie sighed and said that the young gentleman was looking for her. Cantrell smiled and said that he would help, so she should hurry up and go. After some time, Marie accepted the gift from Jaden and asked if she could accept it. The guy said that this was the doll she made for him, and also that it was a gift because he was told that she was sick. Marie hugged the gift to her heart, thinking how sweet it was. Brielle was puzzled and said that he could give her a treat too. He approached Marie with today's pudding and treated her. Our heroine was delighted with the taste of the pudding. Perhaps it was so delicious because it was a gift from the young gentleman. At that moment, Marie smiled and said that she thought she heard that young Mr. Jaden had had another fight with Ciela. Brielle snorted and said it was his own fault. Jaden screamed in disbelief, saying it was his favorite toy. Brielle, looking at the pudding, said that if he had a younger sister, he would give her books, candy, and all that stuff. Jaden looked at him and asked if he could give him the bear in that case. Brielle said hesitantly that he could, to which his friend started shouting that it was all a lie. Marie was happy to watch them fight because they were cute. The action moves to the Count's garden. The stranger asks Kentrail if everything is all right with him. The Count said everything was fine. Was he worried about something? The guy said he had heard rumors that his residence was under special protection. Was something wrong? Jake Viscount asked if he could help with anything. Kentrail looked at him and knew that this was an old friend and a strong ally who would always be by his side. However, he also understood that he could not be dragged into the fight too quickly, since the Baron also had a child. Kentrail told his friend that everything was fine. Leaning towards Kentrail, Jake told him that most of the problems were due to his stubbornness. The guy sighed heavily and asked to contact him in any case if he needed help. Jake will take care of Brielle if the Count is in danger. He is trustworthy, but nothing is clear yet. More evidence needs to be found. Fortunately, the circle gradually narrowed, and it all started with those who benefited most from the death of their parents. The action moves to the Imperial Palace, where a stranger has come to see His Majesty. The man smiled looking at the guest and said that they had not seen each other for a long time. He was interested in whether he was doing well. The king's father-in-law and the queen's father, Kavran, thanked the king and said that it was all thanks to him. The man asked His Majesty if he had heard the news. It seemed that something had happened at the Prime Minister's mansion. The king smiled and said that he had heard, but seeing Kavran's agitation, he could assume that this was alarming news for him. The man said that it was not so at all. He just wanted to protect his nephew. The king at that moment remembered that this was indeed his nephew. At this point, he stood up and said that in order to preserve the throne, he had sent his young nephew into exile. He smiled looking at Kavran and silently asked to admit his political weakness. After all, he even mentioned it out loud. The king simply asked to support him since the king's actions cannot be criticized. At this point, the king's wife sighed in surprise and asked if everything was all right with Kentrail and with Brielle. The man looked at her and asked her not to pretend she didn't know anything. How dare she turn away from him to help her father? The girl wanted to say something, but the king told her to be silent. Turning to them, he said that they were very similar. Kavran turned to His Majesty and said that he had urgent business, so he would take his leave. The king said that he could go, and besides, it was time for his wife to go too. After a while, Kavran and his daughter came out of the throne room. The man patted his daughter on the shoulder, and soon after headed out. The maids at this time looked at the queen with disappointment, saying that she had worked tirelessly for 2 weeks to come here. And in the end, it all ended so quickly. Looking at the woman leaving, they only said with sorrow that their queen was poor. Meanwhile, the action moves to the stables. Siege just went there to find Barry. The guy said that he heard rumors that Barry had returned here because of the incident with the Count, and now he could safely go back to the academy. Barry asked what the incident was, to which Siege responded in surprise that he had heard about it here. The guy told his friend that nothing like that had happened here. Anyway, Siege asked if everything was safe, to which the guy said that everything was fine, but at first he was very afraid to leave his sisters. The action is transferred to Barry's memories, just a few days before Barry's departure. He came to the room of the Count, who was just talking to the butler. Kentrail immediately assumed that the boy had come here to cancel his trip to the academy. Barry asked the Count in surprise how he knew this. Looking at the boy, Kentrail said that he knew that he was worried about his sisters. Barry replied that Ellie was still just a child, and although Marie said she was fine, he was worried, which is why they were thinking about staying. Kentrail smiled and told the boy that Ellie may seem like a baby to him, but she was still stronger than he thought. Looking at him, he said that it might be better if he stayed by their side, but if he went to the academy, instead of just being there, he would also protect them. In turn, Kentrail promised that he would look after them for him temporarily, so he could not worry and focus on his studies. That's how the Count insisted on the academy, and the sisters also want Barry to finish it. Siege told his friend that he would be bored alone, so he was glad that Barry was with him. The guy laughed and told his friend that he had advised him to find more friends earlier. Still, he was worried that his sister wouldn't get better. He wished the holidays were longer. Siege laughed and said that he always wanted them shorter. The guy said that even though he wasn't as diligent as Barry, he still prepared for everything. Barry replied that if he were a teacher, he wouldn't be happy. Barry told his friend that he was jealous that he, as the best student, could graduate early from the academy. Siege immediately told him that he did not know what to do if he graduated early. After all, he is happy with everything now, and it is hard to think about finishing his studies and inheritance. Barry laughed and reminded that the second sons have nothing to worry about. Siege smiled and said that it was. The guy immediately said that he thought he was a diligent student who knew he was a party animal. Barry looked at his friend and told him that he was literally proud of being a genius, handsome man. But this time, he would surpass him and move on to the next class. Siege laughed and said that it was no harm to dream. He thought to himself that Barry was really very sincere. He didn't even know if he was completely satisfied with his abilities. At first, he thought that he was a hard-working nobleman from an impoverished family. However, if there are people to protect you, want to quickly become stronger for their sake. When Siege visited his house, he suddenly felt jealous. Meanwhile, Brila sat and looked out the window in surprise, watching the falling leaves. Suddenly, the gentleman was approached and told that he should not be distracted by anything during exams. After the dismissal of teacher Yujae's, it was difficult to find a replacement, and thus a gap was created in Brila's knowledge. Our heroine tried to teach him to write on her own, but there was one thing. At 4 years old, Brila was going through his biggest crisis. He was incredibly bored. He said he wanted to play chess with Ellie, but Marie told him that was not possible. He promised her to write 10 sentences first. The children have not left the mansion for several months now, but they have no time to be bored. The motivation to play with Ellie was quite good, because after a while he finished, and Marie gave him permission to play. However, our heroine began to be a little worried about Ellie's education. It wasn't like the academy, but she went to school with the neighbors' kids, of course, before she was banned from leaving the mansion. The action moves forward sometime. Ellie stood in front of her sister and said that she wants to become a teacher. Marie asked her again in confusion. Ellie repeated what she had said, saying that she wanted to become a teacher. Our heroine asked her sister if she had really decided to do this so suddenly, to which Ellie replied that she had been thinking about it for a long time. She spent a lot of time with Brila and decided that she likes kids. She loves them very much and thinks she knows how to take care of them. The girl said that she watched her sister as she taught the young gentleman to write, and her desire only increased. Marie scratched her sister's head and asked what if she had to study hard for it. The girl proudly said that she could handle it because she was smart. However, Ellie decided that it would probably be better if she became a maid. Our heroine asked why. She explained that the maids take girls her age as apprentices, so she would start working right away and would have more money. Marie told her sister that she would be glad if she chose what she liked. After all, the Count cared about them only because they were children. If they stayed here, then. At that moment, there was a knock on the door of the room, and as it turned out, Kentrail immediately entered. The man looked at them in surprise. and asked the girls who had advised them to worry about such trifles. He said he was surprised to see lights on somewhere and came to check. He asked them to close the doors before going to bed. Marie smiled and said that she usually checks everything before going to bed. At this moment, Kentrail approached Ellie and, kneeling down, addressed her. He assured her that she could live there as long as she wanted, because they were valued friends of Brila. Anyway, he asked why they were talking about working as a maid. Marie said that she was trying to convince her sister to become what she wanted to be, and she wanted to be a teacher. Looking at Ellie, Kentrail told her that it was a great idea because she would make a good teacher. The girl asked in surprise if it was true. Kentrail told her that few people could handle this job. After all, she was a kind and smart person. At that moment, the man told her that he would find a tutor for her. And at that moment, the sisters looked at each other in bewilderment. Ellie decided that this was too much and told the Count that he had helped enough. Kentrail looked at her and reminded her that she wanted to be a teacher. The girl said that it was so, but first she still wanted to try it herself. The Count smiled and agreed with her decision. However, he assured her that if she needed help, she could contact him at any time. Ellie was incredibly happy, so she happily thanked the Count for the help and opportunities he provided. Already in the evening, our heroine said that she was surprised by her sister's dream. For her, she remained a child. I wonder when she grew up so much that she began to think about the future. Kentrail laughed and said that he still thought of Brila as a baby too. Marie laughed back and added that it seemed like just yesterday he was running away from her and not letting her put on diapers. Smiling and looking at Marie, the Count nevertheless said that all children grow up quickly. Then he turned to her and said that they were very kind to them, so he was grateful for everything. Marie replied that they owed them a lot, too. Kentrail began to reach out to her and say that he would do everything possible for his people. He also said not to worry, and to take his help not for granted, but as a sincere desire. At that moment, Marie turned away shyly and thanked the Count. Having missed this unsuccessful attempt, the Count turned to the girl and asked if she had dreams. The girl smiled and said that maybe she had a dream in the past, or now, who knows. I used to want to take care of children. Although she didn't get a job at a kindergarten, she still took care of children. In any case, in that life, her dream came true, and immediately after that, she came here. She smiled again and said that now she just wants the children to grow up safe and healthy. The Count looked at her in surprise and said that they were already growing up in care and affection. Marie nodded her head, but soon after said that it was already late, so it was time for her to sleep. As he watched the girl leave, Kentrail knew that if Marie had a dream, whatever it was, he wanted to stay close. Meanwhile, the action takes us some time ahead. Winter has arrived. Our heroine suddenly remembered that Ellie and the young gentleman were currently in class, and they must really want to get out of the mansion. And of course it was true. Brila screamed in bewilderment and told his uncle that soon all the snow would melt. Ellie also said that she had already done everything. Kentrail pointed out the mistakes and said that it needed to be thought about again. The young master was beside himself. However, the Count told the children that as soon as they had done everything, then they would go play. Our heroine at this point approached the children and gave them warm cocoa and also brought the Count coffee. He thanked her for this. Unfortunately, the criminal was never found, so the Count joined in homeschooling the children. Our heroine asked Kentrail how Ellie was doing, to which the man said that she was doing well and that she was a pretty smart girl and determined. Marie watched intently as her sister diligently wrote something. Kentrail noticed this and asked in confusion if everything was okay, to which Marie thought for a bit. The Count immediately started the topic of not leaving the mansion, and therefore he himself took up the education of the children. The girl, although she understood this, still he gave a lot of material. Kentrail suddenly said that in order to become a teacher, you need to pass an exam. He once passed the state exam, so he learns better from him. Just then, Brila screamed and said he had done it. At that very moment, Ellie chimed in, saying she had done it too. The Count was quite surprised and pleased by this. He knew why they were trying so hard anyway, so he sighed and said that they were now free. The children immediately ran to get ready to go outside. Marie shouted after them to dress as warmly as possible and not to forget about gloves. At that moment, Kentrail put his hand on Marie's shoulder and told her that this was their first snow, so it would be nice for them to take a walk too. Our heroine, of course, was not against it, so smiling, she said that it was a pretty good idea. At that moment, the butler approached his lordship and said that it was cold outside, so he needed to take his outerwear with him. Kentrail thanked the assistant and took the cape only immediately. After that, he put it on Marie. The girl was certainly surprised. She immediately turned around and told the count that he would do better to put it on himself, but the man said that he did not get sick as quickly as she did. Our heroine was quite embarrassed that this was happening in front of the butler. The man at that moment said that he had expected this, so he grabbed several cloaks. Kentrail appreciated the butler's work, and Marie kept wondering if the count was being too kind to her. In any case, another layer of clothing would not be superfluous. After a while, the boys went outside, and the first thing they noticed was how happy Brila and Ellie were with the first snow here. After all, it was the first snow for Marie, too. And she remembers, as if it were yesterday, how she held the young gentleman in her arms when he could not yet walk. Now Brila runs very quickly, but the count, who seemed heavy, is perceived in a completely different way. They even walk side by side. At this moment, the count turned to Marie and said that he wanted to talk about something. Our heroine, meanwhile, thought that although the count was kind to everyone, maybe he... But the girl didn't have time to finish the sentence, because at that very moment, a projectile was flying behind the boys. Kentrail noticed this, so he turned around abruptly and shielded the girl from the cold snow. Brila spoke admiringly of how his uncle had lived up to his role as count, while Ellie ran after the boy in terror. A moment later, she was dragging him away, saying that they would be better off playing with each other. Kentrail sighed heavily and turned away, after which he said that they would finish talking later. Looking at the count leaving, Marie smiled and said that they could easily talk a little later. There was no hurry. After all, the most important thing now is their health and safety. After some time, the boys were home. Ellie was watching Marie, and Marie in turn was doing something. Just at that moment, Brila arrived and asked in bewilderment what Marie was doing. Ellie told him that the structure was for puppet shows. She assumed that the puppeteer would be arriving soon. The boy was incredibly shocked and delighted because he had never seen anything like this before. Just at that moment, a certain voice began to greet everyone present, and soon the count came onto the stage. The action moves into the past. Our heroine looked at the table in bewilderment and asked what all this was about. The count asked her if she remembered how they made cards for Brila. She looked at one of the carved bears and said that she remembered. At that moment, Kentrail sighed heavily and said that the children were probably tired of the mansion. He said he had decided to put on a show for them. Marie assumed he already knew how to do it. She suddenly mentioned the moment with playing the instrument, to which Kentrail told her that at first he wanted to become a traveling musician. Looking at the girl's surprised face, the count asked if this was not like him. The girl said that it was not like that at all. In any case, she would help him. She asked if he could play other instruments, to which Kentrail smiled and nodded his head. Then he looked at Marie and asked what about her, because she said she couldn't, but it was a lie. The girl asked in confusion how he knew. Looking at her, he told her that everything had been said in her expression that day. Marie smiled sheepishly and said that it was true. Where she lived, musical instruments were much more accessible, and one could learn to play simply by going to school. She assured the count that next time she would show him the music of her native place. Kentrail smiled and accepted the promise again, summing up what she had promised. And again, the action returns to reality. Meanwhile, the play was already in full swing, and the children were delighted. Marie watched the performance with the children the whole time and was no less interested. The entire play was accompanied by music and poetry. If you give the dragon flowers, your wish will come true. The dragon told the warrior a lot more, which Brila and Ellie listened to very attentively. The performance lasted quite a long time, so unsurprisingly, Ellie and Brila fell asleep. The butler took the boy in his arms and said that he would carry the master to the bedroom. The count gave the butler the go-ahead, while Taylor was about to carry Ellie to the room. As soon as the children went to their rooms, Kentrail came up to Marie and said that they had done well. The girl smiled and told the count that he had done well. She guessed that the young master liked it very much, but in any case, Kentrail said that being a dragon was quite difficult. Looking at the dragon model, Marie asked in surprise if there were dragons in this world. The count nodded his head and asked in surprise if there really weren't any in her world. The girl laughed and said that in their world, dragons are just creatures from legends. Kentrail asked in surprise what the legend meant. Marie immediately gave the example of the firebird, but at the same moment the Count asked what kind of bird it was. He apologized and said that he didn't quite understand what she was talking about. Marie smiled and promised the Count to tell him more about it later. At that moment, she reached for the remaining figures, but Kentrail stopped her and asked her not to put them away. Taking the prince in his arms, he told her that there was one more personal performance left. He admitted that he had secretly worked on it because he thought that Marie was also having a hard time and being bored in the mansion. The performance was about to begin in a little while. All the spectators were in their seats, which meant the Count was about to come out. At that very moment, he began to speak on behalf of the dolls. "Oh, I can't take my eyes off your beautiful face, so don't take them off, sir." Marie began to wonder in bewilderment that the Count had attempted to recreate a brief history of a popular romance novel. She understood that this was most likely the Count's first experience in such a matter, so it caused tenderness and joyful laughter. He really thought so, and he couldn't even tell whether the audience liked his play or not. In any case, he continued, "You don't even suspect that I'm changing, only thanks to you, princess." I began to express emotions more openly, not only respect or banal sympathy. Our heroine was not at peace at this time. Even though it was just a performance for some reason, her heart was beating very fast. At that moment, Kentrail said that when he realized his feelings for her, that was when he realized he loved her. Marie knew that it was impossible not to love such a warm, sweet person. In any case, even apart from his status, he is too good for her. Can she love him? Anyway, Kentrail looked at her and asked how she was feeling. Marie finally decided that she would be happy with him. Soon, with tears in her eyes, she said that it was quite touching. The Count was glad that he could even move her to tears. Meanwhile, the girl was wondering if she could make him happy. Is it possible to make their future with Brila happy while in Marie's body? The next day, Kentrail arrived at the king's palace, which pleased him greatly. The boy bowed and said that his humble servant had arrived. The man smiled and told the Count that he had been busy with personal problems all his vacation. Had he been able to solve them? Kentrail nodded his head, then handed over the documents and said that the king's approval was needed. The man of course agreed, but still decided to ask who this guy was next to the prime minister. The Count smiled and said that it was Bidul. The boy greeted the king with a trembling voice, who was surprised by the boy's name. He was interested in what family he was from. Kentrail said that they were just people. Bidul meanwhile recalled a conversation with the Count, in which he said that he could not appear before His Majesty. However, since Bidul was doing a good job of handling Kentrail's affairs, he decided to say that this guy was acting. The king was surprised, realizing that it was his work. He asked if the boy did everything himself, to which Bidul nodded his head, but added that the Count had approved the work. At that moment, the man took out some document and said that he should be well rewarded. He also decided that if the Count checked all the documents, then everything was correct. Kentrail, nevertheless, I asked to check again, but the king was firm. The Count asked why His Majesty always treated documents so lightly. The man smiled his wild smile and suggested that he had appointed the wrong person to the position, in which case Kentrail should help choose another. The Count, although surprised by this look, still asked if he could properly reward Bidul for his work, to which the king gave his consent. In that case, Kentrail said he would like to bestow the title on his assistant. Bidul, hearing these words, shouted in bewilderment and was about to stop the prime minister. The king immediately reminded Kentrail that when he placed him next to him, there was a public outcry, and even then he did not support him. The Count said there were a lot of rumors back then, but now he's just trying to give talented people what they deserve. Bidul was one of those, because Kentrail could trust the guy with all his affairs in his absence. The king immediately assumed that the earl was talking, as if he was going to leave. Kentrail said again that it was only a title. Just think to grant a title to a commoner. Kentrail knew and understood that the royal power was unstable. Even when he was appointed prime minister, the aristocrats could not calm down for a long time. What the king needed most now were talented people, and perhaps this was not an easy decision, but he still had to agree. He also understood that he couldn't help but worry while away from home, because he himself needed an effective striker. He asked to grant the title of Bidul, and then the king's power will be stronger. A lower title will be enough, As long as it is not passed on by inheritance, the aristocrats will not resist. Kentrail turned to Biddle and asked him what he thought, to which the boy screamed and said he was honored. The king sighed heavily and said that he would still think about this question and request. The action moves forward some time. Kentrail was approaching the cart. Bidul also came running at that moment, but the count asked him to take a little walk, and he listened. A moment later, Kentrail walked inside, and Derek was sitting there, reporting that everything was ready. The count was glad about this, but again apologized to his friend for having to do this. Derek said that everything was fine, and then asked Kentrail if everything was okay. The boy said that the king would think about it, but still he had no other way but to grant the title. He would not allow himself to miss out on talent. Derek asked the count in surprise if Bidul was not their man. Kentrail told him that even His Majesty believed that he was on his side. By the way, he also understood that the investigation would show whether Kentrail would be on the king's side. One way or another, he said that a recruitment of new maids and servants would be announced. He asked Derek to prepare and send their men. Derek asked in confusion if the count thought the queen had anything to do with this. Of course, there was nothing wrong with suspecting her. The queen certainly benefited from the death of Kentrail's brother and his parents, but it is unclear whether she is targeting Brila. After all, she may have a grudge against the Charant family. Kentrail immediately said he would give Derek a list of the families he had exiled during that case. He wanted the guy to track them down. The guy said he could do it, so Kentrail was happy. He soon admitted that although it was a difficult task, safety had to be taken into account. That evening, Marie and Kentrail met. The girl surprisedly told the count that he was late. The guy looked at the girl in surprise and asked if she had really been waiting. The girl explained and said that the butler had asked her so on the way back. She decided to meet the count. Marie immediately lowered her head and decided that this was a rather strange excuse. Unfortunately, she couldn't look him in the eye after the puppet show, and yet it was impolite to keep looking away. Nevertheless, she decided to ask the count if he was tired. After an awkward silence, the count said that everything was as usual. Now, our heroine was no less surprised than the count had been before she could not understand why he was not looking at her. After all, if she is not sure that she can make him happy, then one can remember the previous Marie and just imagine that she can ruin everything. The girl decided that she just needed to stay out of it. After all, she had already told him everything about the rest. The count would take care of it. Although at that very moment, a picture of a sleeping Brila appeared before her eyes. The girl immediately grabbed Kentrail by the hand and told him that all this was not true. The count, perplexed, asked what she was talking about. The girl told him that he was lying because she felt that something had happened today. She worries about him and about Brila. However, they have become close to her. She understood that even if they didn't have a future together, at least she hoped that they would be happy. At that moment, she pulled out her hands and said that the count's lie was also quite obvious. Kentrail asked again. Surprised, Marie told him that Brila looked very much like Kentrail. Was he really not his son? After a strange pause, Marie told the count that she had told him everything, so he too could tell him about all the troubles that were troubling him. Realizing that it would be quite difficult to get Kentrail to talk, the girl decided to add that if he was silent, then she would not say anything either. Kentrail sighed heavily and said he would tell her. Still, why did she have such good instincts? In that case, the girl decided that she was right, and the count had had a hard time today. Kentrail sighed again and said that it had been a bit hard indeed. Looking at the count, our heroine asked him to tell the truth. If it's hard, then that's what you need to say, because a little is definitely not about Kentrail. The guy turned the conversation to Marie and said that it was the hardest for her because he knew her story. The girl said that she would be glad if Kentrail told her about his difficulties. Even if they are small, they can always think of a solution to the problem. Right after that, she asked him not to think that she was imposing herself. The count, perplexed, said that this was not the case at all. If it were not for her, it would have been much more difficult for him. Once again, there was a short silence, after which Kentrail said that he actually had something to tell her. He told her straight out that he suspected the queen and his uncle of all this. Certainly an amazing combo. Our heroine was surprised because in the original story, these two did not play a big role. Of course, if you remember, the count tried to contribute to the destruction of the palace, But why are they targeting Brila? Marie asked the Count if he had a reason for that. The guy said that it was these two who benefited from the death of their brother, sister-in-law, and parents. Our heroine suddenly decided to ask what happened to his parents. The guy said that there was a collision on the road, and that's exactly what happened to his brother. After his death, the head of the Charant family was a little. In general, some of the power was transferred to the Queen's family. The struggle for power. Of course, this is nothing new in history, so Marie could easily understand it. Perhaps Uncle Kentrail really did attempt to take over Sharon's power, and if so, the king might have had something to do with it. Walking down the corridor, Marie thought bitterly that although she had not grown up in a particularly good family, at least her relatives had not threatened her. Either way, if the guesses were confirmed, Brila would be in for an unpleasant surprise. The only hope was that it wasn't their doing. Seeing that Marie's face had changed, Kentrail approached her and asked her not to worry, because he would be able to protect both her and the children. Our heroine suddenly said, "And you too." The Count recoiled in surprise and asked what that meant. The girl laughed and told him that he also needed to be protected, and she would do it. Meanwhile, Brila was running down the corridor, scattering all the sheets of paper. However, he brought at least one sheet. It had 100 points on it, and the guy bragged about it to Marie. The guy proudly asked Marie if he was a good boy. The girl started giggling at the cuteness of this guy. Just at that moment, our heroine took out a letter and said that the postman had come to see them. The children immediately rejoiced and asked to let them read it too. After all, it was not for nothing that Brielle took up writing, which he hated more than life. He snatched the letter and ran quickly to read it. Marie shouted after them to be more careful. After reading Barry's letters, the guy wanted to write him letters and have some kind of dialogue. They were all reading a letter from Barry, who was writing for the dear people of the county. The end of term was approaching, and he hoped that all was well with them. He asked Barry if she listened to her sister, since he was always worried about them. Ellie, perplexed, said that she had already grown up. He also turned to Marie and asked if she was forgetting about food. After all, if she fell unconscious again, he would be angry. Then he turned to the young master. Barry assumed that he was eating well, having fun, and growing. All in all, that was all he had to worry about now. The guy suddenly said that it was hot last summer. There was a big tree next to the training field under which Barry always rests. It seemed that there was something similar in the county, and probably the young gentleman and Ellie were playing around him. By the way, he was even embarrassed to write such letters every time. As soon as he sits down to write, his friends immediately guess that Barry writes letters to his family. He has nowhere else to write. In any case, he would not have written this letter if Ellie and the young master had not pushed him. He also said that he would return in a semester. He thanked the Count endlessly for everything he did for them, and the most important thing was that Barry missed them all. After some time, Kentrail came to Brila and Ellie, inviting them to him. The Count smiled and told them that if they went with him, he would introduce them to someone. A moment later, Kentrail introduced Derek, saying that he was his strongest and most loyal person. Brila hid behind Ellie in confusion and thought about how big Derek was. Marie, meanwhile, was surprised that the Count had decided to introduce the children to his assistant. Kentrail sat on his nephew's knee and asked the children not to be afraid of someone he had trusted for a long time. Brila, however, said he was scary. The Earl said that if anything happened, while both he and Taylor were not around, Derek would take care of them. As soon as Brila heard the words that something would change, he immediately asked in horror if everything was okay. Marie told the boy that everything was fine, because you just always need to be prepared for unforeseen circumstances. In any case, Brila now knows everything, which means everything is fine. Kentrail was happy about this. Looking at his nephew once again, the Count asked him not to worry, because he was not going anywhere. Brila asked if it was true, and added that if Uncle was lying, he wouldn't let it go that easily. Kentrail laughed and said it was true. Just at that moment, Derek bowed before the young master, and personally introduced himself, asking him to take care of him. Our heroine approached Derek, and with a smile on her face, asked him to take care of the young master. The guy just nodded his head. Brila, meanwhile, was shocked by Derek's height and big hands. Hayrin remembered that in the original, it was Derek who was with the Count until the end, so he would be able to protect the young master. Of course, at first, this guy seems scary and rude, but she is pleased that he is their ally. At this moment, the Count turned to our heroine and asked if they could talk. After a while, they found themselves in the Count's office. Opening the box of letters, Kentrail said that Derek had been working on a case all this time and had been at Brila's house. Realizing that they were talking about grandfather Marie, asked if he was doing well. The Count said that everything was fine and he was still healthy. Then he got back to the point. It was about Brielle's mother. He wondered if she had left anything behind, and eventually he found her letters. Marie was stunned because she realized that the box contained the last letters from Brielle's mother. The Count said that he would like to read these letters together because he decided to share all his hardships with her. He admitted that he didn't have the courage to open them alone, so he called hers. Marie asked if she could really look at them, to which the Count replied that she was a close person to Brielle, so his mother would not mind. Our heroine was incredibly happy to hear this. In this case, she took one of the letters, and opening it, suggested that they read it all together. After reading one of Marie's letters, she said that this letter was written shortly before Brielle was born. Kentrail also agreed with this. The content was ordinary. This letter was a thank you for the birth of a son. The story of why she decided to name him that. The Count, listening to all this, understood that it was different from his brother's diary. Then came a joyful letter about how the child opened his eyes for the first time, hope for his healthy future, and a list of gifts that he wanted to give his son. And also there were words stored there about how they would like to live happily ever after, together as a family. Reading all these letters and seeing this desire, tears immediately came to Marie's eyes. She was worried that she might not be good enough for the young Master Kentrail immediately told her that this was not true. Placing his hand on hers, he said that there was no person on earth who could take care of Brielle as well as she did. Kentrail said that he was not good enough, but the girl reminded him that he was not ready for this either, but still he put all his efforts to become a better uncle. Sighing heavily, Kentrail turned his gaze to the box and said that there was one last letter left. Taking it in her hands, Marie was surprised that it was untouched. Was this really the last letter? One way or another, they began to read it. The Count immediately noticed and assumed that this letter was also about Brielle. Our heroine suddenly stopped in bewilderment and asked the Count to wait. He asked in bewilderment what had happened. Marie said in horror that this describes Brielle's appearance, but it is completely different from what he really looks like. She explained that the birthmark's location didn't match up with the stories. Brielle has had a birthmark on her left leg since she was a child. She remembered it because of its odd shape. However, looking at the letter again, the girl saw how the right leg was indicated there. The Count immediately decided that she had either made a mistake or that this meant that the last letter was a forgery. In any case, the action moves to Marie's room where she was resting while Ellie was writing a letter. Our heroine kept thinking about how emotional she was. Ellie noticed a strange expression on her sister's face and so asked what happened. Marie stood up and told her little sister with a smile on her face that everything was okay. Deciding that everything was okay, Ellie said that she had a small request. She would like to go for a walk. The girl said that her friend was going somewhere outside the capital, and that's why she wanted to say goodbye. Our heroine understood that her sister had not left the estate for a long time. One way or another, she was glad that Ellie was corresponding with her friends, and the desire to see them was not strange. Exhaling heavily, the girl said that she would ask the Count for permission for such a matter. After this, Marie asked Ellie if she was interested in why they were not allowed to leave the estate. The girl thought for a bit and assumed that all this was because someone was hunting the Count. Ellie said that she previously thought he was caught, but since they continue to sit here, it means that something has not yet been settled. At that moment, Marie couldn't hold back, and without further ado, simply hugged her sister. Almost with tears in her eyes, she told Ellie that she was already very grown up. One way or another, even if she understood everything, it's better not to overdo it, and then everything will be fine. The very next day, Marie was talking to the Count. Then he asked in surprise if Ellie really wanted to go out. Our heroine nodded her head, saying that Ellie wanted to see her friend, who was leaving. After all, almost a year had passed, so her desire to go outside was understandable. Marie told the Count that Ellie understood the seriousness of the situation, and that she was not simply giving in to desire. Kentrail still decided to agree to this adventure, but in this case, he said that Derek would go with them. Our heroine asked if this was for an escort. The Count, of course, nodded his head. Looking at his assistant, He said that Derek had moved for good, so now he was ready to protect them. It was this man that he completely trusted himself and his safety so he could calmly send Ellie with him. Marie understood that Derek was both physically strong and served on the Count's side, so nothing should happen. In that case, our heroine smiled and thanked the Count, saying that she would tell Ellie everything. Cantrell looked at her with admiring eyes. Then he asked Marie if she was stuffy, and soon after he suggested that they go for a walk as soon as he finished work. The girl smiled and said that they could do this even after catching the criminal. The Count thanked her for her understanding, and in that case, he promised her that they would go somewhere after all this. Our heroine immediately asked if the Count had any idea about the criminal and the one who wrote the last letter. The guy said that around the same time there was an accident, and rumors were that a maid had gone missing from the Brielle house. Marie assumed that she was involved in the substitution of letters. The Count, although he was not sure, was still likely, and therefore he was looking for her. Seeing these surprised faces of Marie, the guy wished that she wouldn't worry so much. However, he knew that if he made a mistake, he would be more to blame than anyone else before Brielle. In any case, he offered the cookies to Marie. The girl took the cookie and thanked the Count, saying that the young gentleman also ate sweets. And by the way, in this house, all the men love sweets. In any case, Cantrell was incredibly happy to be able to share his experiences with Marie. The action shifts to the next day. Derek and Ellie have just set off into the city. At that moment, the girl turned to the man. The guy asked to call him Derek. Looking at him, she asked if he could do something about his dark clothes. The boy looked at himself in confusion and asked what it meant. Ellie told him that his clothes were conspicuous and he scared people. Derek reluctantly agreed. And in that case, Ellie said that she would help and show him what was worth buying. After a while, the guys left the boutique, and Derek did not look like himself. Ellie immediately praised herself, saying that she as a designer has taste. Derek looked at himself in bewilderment and asked if it really suited him. Ellie said that it was definitely a supersuit, and now all the ladies are wearing it. For some reason, these words seemed to pierce the guy like lightning. The girl only thought about how cute this guy was. In any case, she walked forward and pointed into the distance, saying that they should meet there. Ellie looked around in surprise and said that her friend was late. However, Derek's instincts, which had never failed him, kicked in, and so he said that their meeting was canceled. A moment later, he stood in front of Ellie and added that he didn't even know that this meeting would happen so soon. He asked the girl to listen carefully on the count of 3. She should hug him tightly, and they would run to the store where they bought the clothes. He explained that there was a door at the back, and from there she would have to run straight to the Earl's estate. Ellie asked in surprise what Derek would do. Of course the guy could stand up for himself, so he asked not to even think about it. He knew for himself that it was better to stay with the child, but there were too many enemies. It was strange that for these people sending so many mercenaries was a common thing. A moment later, he decided not to think about anything unnecessary, so he grabbed the girl on the count of 3 and they ran. Ellie's hat even flew off from such abruptness. At that moment, a chase began after them. After some time, they ran to the destination that Derek had spoken about. The guy touched the girl and told her that he believed in her and that she was strong, so she should cope. As soon as he wished her luck, he turned around and ran in the other direction to stop the mercenaries. Ellie, in turn, thought that she had to do everything to avoid becoming a burden for Derek, so she needed to quickly run to the Count and call for help. But she was unable to escape because at that very moment, one of the mercenaries caught up with her and ordered her not to move. The girl, with horror in her eyes and trembling in her body, began to slowly turn around, not even knowing what to do. Soon a dull and heavy blow was heard on this freak, and he fell to the ground. Ellie turned around in confusion and saw Yuji's in front of her, asking his former student if she was okay. The girl immediately ran to the teacher and hugged him. Yuji's, however, said that it would be better for them to talk later, but for now they needed to run. Fortunately, the girl was already at the estate that evening and sleeping in her bed, but Marie didn't even leave her side. The Count, in turn, did not leave either Ellie or Marie. At some point, he broke the silence and asked the girl how Ellie was feeling. Our heroine said that her sister was not injured, but most likely this incident shocked her too much. Soon she turned to the Count, and with tears in her eyes said that it was all because of her. She had put her sister in danger. Cantrell tried to calm her down and said it was his fault Marie rejected this, and said it was not his fault, because it was she who accepted the offer of those people. The Count immediately asked her not to say that, because after all, it was not the real her. The action moves back some time. Yuji's brought the girl to the estate. The Count apologized in horror for sending only Derek, because he did not know that there would be so many people there. However, he asked how Derek was doing. As it turned out, he had injured his hand, but it was not fatal. In any case, he was very sorry that he could not protect Ellie. Returning to the real world, Marie asked the Count how the young gentleman was feeling. The man said that he was crying. He was afraid that he might get dehydrated from this, so he asked Taylor to look after him, so that everything would be fine with him. The Count also added that after a thorough investigation, it turned out that the letter was a fake, and her friend had long since fled from this house. In turn, Ellie, due to the fact that she had not left the estate for a long time, did not hear about this news. Marie assumed that these people wanted to kidnap Ellie and threaten her. Kentrail said that he thought so too. After a short pause, our heroine said in horror that Barry was most likely in trouble too, because he was on his way home now. He immediately asked if he was alone. Marie answered that he was not alone. He would get to the capital with his friend. Kentrail said he understood, and in that case, he would send security on the day of Barry's return. Our heroine was incredibly grateful to the Count for his responsiveness and thanked him for it. Cantrell told her that everything was fine, but given the situation, Barry would have to take the weekend off. Marie smiled and said that if it weren't for him, Barry wouldn't be studying at all. At that moment, the girl wondered whether Eujays had already left the estate. Deciding to check this out, she went into his room and noticed the teacher there, who was still there. Eugees looked at Marie in surprise and asked how Ellie was doing. The girl said that her sister was fine, thanks to him, but because of the shock, she was still sleeping. The teacher apologized to the nanny, saying that he should have arrived earlier. Our heroine asked him again. Eugees explained that he has a house in the center of the capital, so he noticed Ellie's arrival. And of course, the Count's carriage itself attracts attention. At this point, he admitted that he always looked forward to Marie getting out of this carriage. Marie stood there in bewilderment. The guy laughed and apologized. Still, he was afraid to burden her, so he wanted to get closer gradually. However, he can take better care of Ellie and keep strange people away from them. Our heroine said in any case that if it weren't for him, things would have been bad, so she is incredibly grateful to him. But soon after, she stood up and apologized to the teacher. Eugees, of course, understood what this meant. In that case, he nodded his head and said that one way or another, he would soon be all in work and would not be able to see her. So he asked Marie to take care of herself until their next meeting. Finally, before leaving, the guy turned around and told her that she could be sure that they would meet again. The action takes us to a snowy night, straight to a group of people walking through the forest on horseback. As it turned out, it was a group of people with Barry and Siege, who was just saying that they needed to rest. Barry said in surprise that 3 days had already passed since the planned date. Siege explained to his friend that due to such terrible snowfall, the horses quickly get tired. The guy made a face and said that he also wanted to get there faster, but still. Barry looked at his friend, and especially at his hand, and realized that he was only getting worse. What happened earlier, as expected from the words of Marie and the Count, they were indeed in danger in the form of mercenaries. Of course, the guys would not be simple victims, because after all, they study at the best academy. Barry was so experienced at that time that in a duel against a mercenary, he was able to knock his sword away. Anyway, the guy thought, aren't they trying to kill them? Then why are these people fighting instead of looking for the right moment? He assumed that these robbers were going to take them alive. Just then, one of the mercenaries swung his blade. However, Siege came to the aid of his friend and finished off the freak. Just then, some guy ran towards them. Coming closer, he said that he had heard before that they were the best students from the academy, and apparently the rumors were not lying. Anyway, Siege said that there were too many opponents. The guy who ran to them said that he would block the road, and they in turn had to run. Siege said that in that case they would die, so he was against it. The guy said that they couldn't leave their comrades. Meanwhile, one of the mercenaries was flying towards Siege and swinging his blade. Barry, of course, noticed this mercenary, and so he shouted in horror to his friend that there was danger behind him. After some time, they were already in the camp. Barry was bandaging the hand of a friend who asked Barry who he was. The guy asked again in surprise, to which Siege told him that he had also asked the Count why he had hired an escort for them, and that he had been wrong in the end. Already putting on his cloak, Siege looked at his friend and asked him if his sister was really just a simple nanny. Barry replied that he was worried about the Count because he was too kind, considering that he even sent people to them. Siege asked his friend in confusion, asking if he was talking about the current prime minister. Barry nodded and asked what was wrong. The boy replied that he had only heard rumors that the Count was very cold and harsh. Barry laughed and said that Kentrail was actually a very good man. One way or another, the Count is kind to at least his family, so he doesn't want to hear about how evil he is. Looking at Barry, Siege asked if he really didn't understand why those mercenaries were following them. The guy wanted to say that he didn't know, but at that moment, screams were heard, and soon after, blood began to flow everywhere. Siege jumped up from his seat. Seeing the enemy ahead, the guy told his friend that as soon as they arrived in the capital, he would buy him something tasty. But now it was time to deal with these freaks. The next morning, the butler ran into the Count's room, calling for the Count in horror. The man was incredibly exhausted, and it was obvious that he had been running with all his might. As soon as he caught his breath, he immediately said that Barry had arrived at the estate. A moment later, our heroine went outside and noticed her brother, behind whom was his friend and companions. The girl immediately hugged her brother, and with incredible trembling in her body, said that she was glad that he was alive. After coming to her senses a little, she moved away and asked if it was really him, and if he was not hurt. Barry laughed and said that he was fine. Then he turned around and said that if he was okay, then his friend was really bad and needed to be examined. Our heroine immediately asked the butler to take care of it, and he called the doctor. Barry, in turn, asked his sister how things were with Ellie, the young master. After some time, our heroine brought her brother to Ellie's room, and at the same time told her about what had happened. The guy immediately sat down next to her, and our heroine asked him not to forget about food. In any case, she will ask Taylor to look after them. At that moment, the Count entered the room, and apologizing to Barry, said that he understood that he was tired after a long journey, but he would like to know what happened on the way here. As soon as Kentrail asked this question, the guy started to shudder again. Holding his sister's hand, he said that when they were about to arrive at the estate, another attack occurred. Kentrail sighed heavily and soon after told Barry that his friend was recovering, but he had lost too much blood and passed out. In any case, the Count said that he would contact the Siege family, for which Barry was very grateful. At that very moment, everyone was shocked. When Ellie woke up and called her brother with all her might, Barry immediately jumped up. Marie also jumped up and in horror began asking her sister how she felt. In turn, Barry hit her on the head and said that she was a silly girl, and asked, or rather ordered, that if anyone else wrote to her, she should not dare go anywhere. Ellie wanted to say something, but saw that her brother started to cry. Barry told her that he had put his best friend in harm's way, and thought that he had lost his little sister. The girl was also incredibly touched by the fact that they were so worried about her, and soon they all hugged. Meanwhile, Siege began to come to his senses. Looking around, he realized that he was in the Count's house. The boy came to his senses a few days after Ellie woke up. It would take a month for the wounds to heal completely, but now his life was out of danger. At this moment, our heroine brought the guy some tea, to which Siege was grateful. Marie said that she would go to Ellie and check on the young gentleman because he was nervous and fell asleep next to her. Barry told his sister that he would look after his friend. As soon as the girl left the room, the guy told his friend that the Count advised him to rest. Siege agreed with this. Soon after, the boy's face changed and he asked if there was any news from his family. Barry replied that the Count had already sent them a letter, so all was well. For some reason, Siege's eyes showed that something was wrong with this, but he decided not to pay attention to it, just like Barry. Then the guy looked at his friend's hand and asked how Barry felt since he had gotten it too. The guy said that it was, but he got off easy. Barry also said that there was more news. Their escorts were all fine, and they were incredibly grateful to them for fighting alongside them and not running away. The guy told his friend that he was really good at fighting and wondered why he hadn't reached his potential at the academy. Siege laughed. He then decided to ask again if Barry had found out why they were attacked, but the guy said that he had not been able to find out. Looking out the window, Siege sighed and said that the walls of both his house and Barry's house hid many secrets. After a while, the boys went outside to practice. Siege watched his friend. At that moment, our heroine also went outside and called Barry. The guy immediately stopped. The girl asked her brother if he had started training too early, to which the guy said that everything was fine. Brila also greeted Barry. The guy at that moment said that the one who goes out with him and just watches has more problems. Siege sheepishly said that he actually didn't break any bones. At that moment, a voice came from behind them, telling Barry that he had truly grown up. As it turned out, this man was Taylor, who came out into the street after hearing a familiar voice. The boy immediately scratched Barry's head and reminded him that he asked to be called teacher. At this time, Siege realized that this man was in fact the famous Sir Taylor. He entered the academy as a commoner and often advanced to the next class early. He is a true genius who became so famous. Siege laughed. However, for Barry, the bastard knew nothing of it. When told, he merely said that Sir Taylor had told him nothing of the sort. At that moment, the boys approached Siege Barry, introduced his friend, whom they met at the academy. It was a great honor for Siege, so the guy stood up from the ground and introduced himself. Siege Taylor. This name was known to Taylor under the guidance of the Count. He conducted a small investigation. This is a rather noble family, living in a remote area, and they have always remained neutral in the struggle for power. They have 2 sons, and Siege is the youngest. The successor is the eldest son, so Siege is not entrusted with important matters. At the academy, he is known as a sincere, excellent student, and judging by how hard he fought. Sighing, the guy decided that he really did look like a genius at this. It was a shame that Siege couldn't show off his skills now due to an injury. However, at least Barry was able to, so the teacher offered his former student to study with him. Barry, of course, was all for it, so soon after these words he rushed into the attack. Ellie and the young master watched the battle between their brother and Taylor in admiration. Brila was surprised to hear that Barry's brother was so cool. Ellie smiled and said that it was all because he worked hard. But in any case, the brother was unable to parry Taylor's blow several times. Siege at that moment told her that the guy simply had not yet revealed all of his abilities. After all, in all the time they spent together, he noticed that Barry was stronger in attack than in defense. It was at this moment that the guy decided to demonstrate all the power he had accumulated at the academy. Taylor, although he defended himself from this attack, could not help but admit that Barry had improved quite a lot. Looking at the guy, he told him that it was now even difficult to deal with him. Barry was very happy to hear this. Soon after the training, the young gentleman ran up to Barry and started telling him how cool he was. However, Barry said he was still far from perfect. Taylor responded that he had lasted 10 minutes, which was very commendable. He then looked at the young master and asked if he would show them his skills. Brila immediately said that he was embarrassed, because compared to Barry, his skills were nothing. Nevertheless, the guy asked the young master to show him his skills. With a heavy sigh, Brila said that if they wanted it, he would show them a little of his knowledge. Soon after, he took up the sword and began to swing it diligently and show what he could do. Brila asked how they liked his skills. Barry smiled and shouted at the young gentleman that he was a good boy. Meanwhile, Siege was surprised that Barry could smile. At the academy, he always walks with a serious face, but his family is not like that. Looking at the young gentleman, he understood that he was growing up in love and affection. Siege could not even imagine that he would ever envy the child. At that very moment, the boy's stream of thoughts was interrupted by Ellie, who approached him. The girl thanked Siege for protecting her brother. The guy said it was nothing and even a common thing for friends. However, our heroine also came up and said that she also wanted to thank him. She looked down sheepishly and thanked Siege for saving her brother, as she was very worried about him. Looking at Marie, he remembered her look when they first met. He saw how she kept her distance from him, just like everyone else in this mansion, and he knew it. However, Barry also kept his distance from him in the same way during his first days at the academy. A good family, handsome and talented Siege Kaler was liked by everyone around him, even if he didn't really want it. He was happy that he was treated well since childhood. But as he grew older, he realized that people were not interested in him, but in his last name. But then again, one day an exception appeared in the form of Barry, who ignored him. When Siege irritated him, instead of smiling through his teeth, he would get angry and scold him for his mistakes. It was because of this that Siege felt like he had a true friend. He became interested in getting to know his family better when he talked about his sisters, and so during the holidays, he even went with Barry to the county. But to Siege's surprise, something unpleasant happened. In this house, they were not kind to him, and everyone was afraid of him. But right now, he received words of gratitude, and for the first time, he received them as Siege, not as Kaler. It was so sincere in his eyes that the guy even told them that he was more grateful to them. After all, these people were very kind to him, so he was more grateful for their sincerity. The action moves to the Count's office, who asks in surprise who attacked Barry Derrick. In turn said that when he arrived at the scene, everything was already over. In that case, Cantrell asked in surprise where the pendant came from. Derrick said that it was dropped during the attack on Ellie, but there was one but. The Count, of course, asked what this but was. And then Derrick said that he could be imagining things, but it seemed to him that they did it on purpose. After all, in a case in which it is difficult to identify the customer evidence of his guilt is suddenly left openly. The Count decided it was time to find out anyway. He asked Derrick if he could contact those who had already been imprisoned, to which the guy nodded his head. And again, the action is transferred to the next morning. Ellie and the young gentleman were playing a guessing game. Looking at the drawing, Brila said that it was a dragonfly, and that was right. Siege laughed and asked how it could be called a dragonfly. Barry supported his friend's question. Brila and Ellie proudly said that it was not just a dragonfly, but a dragonfly catch. The boys asked in bewilderment how it was possible to understand this. Marie, to whom the young gentleman ran, saying that he had won, said that last autumn they had caught dragonflies. Ellie pointed at the boys and told them that they had lost. At this point, Barry asked his friend why they needed to win such a childish game. The boy, after looking at the young gentleman, said that he wanted to squeeze his cheeks. He has no younger brothers or sisters, and in general, he sees a child for the first time. Barry, at this point, asked his sister if she had become close to the young master recently. The girl stuck out her tongue and said that they had always been close. In any case, she reminded them that they had won, which meant it was time for the wish to come true. The boys laughed and said they remembered. They immediately asked what they should do. The action moves to the garden, where Barry and Siege are giving Ellie and Brila a ride on their backs. The young gentleman was shouting at this moment and asking Brother Siege to speed up. Barry was laughing and asking them to be more careful. The garden workers were smiling at this cuteness. Siege, sighing heavily, thought that this was just a sweet wish, but he was very wrong. Brila shouted in bewilderment that Brother Barry had overtaken them, and they needed to speed up. The children were very energetic. Ellie looked back and told her brother that they were being caught. Barry asked in surprise if they were playing catch-up. The girl decided not to answer this question, and noticing a ladder in front of her, she asked to let her go here. After a while, the boys were taking a break from jogging, and Ellie and Brila were sitting quietly on the stairs. Once Siege had caught his breath and come to his senses, he was finally able to ask what kind of house it was. Brila proudly said that his uncle had built the house. Siege assumed that the young gentleman liked it very much. Turning to Barry, the boy said that the Count was indeed a good man. Barry immediately repeated his words about society being wrong about him. The boy smiled and agreed with this. After that, Siege turned to the young master and called him. The boy turned around and asked what was wrong, when suddenly Siege poked the young gentleman in the cheek, just as he had wanted to do earlier. He immediately screamed in bewilderment and asked to stop doing this. Ellie was puzzled and asked why the guests could touch him, but she couldn't. Brila replied that Siege had worked hard, so he allowed him a little, but no one else could. The girl enviously asked to be allowed to touch his cheeks once, but Brila was persistent. Barry, meanwhile, watched all this and couldn't stop laughing. Siege, who in turn stood in bewilderment, feeling comfortable next to these people, also began to smile. Back at the estate, Marie immediately asked the boys if they had been wearing Ellie and Brila all day. The boys said yes, and that their shoulders were dying of pain. Barry smiled and said that he didn't know Ellie was so heavy. The girl began to angrily hit her brother and ask how dare he say such a thing to a girl. At this point, our heroine asked what was wrong with the young gentleman. As it turned out, Siege was courting him, and that's why he said that the young gentleman was already asleep. The guy immediately decided to hand the baby over to his nanny, since she knew better what to do with him. However, the girl told Siege that he had worked hard and that the young gentleman seemed pleased. The guy looked at them with a smile, happily realizing what it meant to have a real family. The action moves to the next day. Ellie was going somewhere, but an unknown figure was following her. At some point, the girl felt that something was wrong, and so she decided to turn around, but luckily for her, it turned out that Derek was behind her, which made the girl very happy. She immediately said that they had not seen each other for a long time, although she really wanted to meet and even begged her sister. The girl wanted to ask where he was going. At that moment, the guy took a toy out of his pocket and handed it to the girl, saying that this was her reward for helping her choose clothes. Ellie sheepishly said that she had not expected any reward. Derek, in turn, said that this was his way of showing his gratitude. That's all. In that case, she happily accepted this gift and was grateful for it. Suddenly, Derek knelt down in front of her and began to apologize for putting her in such danger. After that, he handed something over again and said that it should be given to the nanny. He bought it along with a gift for Ellie. The girl grabbed the gift in surprise and began to examine it closely. She couldn't believe that her sister and Derek were so close. Why was he giving her a gift out of the blue? Derek in turn thought that even though the nanny didn't know this was a sincere gift apology for his doubts about her, he knew that if she were their enemy, her family would not be threatened. There was definitely something fishy going on here, but it wasn't Marie's fault. At that moment, Ellie called him. The guy turned around in surprise, and the girl immediately told him that she wanted to learn self-defense so that she wouldn't have to stand there if something like this happened again. Derek told her that the main thing for her was to run away quickly. Ellie ignored this and said that if she asked Taylor about it, her sister would find out and worry. In that case, she thought he would help her, but if so, she apologized and said she wouldn't bother him. Derek immediately told her she wasn't bothering him. Looking down, the guy realized that although Ellie wasn't showing it, what had happened had definitely shocked her. Sighing, the guy took her hand and said that he would show her something, but her task would still be to run away as quickly as possible. Ellie happily agreed. The action moves to the library. Our heroine, looking through the shelves with books, assumed that she had already read all these books. At that moment, she turned around and looked at the window that had been damaged in the incident. How exactly the arrow had flown from that window to them still frightened Marie greatly. At that moment, the Count entered the room and assumed that the girl was once again looking for some book. He approached her and said that she could ask others to teach the children hieroglyphs instead of torturing herself. However, our heroine said that she could not trust this to anyone else. Kentrail made this decision, but his advice always stands. The girl at that moment said that she was looking for a book about noble families. The Count assumed that she wanted to study the family tree. Marie said it was true. She wanted to look into it and everything connected with it, because he said he was suspicious of the Queen and his uncle. Our heroine didn't intend to learn more about them, and besides, her knowledge of this world is limited. Kentrail in turn changed his expression and said that this was exactly what he wanted to talk about. After some time, he showed her all sorts of documents. The drawings everywhere had the emblem of the royal family. The Count once again said that she was right. This pendant was dropped when they tried to visit Ellie. In this case, our heroine was disturbed by the fact that these people seemed to not hide what they were doing and who they were. Kentrail nodded his head and said that he thought so too. In any case, he sent his men to the palace. How he was told that when his uncle arrived, there all the servants were forced to shut their mouths. Wasn't that the moment when it all started? Marie, regarding the words about the Count's people in the palace, seems to have understood why he was made the Grey Cardinal. It seems that the struggle inside the palace is simply inevitable. Anyway, the Count told her that that was all. There was no more news and nothing suspicious. But that wasn't all. Kentrail also learned about the Queen's personal life, although it was unpleasant. According to rumors, in order for the Queen to please the King, all sorts of goods were purchased to facilitate this. Initially, the King hated his uncle Cavern. The world spoke of the love of his daughter and the King as something great. But based on all these facts, a question arises. Was all this really a setup? Kentrail certainly assumed that their relationship was contradictory, but he had no idea that it would turn out to be so dangerous. Holding the royal pendant in his hands, Kentrail asked Marie if she felt any doubts in her heart. The girl nodded her head and said that someone definitely wanted the Queen to be suspected in this matter. Either the queen or her side must be to blame. At this point, the count apologized to the girl, saying that if they caught those who attacked Barry, there would be more information. Our heroine smiled, and looking at Kentrail told him not to think about such things, because he already works very hard. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door, and soon the butler came in. The count asked in surprise what had happened. The butler said that he had received a letter. Kentrail said that he could have just left the letter on the table. So what was the rush? The man handed over the letter and said that it was an invitation from the queen's palace, but he thought it was strange. The count asked why he thought so, and the butler immediately replied that the recipient was not his lordship, but Madame Nanny. The girl was surprised. Why was she invited? Had she really committed some crime without knowing it? Kentrail told her that during his investigation, Marie had no record of committing any crimes, so there was no need to worry. In that case, the girl assumed that she would have to attend there after all. The count told her that it was a ball that was held every year. However, he didn't go to them, so he thinks that nothing terrible will happen if she doesn't go. Marie decided that he can do it because he is a count. Kentrail couldn't understand if her presence there was necessary. The girl said that they had to go. Otherwise, they wouldn't know why he was angry with her. If the queen is involved in inciting murder, this point will help to find out who is behind the scenes. However, Marie was worried because she was very bad at etiquette. She didn't even know what to do. Didn't they give the king a special greeting in such places? The girl continued to say many anxious words, but the count put his hand on her shoulder and said that if she was going to go to the ball, he would teach her etiquette. Anyway, the time finally came to give her the gift. The girl asked in surprise what kind of gift they were talking about. At that moment, he took out a box from behind his back and asked Marie to turn her back to him. The girl nevertheless obeyed the count, and soon after, he put a pendant around her neck. Since Marie said she wasn't against jewelry, Kentrail wanted to give her a gift that she would be comfortable wearing. Our heroine looked at the pendant in surprise and asked if she could accept such gifts, but still it was incredibly beautiful, although very expensive. The count smiled and said he hoped she would wear it during the party too. This time he chose a small piece of jewelry so that it would not hurt Brila. Marie was very pleased with this gift and the count's attention, so she accepted this gift and thanked him. The following morning, the county said goodbye to its guest. Siege was forced to take his leave. Our heroine looked at the young gentleman and assumed that he was very saddened by the departure of Siege. The guy was glad that they started treating him like that, so at that very moment he sat down next to Brila. Taking him by the hand, he told the young master that compared to living in his own house for several years, he found it much more fun to live here for a few months. The kid was now both happy and sad, but Siege still promised that he would return. Brila was touched, but the nanny told him that they would meet again one way or another at the Queen's ball. Siege at this point looked at Barry and told him that he still didn't believe that he would meet them there. The guy said that he would stay at home with Ellie. Also, shortly after these words, Barry told his friend that he might take an academic leave of absence next semester. Siege sighed, first then laughed. Barry laughed back and asked what that meant. He won't be there and he finds it funny. The guy suddenly said that he had almost no friends except him. If he controlled himself, there would be a lot of people around. Siege nodded, and soon after advised his friend to think about returning as soon as possible. After a while, the guy was waving his hand and standing near the carriage. As soon as everyone said goodbye to Siege, he climbed into the carriage, and as soon as they moved off, the guy decided to apologize for all the inconveniences, just in case. After a while, the boys were sitting in the palace. Marie was drinking tea, the count was reading the newspaper, and Berrier and Brille were playing together. Our heroine suddenly looked at the young gentleman, and smiling a little, said that people appreciate when they lose. The count asked her again. Marie said that Ellie always says that when 4 people play together, you can evenly divide into pairs. Kentrail smiled and assumed that Siege got along with the children. Our heroine said that if it weren't for their preparations for the ball, he would have stayed here. However, Marie was uneasy because she had sent several letters that Siege was wounded and was in the county, but in the end, no one visited him, and she was a little surprised. Perhaps the second son enjoys less hospitality in the family. The count told her that he was not interested in becoming the head of the family, so there was a good relationship between him and his brother, but still, more often than not, it was not like that. At that moment, our heroine looked at the Count in surprise and said that if he did not become the head of the family, then suddenly there was a knock on the door. The butler told his lordship that the things he had spoken of had arrived. Kentrail was pleased, as was Brille Marie asked what these things were. The Count smiled and said that since it would be her first time at a ball, she could not wear whatever first came to hand. Seeing a whole bunch of new things, Marie told the Count that just accepting all this from him was somehow too much. Kentrail refused to listen to this and asked to just accept it. The girl understood that the necklace given earlier was most likely also very expensive. And now, this. Is it possible to accept something like this? At that moment, Brila's joyful cries were heard from behind, telling Ellie that there were things for her too. Our heroine saw how happy her sister was, and was very happy about it. The girl turned to the Count and thanked him for worrying even about Ellie. Stroking her behind the ear, Kentrail told her that her concern for her sister was commendable, but it was still better not to be shy about enjoying the gifts from him. Unfortunately, the romantic moment was ruined once again, because there were still children in the room, screaming and looking at everything in surprise. However, after a short pause, our heroine raised her gaze and told the Count that she had also prepared something for him. The action moves to the next day. Our heroes came under the tree, and Barry was just digging a hole under it. At that moment, a proud Brila ran up to Marie and told her that he had written a letter. The Count looked at everything that was happening and asked our heroine in surprise how she even came up with this idea. Marie smiled and said that where she grew up, children did something similar at least once. Looking down at the box, she said it was called a time capsule. They will all put letters and things here together, then bury this box, and after some time, they will pull it out. The Count asked if that was why she asked them to write down what they wanted to tell their future selves. Marie said that was true. When the children grew up and opened the box, they would be able to remember the past. At that moment, a young gentleman approached the nanny and asked her in surprise if he could put it down. Looking at Brila, our heroine noticed a book that the boy valued very much. The young gentleman, in turn, said that he was already big, so he did not need to read fairy tales. Anyway, at the end he asked the book of fairy tales to be a good boy, because later he would come back to meet her. After everyone had put their things away, our heroine said that the time capsule was a good memory. Anyway, she said that she wanted to fill the children with expectations about the future. The Count asked what that meant. The girl looked at the children and said that this was so that they would not be afraid of tomorrow because of any terrible incidents. Shortly after this, Marie asked her brother to look after the children while she buried the box. At this point, the Count sat down on his knees. Looking at his letter, which he had written in advance, he only thought that Marie did not understand anything. Everything he gives is material, even if she always says that she receives excessive care. But still, he knew for himself that it was she and not he who shared the most valuable things. After a while, the guys looked at Barry in surprise and told him that in these clothes, he looked like a different person. The guy thanked them shyly for the compliments, and then told the young gentleman that he too was extremely handsome, probably because he had grown so much. Then the guys both switched to Ellie and started telling her how beautiful she was. But at that moment, Marie finally came out to them. Brila immediately ran to her saying what he knew. Marie is the most beautiful. At this moment, the carriage finally arrived in the county, which was supposed to take our heroes to the king's palace. Soon after the carriage arrived, the butler opened the doors and wanted to help Marie up, but the Count asked her to wait. The man came up and told the butler that he would do everything himself, so he immediately extended his hand. Our heroine was pleasantly surprised by the attention and care of the Count. The butler, in turn, did not even think of contradicting and was glad to have the current Count. After Marie entered the carriage, Ellie was supposed to follow, and the Count also helped her inside. As soon as they sat down in their seats, our heroine began to examine the necklace she had been given. Ellie noticed the necklace and immediately told her sister that it was very beautiful. Marie smiled and thanked her sister for her kind words. However, Ellie doubted that she bought it herself, so she wanted to know who gave it to her. Marie looked away in surprise and asked what she had to confess. An enthusiastic Ellie asked her sister not to try to evade the answer. Soon after, Kentrail came inside and told the boys that they would see each other when they arrived in the kingdom. He wished them a good journey and said that the butler would take care of the mansion, so there was no need to worry, and it was better to have a good time there. After some time, our heroes arrived at the palace. Marie asked her sister not to be nervous and to do as they taught. Ellie looked at her sister and said that she was probably the most nervous of them all. However, Marie told her not to forget to run to Taylor if there was danger. Barry, at this point, approached his sister and asked her not to forget to take care of herself first in a situation like this. Don't get into danger trying to help others. However, the Count approached them and reminded them that this was the royal palace, so they would not be subject to a surprise attack. Kentrail smiled and said that he would watch over them so that they could relax and enjoy the ball. All our heroes were ready for the upcoming event, so all that was left was to get used to the surroundings. Kentrail at this point leaned over to Marie and told her that he would accompany the children. He immediately put on a serious face and walked forward while everyone around greeted the Prime Minister. People also noticed the girl who came with the Count. They assumed that she was the nanny of the Count's family. Meanwhile, Brila was the happiest because he met his friend Jaden. The boys happily ran to each other, saying that they hadn't seen each other for 100 years. Jaden was about to say something about his parents, when suddenly angry girls' screams were heard from behind them. Turning around, they noticed Jaden's younger sister Ciela, asking her brother where he was running off to, so suddenly alone. She wanted to ask her brother if they were finally going where they were going, but in front of her was a very handsome guy, who immediately attracted her with his appearance. The girl looked at him with admiration, and Jaden in turn introduced his sister to the family of Count Charant. Ciela bowed and greeted them. At this point, another unexpected encounter occurred. Jake Viscount told the Count that if he saw him here, the sun would most likely set in the west. The guy immediately showed Badul, who got the title and territory last summer. Thanks to Kentrail, this guy is very good at his job. Bidul was embarrassed by such compliments, so he bowed before the Count, saying that he wanted to meet him personally and convey his gratitude for such help. Our heroine, in turn, looked at all this and thought that it was true. The Count had not been able to engage in social life lately, or to be more precise, he did not want to. However, she began to look around and to her surprise saw Eugees at the ball. The boy noticed the surprised look, so he turned around and noticed that it was Madame Nanny. He immediately approached her and asked if she was doing well. Marie said that everything was fine. The girl began to say that the young master was in that direction, when suddenly she realized something. At their last meeting, she refused Eugees' teacher's confession of love. However, the man looking at Marie said that she looked great today. Anyway, he said that he didn't expect to meet her here. The girl smiled and said in response that she didn't expect to find herself in such a place. The girl said that she was there because of the Queen's invitation, and now she was enjoying a luxurious life. The guy asked about the Queen in surprise. Marie answered him that the Queen most likely wanted to see Brila, and she allowed her as his nanny to be present here with them. The girl asked if the Queen didn't usually invite people. Eugees told her that it was very unusual, but it was true that the Queen loved children. Anyway, at that moment, he handed the champagne to Madame Nanny, saying that it was good because it tasted sweet. The sweet girl apologized and said that she was very nervous, so she could not drink alcohol. Eugees immediately said that he understood her. In that case, he picked up the bottle and asked what about this drink. In turn, he assured her that it was a soft drink. Our heroine was surprised that after that incident, Teacher Eugees was so friendly. She still decided to agree. At this point, the boy said that he had hoped to meet his lordship, but he was not in sight. Marie answered that the Count had gone away for a while to talk with a friend. In this case, the boy asked the nanny to stay with him later, when suddenly Kentrail appeared on the horizon, and Brila, who was surprised to say that it was Teacher Eugees. Our heroine showed Eugees in surprise and said that they had not seen him for a long time. The Count said that it was true. Eugees immediately greeted the Prime Minister. After that, he greeted the young gentleman, but he asked him in bewilderment what he was doing next to Marie. Kentrail took Marie with him, saying that the ball was about to start, so it was time to go inside. The girl smiled at the teacher and said that they would meet again. The boy waved his hand at her, a little depressedly, wishing her to have a good time. Meanwhile, Ciela was calling her brother Barry and was carefully telling him something, but at that moment, Siege entered the room and told him that he had been looking for them for a very long time. Barry immediately apologized and said goodbye to Ciela, saying that he would return as soon as he had talked with his friend. Ciela was very upset, and Marie asked her brother not to go too far. Siege laughed and quietly told Barry that he was downright popular already. The guy asked him to stop making fun of him. Then he sighed and asked what he looked like in the academy, where he was not there to protect him from the children. He had to see that appearance. However, Siege in turn said that he too would take an academic leave and approached him to say so. Barry screamed in confusion and asked why he was doing this. Siege said that he was just bored. A moment later, the guy moved away from Siege because he noticed someone's intent gaze. Some guy was watching them the whole time and didn't take his eyes off them. Barry guessed that it was the Siege family. The guy in turn said that they were not similar at all, but still Barry was smart. Since he is the second son, he may become a hindrance to his elder brother in becoming the head of the family if he graduates from university early. Barry didn't even know how to react, so his face showed regret, rather. Siege asked him not to make such a face because he was fine. At that moment, our heroine was watching the guys and suddenly remembered the age of Siege. After all, the story of the original novel will soon begin. However, at that moment, His Majesty appeared on the balcony. The man said that he was glad to see everyone. He smiled and thanked everyone for their visit. Their public affairs always bring them great help. The king said that he and his wife had decided to hold this Thanksgiving banquet. Our heroine, meanwhile, asked if the king was dressed much more luxuriously than the queen. The count explained to her that the queen dressed modestly so as not to attract other people's attention, so there was no need to worry about that. He had heard that these were the king's preferences. Since childhood, he had liked luxurious things. Marie understood that the queen simply could not wear the desired dress, even at the ball that she herself was in charge of. She was so beautiful, but she was trying to live up to the preferences of another. Anyway, while the king was talking to the public, our heroine clearly noticed how the queen was looking at her. Then our heroine noticed Brila standing nearby, who was delighted by the beauty of the queen. The woman smiled sweetly at the child and waved her hand. She was glad to see Briles. The boy continued to look at her in surprise, but reflexively he raised his hand and waved it too. Soon she turned around. Marie immediately realized a certain feeling of awkwardness. Meanwhile, the king wanted everyone to have a good time. Our heroine immediately turned to Kentrail and wanted to ask him questions about Her Majesty the Queen. Suddenly, they were interrupted by a voice behind them. The king looked at the girl and assumed that she was the nanny of the count's family. The man smiled, telling her that he called her so that he could see her face at least once. Our heroine immediately bowed and greeted His Majesty. After that, she introduced herself. The king, looking at the girl, asked what family she was from. The girl raised her head and said that she was from the Piora family. He immediately said that he remembered. There, the estates and positions were put in order thanks to the condition of getting rid of the bonds that belonged to the head of the family. The girl said that it was true, to which the man immediately smiled, but as always, quite creepily. Anyway, he said that he had called her for only one reason. He wanted to thank her for being so sincere in looking after the nephew of his longtime close friend. Marie looked at the king in surprise and asked if he had really invited her. The man nodded and asked what was wrong with that. The girl said that there was nothing serious about it, because she only thought that the invitation was sent by the queen. The king came up to her and said that it upset him a little. The queen was the organizer of this evening, but he was the one who invited her. Nevertheless, the queen approached them and asked His Majesty to allow her to introduce herself. Our heroine looked at her with admiration and thought that even her voice was very beautiful. Meanwhile, the king sighed and gave the queen what she asked for. The woman came closer and thanked them for their visit. Looking at Ellie, she told her that the pink dress looked great on her. The girl immediately panicked, so she managed to say, "Thank you," in embarrassment. She then approached the young duke and said that she was Kentrail's cousin and that it was a pleasure to see him again. At this point, the king told the guests that they were probably in the imperial palace for the first time, so he could call his subject to accompany them. However, Kentrail intervened and, after thanking him for the offer, refused it. He said that he would escort his men himself, and the king was still busy greeting the other guests. Immediately after that, he turned to Marie and smiled, looking at her. Everyone around was shocked that the prime minister had just smiled in front of everyone. Anyway, Kentrail said that they would probably take their leave sooner. The queen in turn was still watching them go. As soon as Kentrail and his men had left, the woman called her subject to her and asked her for something. After a while, the girl came up to our heroine and called her. She said that the queen asked to meet her in the garden. The count immediately decided that he had to refuse. He asked the girl to tell the queen that Marie was not feeling well. The girl thought about it. Soon after, she finally agreed, thinking that the queen would not harm them. The count asked her how she could be sure of that. The situation with the meeting between the queen and Brila immediately appeared in her head. Marie decided that a man who loved children would certainly not harm the young master. The count still wanted to stop her, but our heroine told him that she would be in a visible place. Kentrail still agreed, but asked her to be careful. In this case, the queen's subject accompanied Marie into the garden, and after some time, they finally arrived. As soon as our heroine entered, she saw a beautiful queen looking at her. The woman broke the silence and said that she was curious to see the man whom His Majesty had personally invited. Marie replied that she thought the queen had invited her. The woman, perplexed, said that she in turn thought that Marie was the king's mistress because he had sent her an invitation. Our heroine screamed in horror and said that it was not so because they had never even met His Majesty in person. Today, she saw him for the first time. Marie asked the queen not to think about it. She couldn't even imagine something like that. She wanted to say something on the contrary, and immediately thought about Kentrail, who was just outside. The queen also noticed Kentrail watching them closely, and immediately understood everything. Apparently, Marie is the very person whom Kentrail carefully values. Now the queen understood that the girl is worthy of this care. Looking down, the woman said she hadn't even received half the interest. Our heroine immediately decided that, as expected, the queen is not the kind of person who would kill Brila. She only wants the king's attention. After some time of communication, the queen told Marie that she had taken up her time, and Kentrail might speak badly of her because of this, so she had better go already. As she left the garden, our heroine was tormented by the thought that if it wasn't the queen who hired Brila to be killed, then who? At that moment, she saw Siege and his brother. The boy told his brother that he went to see his friend, but Siege's brother did not believe it, saying that he was trying to look good in the eyes of his parents. He ordered his brother to behave as befits a second son, and not even dare to aim for the place of head of the family. Marie immediately realized that he had a very bad relationship with his older brother. By the way, in the original, the main character did not have a brother, or rather, in the original story, Siege was already the head of the family. Our heroine immediately began to wonder how Siege was able to inherit this place. At that moment, the count approached Marie and asked her in surprise what had happened. The girl turned around awkwardly and said it was nothing serious. She asked him to go back inside. One way or another, already leaving Marie, assumed that something had happened before the beginning of the affair. At that moment, the count turned around and told the girl that she was worrying too much. After he poked her in the forehead with his finger, he turned around again and said that it was time for them to go home. The girl agreed with this. After returning home, Marie continued to learn to play for a long time using the count's lessons. As soon as she finished the symphony she had learned, the girl asked Kentrail if he liked it. The man said it was very commendable and that it was the first time he had heard something like that. The use of staccato technique was very original, and that's why he liked it. He also believed that after a couple of trainings, the skills could become even better. He then put his arm around her and moved closer, saying that she kept her word about performing, so next time he would play their famous songs. Realizing that he was incredibly close, the count leaned back, thinking about it, and Marie exhaled shyly and said that she agreed. Then she looked at the count and decided that the count really loved music and knew how to play musical instruments. Our heroine suddenly decided to ask his lordship if his elder brother had been alive, and he had not received the position of head of the family, would he have become a wandering musician? The guy smiled and looked away, saying that this was also quite possible. Marie suddenly thought if the count had been a wandering musician and not the head of the family, and if they had not met in such circumstances, could she allow herself to desire this man? At that moment, he took Marie by the hand and said that in any case he met her, and he was glad. Then he asked if she wasn't going to discuss what had happened. After that evening, Marie asked in surprise what the count was talking about. The man said that he tells her a lot since he decided to be sincere with her. Marie, in turn thought that, in fact, he does not tell everything. After thinking for a while, the girl decided to tell him she saw Siege arguing with his older brother. Everything would be fine, if not for one thing. In the book, she read Siege was already the head of the family. As the beginning of the original novel approached, the girl was worried that something might happen. Kentrail immediately remembered that after Brila died in the book, he got angry and became a villain. If he was a rival to Siege, then maybe there was some connection between them from the very beginning. The guy asked in surprise if it was Siege. Our heroine understood what the Count wanted to say, but said that it was unlikely because Siege was not such a villain in the book. Besides, I wanted to believe in Siege, whom she had seen all this time. At that moment, the children ran into the room. Brila looked at his uncle in bewilderment and asked his urgent question. He wanted to know what dolphins looked like. Kentrail asks his nephew in surprise why he asked that. So suddenly Brila says he saw a cloud in the shape of a dolphin, but Ellie says it wasn't him. Ellie said that it was so, and the young gentleman said that she was stupid and it was a dolphin. Our heroine at that moment went to the window. Looking at the cloud that the children were most likely talking about, she said that she thought it looked like a dolphin. Ellie was puzzled and said that the dolphins weren't drawn like that in the book. So how did he know that? Brila replied that it was on the animal card that Marie made for him. Ellie snorted and said that you have to have been to the sea to know about such things. At this point, the Count said that if there was an opportunity to leave the house, he would not mind going to the sea together. The children immediately ran to the Count, asking if he was telling the truth. Brila and Ellie were very happy. Kentrail said that he really wanted to, and then looked at Marie and asked her opinion. The girl smiled and said that everything was fine with her, because it would be an exciting excursion. The action moves to a rainy evening. Our heroine, although she said so, but still the situation was very confusing, so she wanted to know when they would catch the criminal. After all, the queen was definitely not a criminal, and the king was an absolute suspect, but still. If the king had really been a criminal, he would have ordered the death of not only Brila, but the entire county of Charon. At this point, our heroine noticed that the time capsule was coming out because of the rain. Apparently, the ground had not hardened enough since they had buried it recently. The girl decided to go down to the street to check the time capsule and, if possible, temporarily take it inside. But to her horror, as soon as she got closer, she noticed that this was not their time capsule that they buried. Aira, I have something to tell you about your family. It's an important matter, so the writer wanted to talk in person, but she had to leave urgently, so she wrote this letter. The Count said that he knew that his mother was a late countess and exchanged letters with her little sister. However, our heroine wanted to know why she hid the wooden box under the tree. The guy cleared his throat and said it was because she had a girly side. Marie asked again, surprised. Then she complained that her husband and 2 sons did not give her peace in romantic games. He heard that young lovers sometimes hide and exchange letters. Anyway, he thought that over time, the letters were buried between the water and the soil. Thanks to the heavy rain, it appeared, although it is surprising that the letters were so preserved. The Count sighed heavily and said that if he had known that she would leave them so soon, he would have joined her in these games. Our heroine, nevertheless, decided to ask the Count what his mother wanted to ask in the letter. She wanted to know some secret of her sister. Her mother must have found out first and turned to his sister to confirm it. He suddenly asked Marie if she remembered how strange the last letter from his sister was. The girl said that if it was about the birthmark, then she remembered. The guy said he was talking about this letter. The answer to his mother's question could be in his sister's letter. But since there is a possibility that the letter was forged, he wants to send someone to the Brila maternal family to confirm this. Taking Marie's hand, he asked if it would be okay if he told her everything after this. Our heroine, of course, agreed, and the Count thanked her for her trust and anticipation. After some time of silence, he told the girl that next time she should not go out alone on a rainy day like today. Marie said she was worried about their time capsule. It could be washed away by the heavy rain. Sighing, Kentrail said she could ask him for help. The girl replied that she could not disturb his lordship, so she did not do it. However, the Count explained to her that he was worried about her because she could slip or freeze. The girl suddenly smiled. The man asked her in surprise why she was smiling. Marie answered that she was happy that the Count was worried about her. Anyway, she apologized and said that she would no longer go out alone when it was raining heavily outside. Meanwhile, Brila was running along the corridor, calling Mari. The Count looked out in surprise and asked his nephew what had happened. The boy happily turned around and greeted his uncle. He then explained that Jaden was coming soon, so he asked Marie to make a chocolate cake. Suddenly, the young gentleman stopped, and looking at the palette that his uncle was holding, he asked if he was really painting. The man smiled and said that it was, and then asked his nephew if he would like to go with him and take a look. After some time, the guys were in the hall in which there was a whole bunch of easels. Kentrail had just finished drawing in the meantime, so he said they were done for today. At this time, Brielle looked at what came out and said with admiration that it was Marie. Cantrail picked up his nephew and asked him if he had done a good job drawing her. He plans to give her the painting for her birthday. Brielle thought for a moment and then asked his uncle if he liked Marie. Cantrail asked in surprise why he was suddenly asking him about such a thing. Anyway, he remembered Brielle's promises to Marie and decided that his nephew might cry again. Meanwhile, he was furious that there was something he had been thinking about for so long. Kentrail decided that he didn't want to lie about his feelings, but before that, he decided to ask his nephew if he liked Marie. The guy said that he really likes her. After all, she is a valuable member of their family, and he likes her as much as he likes his uncle. The young gentleman said that he just thought that his uncle was really in love with Marie because the drawing was so beautiful. Kentrail patted his nephew on the head and said that he thought the same. He liked Marie just as much as he liked Brielle. Meanwhile, the action moves outside our heroine, and her brother and sister were doing laundry. At that moment, the workers approached them and asked if they wanted to leave the laundry for them. Marie replied that they would insist on doing it themselves. The women said they could handle it today because she didn't look good, and Ellie was still young, and she should be playing instead of doing the laundry. The girl said that she was not tired at all. The women laughed sweetly and patted her on the head and said that playing was much more interesting than working. In that case, our heroine decided to ask for help today. The workers said that they shouldn't talk like that because it's not their job. Soon Marie left, and the women told Ellie that they had bought cookies that were popular in the capital. She could come to their room and play a little later. However, Barry approached Ellie and asked in surprise why his sister looked so depressed. Meanwhile, the female workers were asking who that beautiful lady was. One of them heard that it was the Baron's daughter. The girl asked her friend if the Count wasn't the man who wouldn't let anyone into the mansion without a special reason. In that case, the girl asked her if she thought that she and the Count looked like an ideal couple. After some time, an angry Ellie stood behind the Count and breathed anxiously. The man turned around and told her in surprise that he was looking for her sister. However, she interrupted him and asked him directly who the girl was. Kentrail looked at her in bewilderment and asked why she was talking about this. The girl sighed heavily and said that they urgently needed to go to Marie. Meanwhile, our heroine sat in her room and, looking at the gifted necklace, recalled the dialogue between the workers of the mansion. Marie thought she was a nice girl, seemed to get along well with the Count, and seemed friendly. However, did Kentrail meet her in the novel? At that moment, there was a knock on the door. Marie asked in surprise who it was, to which the guest replied that it was Kentrail. The man asked if he could come in. Our heroine understood that now she would not be able to hide her anxiety in front of him. That is why she apologized to the Count and said that she was busy and would come to him a little later. However, he was familiar with this behavior. Leaning towards the door, he decided to explain what had happened today. He told Marie that the girl he was with in the garden today was the Baroness, the wife of Baron Jake. He also explained that she was married to Jake, so there were no affairs. Now that he had clarified that he wanted her to open the door, the girl opened the door and looked at him and thought, is it normal to feel that their feelings are the same? Anyway, Marie wanted to say something, but the Count interrupted her and addressed her as Heirin. He wants her to call him by his first name instead of Your Grace. Our heroine was very surprised by this. Kentrail asked her in surprise if she was uncomfortable with the way he addressed her. Marie immediately said that she was not. In that case, the Count wanted an explanation, to which the girl cried out in embarrassment and said that she would tell him later. Kentrail laughed, but still decided to change the subject and tell the reason why he called the Baroness. As it turned out, this was all because she was very close to his sister. They often exchanged letters. In that case, he wondered if he could find out if the letters in the past were really from his sister. Our heroine asked if it worked, Grab told her that, firstly, the things in the wooden box were handwritten letters from his sister. However, the letter in which the words about the birthmark were written in reverse. The instructions in this letter seem strangely different. In any case, if it is definitely hidden, I don't think Grandpa Brila was able to reveal it. Anyway, he considered the option to visit him directly. The girl asked again, and said that he could be attacked on the way. She also started to say that if he left his place without the Count, then Kentrail suddenly interrupted her and said that he had not decided yet, so there was no need to worry too much about it. Now he suggested that she meet their little guest and discuss it immediately. After some time, the girl was clapping her hands with delight and saying that she was finally able to meet the nanny. She heard many things, and they are also in duty when Jaden comes. Our heroine told her that everything is fine, and that Jaden is good and kind, and sometimes even brings gifts. The woman stroked her son's head and said that he had prepared something this time too. The boy shyly handed over the pendant and said that Ciela wanted his doll, so he wanted her to make one for her. Marie smiled and agreed. Our heroine thanked the Baroness and Jaden, and then said that she had also made a chocolate cake. The Baroness delightedly said that it was Jaden's favorite dessert. In that case, our heroine happily said that she would bring it right away, and they needed to wait a little. Already entering the kitchen, the girl could not believe that the woman was such a good person. At that moment, she wondered what the Count had felt when he had noticed her jealousy. She was very ashamed. In any case, it was too late to justify herself. At that moment, the Count came in after Marie and told her that it would be difficult to bring dessert alone. At that moment, Kentrail noticed a terrible scene. One of the workers in the kitchen, carrying a bowl of boiling water, accidentally tripped. He screamed in horror and immediately rushed to her to cover her with his body. The girl didn't even have time to blink before everything had already happened. The girl carrying the bowl screamed in horror and asked the Count if he was okay. She didn't even know what to do. Kentrail, although completely doused with boiling water, with difficulty, said that he was fine. Our heroine understood to her horror that he was definitely not okay because it was boiling water. Meanwhile, people were running around in confusion and calling doctors. After some time, he was lying in his bed and saying that he was fine. Marie did not believe him, but he said that after taking medicine, he would recover quickly. He also added that it was a minor incident that he shouldn't worry about. It didn't hurt him at all. Only the woman in turn corrected the Count and said that this was not a minor incident, but rather a minor burn. He immediately began to pierce her with his gaze. Marie, meanwhile, understood that this was already the second time that the Count took all the pain on himself to protect her. The girl immediately said that she could know when he was lying, and she knew that he was pretending that everything was fine, so she asked him not to suffer for her anymore. The Count, although he listened to her attentively, still said that he could not promise this. Marie told him that it didn't make her happy to see him suffer while trying to protect her in this way. The man told her that he was ready to receive harm protecting her, no matter how many times our heroine asked him not to say such things. If something happened to him because of her, then it would be better for her if she was the one in trouble, not him. Soon after she turned and walked away. The very next day, our heroine was walking with the Baroness, who was worried that Jaden was bothering the Count. Marie replied that she, on the contrary, was glad that they had come for a visit. However, the Baroness noticed Marie's worried look and did not even know what to do. She took her hand and said that everything would be fine because Kentrail was a strong man. Meanwhile, Brila and Jaden were sitting next to Kentrail, who was saying he was fine. Only the nephew asked his uncle not to lie. Marie was very worried. The man said that he was indeed fine and that the nanny was worrying in vain. There was nothing to worry about, and he couldn't understand why they were angry. He said, looking at Brila, that his uncle was strong. Would it really be better if Marie suffered as he did? The young gentleman said he hoped Marie and uncle would be okay. At least Marie thought so. At that moment, the boy began to remember the words of people who were horrified that his parents were killed and that only he could survive. Brila started crying and telling his uncle that he would be very sad if he suffered because of him. Kentrail, seeing his nephew's tears, was distraught. He did not know that Brila was so worried. Soon he hugged him and began to apologize to his nephew, saying that his uncle would get better and be healthy again. The next morning, our heroine came to the Count to apply ointment and bandage him. As soon as the girl finished, she informed the Count about this and said that now she had to take her leave. However, Kentrail did not want to let her go so easily. He stopped her and apologized. The Count told Marie that it was not her fault that he suffered, and he did not want to make her worry because he simply could not see her in pain. Our heroine turned to him and said that she thought exactly the same. She couldn't see him suffer, but somehow there were times when she couldn't protect him from suffering. She knew that if it weren't for him, she would have suffered much more. The Count suddenly smiled, and so Marie, perplexed, asked the Count why he was smiling. The guy said that it was because she said that she could not see when he was in pain. He took her hand and said that he was very pleased to hear that. There was silence in the room. Meanwhile, the action moves to the Kaler family mansion, where apparently a terrible event occurred. At that moment, there was a knock on the door of the room where all this happened. The woman asked the master for forgiveness. Soon she opened the door. As it turned out, it was an ordinary maid who brought tea, which the master always drinks, but she saw real horror in front of her. Siege stood around the bloody bodies and stared at the maid. And again, the action moves to the county of Charente-Brielle, told his friend that next time he will come to visit. Jaden asked in surprise if this was true. Did the Count really give permission for this? Brielle sniffed and said that unfortunately, he had not yet given permission. In that case, Jaden sighed and said that in that case, next time he would come to him again because they were friends. However, he said that it was difficult for him to go all this way, but for his knight accompanying him. Brielle immediately asked his friend when he would come next. Jaden told him that he would come before the 100 nights had passed. At this time, someone was looking closely at Barry, and as it turned out, it was Ciela. The girl looked at the boy shyly and asked him if she could come next time too. Both Ellie and Barry told her that she was certainly welcome to come to them, if she wanted to, of course. Ellie told the children that as soon as they came to visit them again, they would all play together. The children were happy about this. The Baroness, who was watching all this, said that she would like to see them more often. The Count answered her that they come enough and are probably very tired from traveling. The girl replied to Kentrail that she could do this often, since Brielle was Jaden's friend. She also remembered about the question and told the Count that she did not know about the secrets of the former Countess's family, so she was sorry. Ira and she were close, but realizing that there was a secret she hadn't told was quite sad. Kentrail sighed heavily and said that he understood her. In any case, he was grateful for her answer. The woman smiled sweetly and apologized for not being helpful and not being able to help them. Our heroine understood that if it was something carefully hidden, then most likely it was a secret that could lead to the Baroness's misfortune. Anyway, the woman decided to change the subject and asked Kentrail how he was feeling. The Count told her that there was nothing to worry about. Everything was fine. He also made it clear that although he will recover soon, it is not that he does not care about his injury. Looking at Marie, he added that, with the one who takes good care of him, he is recovering well, and without any complaints. The Baroness was glad to hear this, but nevertheless it was time for her to leave, so she bowed one last time. As soon as the door closed, the Count looked at Marie again and told her that it was true that he was recovering well. By taking medication every day, he is healing faster than he thought, and it is all thanks to her. He then turned to the girl and said that since he was injured, he needed rest, and he was thinking of taking a break from his prime ministerial duties for a few days. He also added that in order to find the criminal following Brielle, he needs to visit the Brielle family's maternal home. He also said that he would like to be with him as much as possible during this important stage of growing up. Marie said that she understood him, and if that's what he wanted, then she would like him to always stay in the mansion. Kentrail stood up and asked her why surprised. Was she worried that someone might attack them? Our heroine, without thinking twice, lowered her gaze and nodded her head. The Count said he picked her up and promised that once it was all over, he would stay by her and the children's side. The action moves to the next day. People in the city were raging from the breaking news. People read them in bewilderment and wondered if anyone had heard of this family. Many heard of it for the first time. However, they understood that all this was terrible. Just think, the suspect who committed this murder is the second son of this family. That same morning, the Count said that the distance to the Brielle family mansion was quite far. Anyway, he assured that he would return as soon as he could, and Taylor and Derek would protect the mansion until then. At that moment, someone started running to the Count and calling him. As it turned out, it was Taylor. who for some unknown reason was running towards them with all his might. As soon as the boy arrived, Kentrail asked him what had happened, to which he replied that the Count would most likely have to postpone his trip. Kentrail, for obvious reasons, questioned and asked why Taylor thought that. The guy stood there silently. Soon he handed over a newspaper and said that there had been a murder in the kingdom in a noble family. Taylor said that the head of the family and his wife were both killed. Taking the newspaper in his hands, Kentrail asked in surprise who the suspect was. After a short pause, Taylor sighed heavily and said that the suspect was Siege Kaler. Our heroine couldn't believe what she was seeing. In the original story, Siege's parents were alive. Is this all because of her? Because she saved Brila, the original story was distorted. Things were so bad that even the fate of the book's main character was changed 180 degrees.